right, we adjusted the settings again. We'll see if that's working. We're just checking the microphone. Hopefully you can hear me. Sounds like that is working, so you heard it on my end. Okay, very good. Welcome to all the Backgammon fans. We are at the 2024 California State Backgammon Championships. My name is Alex Eshaghian. I'm going to be doing the streaming and the commentary. Happy to have you. I'm just making some announcements on social media. All right, welcome to everyone. Welcome to all the viewers. Thank you for watching. Say hello. Let me know your names, where you're joining us from. We have an interactive chat. We're going to be starting shortly. So I've set this up so far. We're trying to get some people joining, and in approximately 15 minutes, we're going to be having the first Super Jackpot event. This is a $1,200 entry. I believe there's a little bit of a side pool. I'll double check. 8 players. We have some of the best players in the world. Dirk Schiemann from Germany. Rebelo from Canada. Oliver Squire from the UK. And let's see, Super Jackpot. Oh, there's a $300 side pool. Who else do we have? Dana Nazarian from the U.S. Jake Jacobs also from the U.S. I don't remember all the other names, but that's going to be fantastic. Hello, Fritz Muck from Germany. And hello to Gold Flagger, also from Germany. Welcome. We're happy to have you. I know my good friend Dirk Schiemann is here. He's going to be giving a seminar on Friday, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. local time. So that should be 6 p.m. in Germany. That should be a nice stream to watch. He's going to be giving a seminar on ugly plays, and that's going to be streamed on my channel. So for those of them not familiar with it, go down in the description. You'll be able to click to see the brackets, and if you want to go to my YouTube channel, please join my YouTube channel. You can become a member or a subscriber. I have videos every day, 5 days a week, a lot of commentaries, all sorts of different things. Hello to Jeff Arnold from Maine. Welcome. We have Marty Storr, who's from nearby there in New Hampshire, in New England. I believe New Hampshire is the Granite State. I don't remember what state Maine is. Very good. So thank you all for joining us. And in this stream, I've created a special break video with interviews from some distinguished guests. So I'll be playing some of that. We will take a break for about 15 minutes or so, and then when we're ready to restart, we'll go back to the stream. Thank you again for watching. Say hello. Please hit that like button. We're trying to see how many people we can get the like button. Hello, Graham Turner. Welcome from the UK. It's such a pleasure to have all these international players and viewers. Rudy CF, hello. Where are you joining us from? Thank you. All right. We're going to go to the interview video, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you. In this video, it's my pleasure to be conducting an interview with CEO of Chrysloid, Jeff Caruso. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today?
Great. Yeah, doing really well.
And you're joining us from Providence, Rhode Island. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct. Providence, Rhode Island.
That's where the Chrysloid factory is. Is that
That's right.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Looking forward to learning a lot more about the Chrysloid boards. I'd like to start with a little bit of background biographical information, if I may. Please tell us where you were born and raised and what you did after school.
Well, I was born in Baltimore, Maryland, but then quickly moved a little bit throughout the Northeast and Northern New York. But most from kindergarten on, I was in just outside of Albany, New York, a little town called Loudonville. Great town to grow up, great location to grow up, just south of Saratoga, but plenty of access to the Adirondack Mountains. And as a New Yorker, I found my way to one of the SUNY schools, the college SUNY of Oswego, which happens to be about 40 minutes north of Syracuse, right on Lake Ontario.
And for those who are not familiar, that stands for State University of New York, right?
Yeah.
Very good, very good. So you don't play backgammon much, but when were you first introduced to backgammon?
Well, I don't play it often, but I've played it for quite a long time. Mostly just in casual play with my brother, my wife, and so I'm not a tournament player. I'd be willing to give it a shot, but I don't think I'd make it far.
Did you learn when you were growing up?
Yeah, we always had it around. So, Chrysloid has been in our family for generations. In and out of the family more so. So boards have been in our closet and on our game table for as long as I can remember.
Very good. What kinds of hobbies and interests do you have outside of backgammon?
Well, quite a few, although I will say that the majority of my time is spent at Chrysloid. And if I'm in Providence, if I'm at home, you'll find me at the shop. It's just about 7 days a week. Yeah, I don't mind being there. It's a very comfortable place for me to be, and really, quite honestly, it's called for. We're a small, but we're growing, and so I'm really proud of the time I spend there.
Yeah, that's great. Chrysloid is a very well-known manufacturer of backgammon boards, as well as other things that we'll talk about. And so people know about it. It's been around for a very long time. Good quality. We'll talk about that. How did you first get into the Chrysloid business?
Well, dating back to the 40s, my great uncles Alphonse and Lucky Lodato started A&L Manufacturing.
Okay.
He built this wonderful small business in Brooklyn, New York. It was very much a family affair as it was in its starting years. They did grow it. They did a wonderful factory in Brooklyn. And in the mid-50s, they met a gentleman named Chris Ruizzo, who founded Chrysloid in Providence, Rhode Island. He was also in the plastics business, but he was in the game business, leaning heavily toward plastics and more volume production. So he and my great uncles found one another, and for years were buying and selling from each other to help round out their line of products. And then in the 60s, or right in the early 60s, the plastics craze hit, and Chris Ruizzo of Chrysloid became very busy. His company just skyrocketed, and he was a bright guy in the right place at the right time. So he started to buy other vendors. And in 1970, he purchased A&L Manufacturing, my great uncle's company, and moved everything from Brooklyn to Providence, Rhode Island.
Okay.
Part of that sale, my great uncles sent their nephew, my Uncle Jerry, to Rhode Island, along with my Aunt May and their 3 children. And my Uncle Jerry, who was a very bright Army engineer, made Chrysloid and his life's work. 4 or 5 business owners later, my uncle was really the only guy left that really knew what was going on in this business. And so he made the purchase in the mid 80s and took Chris Lloyd over, which I'm very thankful for.
Very good. I think the people are most familiar with the unique aspect of the Chris Lloyd boards in terms of the cork surface. There aren't a lot of other manufacturers, at least nowadays, that have that. So maybe you can tell us about that, maybe how they decided on that, if you know, and the advantages and disadvantages of having that type of surface.
Well, it's a great question. I don't really have the answer to how it came to be, how early on, but I mean, so many boards from the 60s and the 50s have cork on them. And so I think it became, there's a couple reasons. So it's a nice product to work with. Historically, it was a lot more readily available, I think, than it is today. So it's a workable product in a manufacturing environment, and it's a printable product. So I think the two really worked well together. And before long, they realized it was really a nice playing surface. There's a little bounce to the feel. The sound is nice. The dice get a little spring of action on the cork. And just in general, it has a real nice warm feeling to it. And so, yeah, our boards have always really intimately been connected to cork surfaces. And I don't know if everyone is aware, but the best cork in the world comes from Portugal.
Really?
And so we've always brought our cork in from Portugal. And from there, it's processed through, it's trimmed and mounted, sealed and printed. And in more recent years, really because of the popularity of cork, one in the wine industry and a few other industries, it hasn't been as easy to produce. The only other element that not everybody is aware of, but it's a renewable resource. Cork, it comes from a cork tree, which I think it's every 4 or 7 years the tree is ready to then be harvested again. And so they peel the tree and then they leave it to replenish, and it grows back again in not too many years down the road. So that's also a really nice fact that not only people realize that.
Interesting. So let's briefly talk about what are the other things you manufacture other than backgammon boards.
Several classics, checkers, dominoes, cribbage. And in the last 10 years, we have started to manufacture mahjong sets again. And I'm really, really, really happy we started making boards again, mahjong sets again. It's a wonderful community, also a very heavily growing community. And we've really been thankful to produce some beautiful boards and have been well received by the mahjong folks. So it's been very nice.
Yeah, they're great boards. The Chris Lloyd boards, at least the backgammon boards. I haven't seen the mahjong because I'm not familiar with those other ones, but I know those are high quality as well. I watch a lot of backgammon on YouTube, and recently I was watching the tournament in Jamaica, which was sponsored by Chris Lloyd, and I saw the beautiful board there that was customized.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for noticing it. We were really excited. Jeb reached out. We had a couple conversations, and it was our pleasure to sponsor and to make that custom board for the live stream. That's a felt board, and it's really.
Is it?
Yeah, it's felt. Yeah, so we are now into the felt game, and that's probably one of the first 25 that we've done. We've teased it a few times. But we have to be really smart about how we roll out a new product. So
right,
and people have been calling for felt from us for a long time, and so we did our homework, and we found the right supplier, the right felt supplier, and we did a lot of R&D. So one prototype after another, we did well over a year's worth of testing. And we feel really good about that set that we shipped to Jamaica. And that was sort of I'd say its international debut for felt crystalloid board.
That's interesting. I don't know if maybe they mentioned it in the stream. I know Larry Schiller and Phil Simborg were doing it. I didn't
Yeah.
watch everything from beginning to end, so they may have mentioned that, but I didn't know that. So that's interesting. What made you decide to go into felt? People were asking about it.
Yeah, we had to answer the call. The many tournament players, want to play on felt. Excuse me. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, I think felt is interesting. Most of the boards that I've seen are on felt. There's also all sorts of different types. Like I've seen the merino wool that's very high quality.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a different manufacturing process that you have to go through with felt versus cork. Tell us about that, please.
Well, the manufacturing process is something I have outsourced that
Okay.
element of it. We didn't bring in the machinery and the equipment and the fabrics, and we're doing it in-house. Now, I don't necessarily want to do that.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and there's I've found a wonderful group that's what they do. They're very good at it, and so I'd like to build that relationship. We've got enough work to do.
Yeah, that's good. So I know you can customize the boards. I see the custom board behind you, but you can customize the felt as well.
Yeah. So we knew once it really doesn't. A big part of what we do now is customization. So I knew, even though we were introducing, we have a line of 3 new colorways that'll be on our website in a few weeks.
Okay.
But everybody wants custom. So we have absolutely developed, that system for customizing the felt boards also. They'll just take a little bit longer.
Right.
But the fit and finish of those sets is really, really beautiful.
That's great. So speaking of customization, I know you have that custom board behind you. That's a little special. Can you tell us about that one, please?
Yeah, that's a stock board. It's one of our signature series. That's called our Ocean State. So you can see that there's little sailboats. It's a really nicely designed set. And so Rhode Island is the Ocean State. There's a lot of sailing going on here, and it was a little nod to our hometown. And it's a great seller. It's nice for we sell it to a lot of people who have a summer camp, or maybe have visited someone that treated them pretty well, and so then they're gifting this for them to their camp or their place on Nantucket or the Vineyard or Montauk. So it's a nice set. It's a good feel good set. It looks good open and left out. So yeah, we love the colors. Very good, vibrant colors.
Yeah. So that's a stock one. And in terms of the customization, what are the various aspects of the board that can be customized for the viewers?
Yeah, so we make everything at Crystalloid, and we cast our own checkers. So we have a casting department, we have the cutting department, the wet tubbing, the polishing, wood shop, case department, printing, fit and finish, and so because we do all of those things there, and the boards get built along the way, we can customize just about any element of the board. Most common are the playing fields. You can choose your own point colors, your point styles. If you want to add a logo or some initials, that's a great place to do it. Some people like a nice classic visual, so they'll customize the bumpers, underneath the bumpers. The leather cups is a really nice, the chestnut brown leather cup with a nice engraving of a name or an initial or a logo is really, really sharp. We can customize the checkers, which in some instances it's nice. In some instances it becomes a little too busy if every checker is, has something custom about it. And then the exterior of the case we can customize too, and it's a really nice finish to have a family crest or a last name, some initials. It's a nice piece.
Yeah, that's really nice. I think that's a really nice touch to a board when you can customize all the different features and you have that whole factory where you can do that. My friend Candace Maron came there and
Yeah.
visited and toured it, so she told me a lot about that. How was that tour? I think she had a lot of fun.
She sure did. Yeah, she's the best. She came in, big smile and just the pure joy and excitement. And yeah, she was great. And so glad to have her on the Chris Lloyd team. That's for sure.
Yeah, and she loves all the colors, and I know that the cubes can be customized too. There are a lot of beautiful cubes, right?
Yeah, I left that out. Yeah. So the doubling cubes, we have a stock doubler that goes with most of the sets, and then from there we can customize. There are some larger 2-inch cubes that people have come to really enjoy getting customized. The oversized cube has a good hand feel to it, and they do look beautiful when they're done.
Yeah, she said the factory is really big. How large is the factory itself, actually?
Current footprint where we operate is 18,000 feet.
Wow.
The building is 46,000 feet, and back in the 70s, Chris Lloyd occupied every square inch, and it was
Wow.
yeah. Back then, we were making 2 million dice every 2 weeks. Would go out the door.
Wow.
Parker Brothers, Mattel, Hasbro. It was a big operation. It sure was.
Now the dice you make them in-house, but these dice are not the precision dice that are usually used, right?
Well, we no longer make dice.
Oh,
So when I purchased Chris Lloyd in 2008, we were still operating as a volume wholesale manufacturing company. We had hundreds of retail partners all over the country and some internationally. But that model was not working for us. And so throughout after I purchased, didn't happen overnight, but I made a major change to Chris Lloyd in that we had to change our business model from volume wholesale and go direct to consumer.
I
We
see.
needed, we needed to realize that additional margin in order to not only survive, but to thrive in a way that needed to happen in order to improve our product line, employ good craftsmen, and we were able to pull that off. It was not easy. It was not an easy time. I promise you that. But we've come out, and I'm.
Right. We can see that. All right. I am back. Just going to test this to make sure the sound is working. I hear the board. Hello. Okay. Welcome to Ian Terry. Welcome to everyone else. Thank you for joining us. We're going to have an interactive chat. So this is the 2024 California State Backgammon Championships in Los Angeles, California. Welcome. My name is Alex Eshaghian. We have a fantastic match in the first round of the Super Jackpot. Sponsors are USBGF and the ABT, as well as Gammon Guys. Mute that. Okay, you've got the board on the main portion of the screen. This is a 13-point match. The scoreboard's on the right. 2 minutes per point for 26 minutes and a 12-second delay. Dirk Schiemann is playing the blue checkers at the bottom out of Germany, and Oliver Squire, also top Grandmaster out of the UK, playing the red checkers at the top, bearing off on the right. They are using a baffle box, so you'll notice whose turn it is by the illuminated light on the clock to the right. There is a player cam on the upper right. Sound is rather low. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Let me try this, see if that helps any. We'll bring the microphone closer to me. Let's see that. Okay, I'll try that. And we've got my camera on the left too. So let me know. There's a few seconds of a delay, so let me know how the sound is now. Thank you to McWoozle. Where are you joining us from? Yeah, thank you, Bob. Bob Orion is my good friend in Los Angeles. I brought the microphone closer to, so let me know how that sounds, okay? Please do. Okay, so I could hear it on my end. Okay, thank you, Ian. Okay, so very good. From England. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, welcome. So let's see what's going on. As for the commentary, it's going to be me for now. You guys can see my channel too, Alex Eshaghian Backgammon. There's a link in the description. The brackets are also in there. So now after a little bit of development, it's still the first game of a 13-point match. Oliver makes the 15-point anchor. I've also put some dulling spray on the dice so they're easy to see, no glare. Let me know if you have any issues. 4-2 for Oliver. He's going to make his 4 points. Now Dirk's going to want a 4 to anchor up on his 20-point. Doesn't get it. It's a 5-1. Hello, Tavan Balian. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I really enjoy seeing people in the chat that I interact with on social media. Okay, so I'm going to be looking at the other camera. So I'm looking at 2 different cameras. Hello to Lilith Sogomonian from Dallas, Texas. Welcome. All right, so that's a 6-5 for Oliver. He comes in with the 5, and he's got to find his favorite 6. There aren't really any attractive ones because you can hit, but then you break your 8-point and you leave 2 blots. So the board strength is equal. Both players have a 2-point board. He can slot. That leaves a triple shot. That's what he does. 4s, 5s, and 6s hit. 6-4 can hit and anchor on the 18-point. That's a good roll. Sends a 3rd checker back. So now it looks like a mutual holding game. 6-1 for Oliver. The 1 is forced. And the 6, he can't continue with that checker, of course. It's blocked from the midpoint. He can hit loose. That looks very reasonable, actually. And let me see here. All right, we've got 33 people watching so far. Thank you. Please hit that like button as soon as possible, if not sooner. Now 4-3 for Dirk. Good roll. He comes out and hits on a 16-point. 6-1. Comes in and hits back. Very good. We do not have an XG feed, so pip count's not going to be there. 5-4 for Dirk. Oh, no, that's a 5-1, excuse me. That's a 4-1. Okay, so with this display here in the commentary room, it's a little bit more difficult to see. but on the screen on the computer or on the phone it's easier to see. Double three, great roll for Oliver. He makes his 5-point on head and advances the back anchor to the 21.51 for Dirk. So the ace is forced, and he's given a seminar on ugly play, so maybe he'll do the ugly play playing 6-1 against a stronger board. Oliver has the rack, the 4, 5, and 6 points. He's looking at possibly bringing one down 13-8. That does leave a single shot with the ace, but then combinations 6s, 8s, and 9s from the 20 and 21 points respectively. Got a hit here. Double coming up. So he plays down, now a 6-1. Okay, so that's a good roll for Oliver. He hits with the 1. It's really a pleasure to have these two gentlemen, two of the best players in the world out of Europe. Now Oliver's looking at a possible double, but he does still have 3 checkers back. I had the pleasure of having dinner with Dirk the other night and lunch with Oliver as well as Martin Barkwill. Wonderful people. It's such a pleasure to have them. I really appreciate them coming all the way here. Also, thank you to Candace Mayeron and Patrick Gibson for running this. Thank you to the USBGF and the ABT. We'll be going all weekend, and the next ABT tournament will be in New York after the New Year. That should be a fantastic one. So now he's looking at a 6-2, or I'm not sure if he's looking at how to play it or if he's looking to double. Oliver is very deliberate. So there's the 6. These two actually played a practice match on this streaming board last night. For those interested, this is actually my FM Gammon Talat board. I chose it because it has good visibility. With this surface, the surfaces can be changed. So now Oliver can hit with 1s, 2s, and 5s. That's a double 1. 1, 2, 3, and 6-5. Oh, he'll split from there. That's right. That's better. That's a 3. And they're sorry about that. There's a little bit of a glare. Some areas there are hot spots. So it's a 1. Comes in with a 3 and plays 8-7 with a 1. 6-3. So the dulling sprays are not perfect, but they are very good. 6-3 for Oliver. Probably just come to the 5-point there, or he's going to try to hit loose. Okay. He's looking to hit loose. Playing aggressive. Dirk's looking for a 3. Doesn't get it. A double 4. At least it was a double. All right. So now, let me know. You guys think it's a double for Oliver? Put a 1 for double, 2 for no double. I'd like to have an interactive chat here. He is thinking about it. I'm a little too tired to do a pip count. Ian says double. I forgot to ask for predictions here. What are your predictions? Who's going to win? Oliver or Dirk? Who's going to win this? Double, double, double. So he does double. He passes. Oliver goes ahead 1-0. That's the absolute score. What I tell people is more important is the away score, which refers to how far each player is away from their goal of winning the match. In this case, it's a 13-point match. So with 1 point, Oliver is 12 away. With 0, Dirk is 13 away. If you want to learn about match strategy, I highly recommend Dirk Schiemann's book, The Theory of Backgammon. It's very technical, but I like it. Bob, these dice are solid colored. These are black dice. Dirk kicked your butt on Backgammon Galaxy. Oh, were you his opponent when he was playing his live stream match? Hello from Germany, Gold Flanger. We'll try to get some interviews afterwards, and hopefully the players can say hello. 2 on the bar, 6-4. Okay, so now he's going to roll. Still has some work to do. 4-3. He can pick and pass. Keeps 2 checkers on the bar. Now he has a 2-point board. The naked ace point. 2-1 comes in low. Still has a second checker on the bar, but he has that blockade on the other side. 3-1's a great roll. He's going to make the 5 point. Very good. Now Oliver has a 4-2. Great roll. He's going to make the 21-point anchor. They call the 20-point anchor the golden anchor. I call the 21 the silver anchor. Okay, so now it's 6-4. This is a little bit awkward. He's going to come down and probably safety that blot. Yep, there you go. Slotting the 2-point. Okay, now 5-3. So he can bring 2 down. I don't think he'll make the 3-point, or he can run. Yep, I think that's what I would do as well. 2-1. Okay, so he's going to anchor on the 22-point. Now that is bronze. Okay, Tevon. Tevon, I don't remember. Where do you live? Are you in Germany? Oh, hello. Jörg van Jeppersen. Hello, welcome. Welcome from Denmark. We have so many outstanding Danish players. That was probably someone taking a picture. Okay, so this is the original position. Can't move the back checkers. Someone's taking pictures. That looks like Patrick Gibson. Okay. 3. And then play behind. So Oliver has outfield control. And now he rolls a 2-1. So you see Dirk has 2 blots in the board. So he can play aggressive. Oh, you're in Utah. Very good. Salt Lake City, maybe? My friend Jordan Nelson lives in Utah. He has a serial hobbyist YouTube channel. He has a fantastic YouTube channel. I highly recommend it. It's he goes and reviews all these different boards. They're fantastic, usually the smaller ones. So now with the 2-1, so this is where you can play aggressive. He really wants to make that. If he does make that 4-point, it's a really solid position. Double 5. Okay, so that's an anti-joker. Look at that. Okay, so now I don't know if you can even take this. All right, so what do you guys say? Is it a double? He does double. Okay, so now take or pass. 1 for take, 2 for pass. Pass. Okay. Yeah, that 5-2 was a big anti-joker. So they reset the board. Oliver takes a 2-0 lead. Nutty Putty. What is Nutty Putty? Utah? I don't know that one. You need to tell me, Ian. All right, 4-1. Down and split the back checker. Double 1 for Dirk. So Dirk in German. So he told me how to pronounce that. So it's Dirk. I'll call him that. He's a very dear friend. Okay, Tapio Palmroth, welcome. Voting for Oliver. Maybe too good. Ah, Nutty Putty. Okay. Very good. Now 4-1 for Dirk. He's going to come down, redistributing a checker from the midpoint to the 8-point. They don't talk about. Too good on that one. Yeah. Double 1 for Oliver. Okay, so looks like he played 6-5 twice. My eyes are kind of back and forth from our monitor. And he's putting up another checker on the bar, or putting up 1 on the bar. So Dirk's on the bar against a 3-point board, 3-1. So there's the 1. And so what are the options? He can split up. That's actually very reasonable because there's not many attackers there in the zone yet. 4-2 is a good roll. So he's going to play the 4 there. And with the 2, he can bring another checker down. He doesn't strip his midpoint by doing that, or he can advance from the back. But no need to. This gives him some 7s. 4-3, speaking of a 7, outstanding roll. Hits and anchors on the 21-point. Double 4. That's a good roll for Oliver. So that one's forced. For those that are not familiar with it, when you roll a double, you play that number 4 times. So that's the first one, and then 3 down. Now Dirk has outfield control. 6-5, not his best. So looks like probably the best he can do is just hit on the 2-point. Just like that. Dirk has a new book called To Hit or Not to Hit. And for those who are not familiar with it, I actually had the privilege of proofreading it, and it's an outstanding book. It's not technical like the theory of backgammon. People really enjoy it, and it talks about things like this, hitting and not hitting. That was a great roll. Pick and pass with a 5-1. Now 3-1. So comes in with the ace and lifts. That's a 6-4 for Dirk. 62 people watching. Hello to everyone. Feel free to say hello in the chat. Where are you from? Who's going to win this match? 4-2. That's a good number. Hits and continues to the 18 point, and now 6-4 in and out for Dirk. Oliver rolls a 6-4. He's going to come around 18-8. All right, so this is going to be an outfield battle here. 6-3 for Dirk. He's going to play the 6 there, and he'll have to safety. Double 1 now. Okay, now 3-2. So I think he'll certainly slot the 4-point. Yeah, and it's a matter of playing 8-5 or 6-3. Okay, so Oliver's looking. 67, 86. Looks like he's counting the race. I think it's pretty close. 2-1. A little awkward. He'll have to break the 3-point, I believe. Like that. We're very lucky to have this kind of a matchup. Usually you don't see these except for like UBC tournaments. Another cube on the way, Bob. 5-3, he's looking at breaking. Does he want to leave a blot? There is a, yeah, he can make the ace point. That makes a 4-point board, and Oliver has 2 blots in his board, so he can't afford to leave shots. Double 5, what a great roll. All the way. 6-5. So now it's about counting the race. Okay? 30, 60, 70, 86, 91, 96 for red. 104, 106, 96 to 106. So it's a 10-pip lead in the race. Looks like a double. Possibly still take your only down by 10 pips, and you've got the contact that favors you, and you're trailing in the score. So he has all these things to think about. So that is 30, 64, 106, yeah. How much improvement it is from a 3-point board to a 4-point board. Yeah, that's true, Tevon. Thank you. That's something you really have to think about whenever you're playing backgammon, either making a checker play or a doubling decision. Okay, so Dirk does pass. Oliver takes a 3-0 lead. One of the most important things I've ever learned is look at the entire board. So what's going on one side of the board is important, but if you have a 3-point board versus a 4-point board on the other side, it'll make a difference too. So there's a 4, double 4. 3-2 for Dirk. Okay, so splits the back checkers and brings one down. That's a 5-2. Comes down and hits loose on the 4-point. You want to fight for those high interboard points. 6-5 comes out to the 14-point. That duplicates the 2s that hit and covers. So let me know if you guys are familiar with duplication in the chat. If not, I can explain it to you. Hello, Danny Gaming from Hungary. Thank you for joining us. It's such a pleasure to have all these European guests. Welcome. Please hit that like button. We're trying to get as many likes as possible. So that's a 5-4. Some people are not familiar with playing with the baffle box. The dice are always on the same side, but you see Oliver's light is illuminated. Now he tapped the clock. It's Dirk's at the bottom, 3-1. He comes in with a 1, and he'll come down and make the 11-point, consolidating his position with a 3. 4-1 for Oliver. So, yeah, you don't want too many checkers. This is the triple split. Bill Roberti calls this the McGreal split after Paul McGreal. The triple split provides a lot of coverage of the opponent's side of the board. Now with the 6-1, so he can make his 5-point or he can make the bar point. So it does leave that shot. It leaves a blot. This doesn't leave a blot. He'd prefer to have the 5-point over the 7-point, but leaving the blot is another consideration because now he can be hit with 7s, 9s, and 10s. So that's a lot of numbers. So that's six numbers for the 7. Only 5-4 hits with the 9. So that's 8 and 6-4. That's 10 numbers. 6-5 is not one of them. So he can make that anchor. That's really good. Now Dirk is looking to attack on his 4-point. 5-1. He cannot do it. So there's the 5, and he'll continue there. Started playing backgammon in September. Really? Welcome. 3-1. Oliver makes the rack. 4, 5, and 6 points. 6-5. Lover's leap. Fantastic roll for Dirk. Okay, so double 5. Okay, so now this is close. He's going to have to count the race. Okay. So 139 for blue. So yeah, put them in the place that's easier to count. Five, 2 for Dirk. Comes down, place of the 4-point. 2-1, just going to come around. So this is going to be a boring holding game. Double 5. Okay, so that probably lost his market. Who knows what a market loser is in the chat? Let me know. Tell me, what is a market loser? If you know what a market loser is, say put 1. If you do not know, put 2. Now Dirk is doubling. So now it's a matter of the race. That's 40, 73, 77 pips for blue. And it's much more. That's 52, 81, 111, 117. It's a lot. So what does it mean to lose your market? So we have Danny Gaming watching new player. So when you double, you have a chance to win 2 points or possibly 4 points with a gammon. So you want to double your opponent in to get that opportunity. So a market losing sequence is a sequence of 2 rolls, one by one player, the other by the opponent, where it was a double but a proper take before the sequence, but becomes a double and a pass after. So instead of the potential for getting 2 points or even 4 points for a gammon, you only get 1 point. Very good. We've got some experienced players here. Now a 3-2, so he's going to hit loose and bring one down. This has the benefit of bringing another builder, unstacking the midpoint. 6-3 cannot come in. All right, so Oliver is 10 away. So 4-3, he's going to come down, make that point. And now you're thinking about what play is going to lead to a double next. So he can split the back checkers. Or, thank you, Danny. Danny, you said you're in Germany, I believe. For Hungary. So he plays down. Now 2-1. So now he can make that 23-point anchor. Usually the 23-point anchor is not so good. But here with the broken 8-point, it's actually reasonable. 3-1 is a great roll. Fills in that 5-point. Makes a solid 4 prime. Now 4-2. Okay, so Oliver still has work to do. Those 2 back checkers are glued. Now he can make the 20-point or he can make the 8-point. So he's going to look at that one for sure. 25 likes, 73 viewers. I believe not every viewer is able to like. I think you have to be logged in. So that's actually a pretty good ratio. If we can get a third of them. Yeah, you guys know what to do. So please smash that like button, everybody. So that's a 5-2 for Dirk. He's going to bring 2 checkers down. Oh, Danny knows about the Crawford rule. So the Crawford rule is named after John Crawford, who wrote the Backgammon book with Oswald Jacoby. The Crawford rule is used in a match, and it states that when one player is within 1 point of winning the match, the doubling cube may not be used for 1 game. That's called the Crawford game. So in this case, it's a 13-point match should one player get to 12 points. That would be the Crawford game. No doubling in the Crawford game. However, should the trailer win the Crawford game, he may double at his first opportunity in the subsequent game, the post-Crawford. So now he's doubling, and he takes, even though he's behind a broken 5 prime, 5-1 is a good roll. I guess it's an okay roll. So he's going to come down 5. And then I don't know that he wants to give direct 5s, but he can play 13 to 12, leaving only 6-5 and double 5. So that's 3 numbers. He's looking at this. This works really well when he's missed. He'll have 17 numbers to make that point. Looking for a 5. Doesn't get it. It's a 6-4. So looks like he'll just make his 2-point, unstacking both the 6 and the 8 points. And that is a 5-2. Okay. So now that Dirk has a 3-point board, you might have to lift the blot with 13 to 8 and 7 to 5. And you don't really want to go 8 to 6 because you want to make the bar point, right? Yes, Bob, if you like backgammon, hit the like button. So I tell people it doesn't mean that you like me, it means that you like backgammon. So when I say that to my wife, even she clicks the like button. So if my wife clicks the like button, everyone here watching must click the like button. And you really want to click it an odd number of times, because if you click it an even number of times, the first time it will like it, and then if you click again for the second time, it will unlike it. So we don't want you to do that. So that's a 6-5. So I'm here by myself. I'm going to take a quick break to see what's going on in the playing hall. I might be able to get a co-commentator, and I'll be back momentarily. You. All right. Jason Lee is watching. Hello to Jason Lee. So this microphone, you've got to be a little close. I'll bring it over. I have my good friend Marty Storr, one of the top players of all time. Welcome, Marty.
Thank you, Alex. I'm happy to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Commenting on such a good match here.
Yeah. How are you doing?
So I did well in the Backgammon Masters awarding body tournament yesterday. I didn't win, but Melissa Shen actually won, 5-0 record. But she wasn't in the side pool, luckily for me. So that was good. I don't know what the PRs are like, but then I lost my first round of the Masters to Joe Russell.
Yeah, outstanding clear.
So now, it's
3-3.
3-3 to 13. Okay. So super jackpot, and Dirk knows this by heart. He switches, makes his 5 point, and then stacks his 6 point. And he's going to be in good shape if now the 2-1 played by Oliver is not completely clear. He's got to split. He had to split with the 2-1. He chose to split all the way versus stripping his midpoint. It's certainly all right. He could have actually thought about a slot and split, but he decided not to leave a blot on his side of the board. 24-22, 6-5. So now Dirk Schiemann is considering a double hit with a 4-5. And his idea would be to transition to an attack. Alternative play is just to make the 2 point and leave no blots. The trouble with that is that I believe Oliver must be ahead in the race. So 144 for Oliver and before the roll, and after the roll it would be 148. So it's a very close race.
So what's plan B?
Well, this is plan C, let's say. I don't know. This is a fine move too. It's just Dirk doesn't have any weaknesses after this play. Doesn't have a deep 2 point or 3 blots, but he says, all right, I would rather leave no blots. He's probably going to make this play from the look of it, which is just to make the 2 point and safety, and it's a close race. I think Oliver's up a few pips, maybe 3 or 4 pips. And this also making a 3rd point on the board puts pressure on Oliver Squire's back checkers. He rolled a bad, will roll 5-1. He just trying to escape as best he can. He hops out and hopes that Dirk misses that blot, which he has done with a 4-1. And Dirk says, well, I'm not going to let you come around the corner uncontested. So he's thinking about splitting with his back checkers with a 4 and playing an innocuous 1. I believe this is the best play. An alternative is just to come down with a 4 and make a minor split, but this is a more ambitious split, which is sort of failed in its aim because Oliver has pointed on Dirk's blot with a double 1. He's made the 5 point, safetied his outside back checker, and now Dirk has rolled an excellent response to double 4, and rather than let Oliver have the full roll, he's going to make his 4 point, come in and make a 4 point and hit. And Oliver hits him right back. He had 16 ways to stay on the bar, 11 ways to hit, and 9 ways to come in without hitting any 3 but 3-1, which would be a hit. So anyway, Oliver's entered with a 2-1. He's thinking now, how should I play my 2? He could keep his back checker going, trying to escape, moving up to Dirk's 3 point. He could hit on Dirk's 4 point, hoping to make the 4 point next turn or send a cube beforehand, should Dirk miss the return shot. I don't think that's not what I would do, put it that way, because I think it's too ambitious against a 4 point board, and presumably Oliver's now ahead in the race. 132 I get for red, and for blue I get something not too different on the count, but I believe Oliver made the best play. Yeah, 153 now for Dirk. $132 for Oliver. So Dirk is thinking about getting the best holding stance, which would be to make the 23 point like he's considering. He's made the move on the board, but his turn isn't over.
Has he played the full roll?
He's played the full roll, bar to 23, and making the 23 point.
Okay.
He could come in on the 24 point and go 13 to 11. But now Oliver says, okay, I'm ahead in the race, and I've got some attacking chances, and he doesn't have any builders in place to attack me. And Dirk says, poo-poo, I've got plenty of shot equity, even if things go badly. I might hit a late shot. In the meantime, there's a lot of work to be done. Now Dirk can just escape his forward back checker and leave only a 7 shot, which is 6 numbers out of 36. And Oliver's happy to run away. He hops to the 13 point. He wishes to maintain his lead in race. And this is an interesting play. Dirk slotted his open 3 point even without any direct covers. Oliver had to worry about a 6-5 or a 6-3 blot numbers, but he didn't roll either of those. He rolled a 6-1 to make his bar point, and now Dirk has come down to the 8 point. He could have considered 13-9, 4-3, switching points and giving himself more ways to make a 5-point board next turn.
Ken Goulden calls that the nifty.
He's got nifty shifty. He's got 21 ways to make the point, and the other way he would have had 28, right? So he would have given himself more chances to make a 5-point board on the following turn. He rates to make it soon, but it would have been good to make it immediately, as soon as possible, just in case Oliver left an indirect shot or something like that.
So Oliver might get awkward with that open 4 point.
Yeah, so 6-5 isn't the best. And Oliver says, should I leave him a 6-2? By going 10-5, the 6 is really forced. The only way to not leave a direct shot is to move 7-1. This leaves no shots at all, but it strips the 6 point of builders. But the advantage is, of course, there's no 2-6 to hit. However, he's thinking, well, what are the bad numbers here? The blot numbers I see are 6-6 for Oliver, if he doesn't get hit right away, and 6-5. Is there anything else? 6-4 leaves a 4-numbered indirect shot. And all other 6s are, besides 6-6 and 6-5, are safe. So he leaves no shots at all. He probably figured that the stack on the 4 and the 6-5 point of builders was a bit too much to handle. Now he can leave an indirect shot like this again, or he can clear his 8 point, which is very attractive because a point cleared is a point not to be feared. And that's what he's looking at now. That leaves no shots. It might, and if he leaves a blot on his 10 point next time, that's only going to 2-6, unless he rolls double 6s, which leaves a blot on the 7 point for 11 ways to hit. Dirk Schiemann comes in with a builder, his 6 point, maintains his 6 point prime. Oliver is happy to clear his 10 point safely. And Dirk rolls a small number and slots his 1 point, and he is still has a 6 point prime in case he should hit next turn. And Oliver is deciding to strip his 7 point, preparing to clear it. He's played 7-3, and he decides about the 2, and he plays 5-3 instead of 3-1. Interesting choice. Now Dirk can move all the way to his 3 point and give himself a spare 6 to play. 6-1 and 6-2 would play without leaving a shot. Often you don't want to. Often you want to come into the 6 point and you give yourself much more rounds. But now, that was a double 5, was it not? Yeah, double 5 for Oliver. So he had to play 4 checkers to his 1 point. Doesn't make any progress about clearing his board. And now Dirk splits with a 4, and he says, "All right, I'm gonna let him leave a direct shot if he rolls 5-4, 5-2, 5-5, or 5-6. And also, if he rolls 6-1, or an indirect shot with a direct shot with 4-1 as well, and an indirect shot with what? Oh, and a direct shot with 3-2. So I think he should split indeed, rather than break his board. there's a saying, break your anchor rather than your board. And he's thinking, do I get more shots by staying on Oliver's 6-point with a double coverage over there?
Just have to go through all the numbers.
Yeah, and I think I went through the numbers enough to satisfy myself that Dirk just made the right play.
Yeah.
And that's a great number.
That's
He clears, but now he's still got some
6-5,
jeopardy.
6-4, 5-4 is terrible.
And that's right. And also, that's all of them. So he's going to knock Dirk off of that 23 point, which is just where Dirk wants to be. And Dirk says, "All right, I'll come back in and close my board." Oops, there's a direct shot. And since he's going to be losing if he gets hit, he's going to leave the minimum number of shots, just any 2 instead of any 3 plus 2, 1.
5-3.
There's a 5-3, which would have hit, obviously. He's not going to leave 13 shots, so he left 11. And he's just going to come in,
Bless you.
hoping for what? There are no blot numbers.
Double 4. Great roll.
But if he can stay put, I believe he will do so against only 6 checkers off. So with 5-4, I think he should stay. He should stay where he is. But he says, "Oh no, maybe I'll win the race." I don't know.
I don't know.
He had 10? Any 1 but double 1s left a shot. So, and then he would have hit. So he had about almost 8% to hit. And then he could have won. He still would have been an underdog. That's probably why he chose not to make the plays. He'd say, "All right, I lose a few more gammons, and I don't win enough to justify."
So that's 5-3. Look at this.
Oh, there! Oh, look who's.
That's something on Facebook.
Oh, it's a child, a small, little baby. It's called the baby board.
This is Joseph Tomey and Sons. He makes these beautiful boards.
Oh.
I'll probably do an interview with him soon.
Oh, nice.
So now Oliver's at 8 away. That's a valuable score to be at, right, Marty?
Yeah. Well, even away. I mean, 8 away, you can get halfway to winning with with 4 points, and you could, if you win an 8-pointer or a 4-point gammon or an 8 cube, you win the match.
Oh, hello to Remy Davenport from NYC Backgammon.
Hi, Remy.
Have you met her?
Yep.
She's fantastic.
I met her in New York.
Oh, yeah, she's fantastic.
So now, okay, Dirk opened with a 5-4 and split, and Oliver rolled a 6-4 in response, and instead of running, he correctly made his 2-point. And now there's some little fireworks ensuing, and Dirk has rolled a double 1 to make his 5-point and hit, and Oliver did not hit back, and now Dirk has made his bar point, and he plays a 2 from 8 to 6, so that he'll have another builder at those blots, attacking those blots in his board, but Oliver's just rolled 6-5 and come out with both blots and made an outside point, the 16-point, sometimes known as the extended bar point. It was a guy named Alan Fenster.
16-point.
The 16-point was called by a friend of mine, Alan Fenster, who's unhappily now deceased. So a very good player, a very good chess player.
So
too.
like the extended 18 point?
Like the 8,
okay.
the opposing bar point was a holding
Right.
point. He says the 16-point functions somewhat like that point, like the 18-point. It's an escape hatch in some variations, and it's a holding point in some variations. So this is a bad number for Oliver Squire. Dirk has just rolled a double 4 to make a big board, a 4-point board. That's the 4-point board they call the barrel. The best 4-point board from
Right.
6 through 3. The rack is 6-5-4. The beast is 6-5-4-3-2.
I think Michi calls one of them the orca.
Orca is
Killer shark, right?
killer whale, killer shark. I do not know what the translation is in Japan. Whether it's kill or anything, it might just be orca. So yeah, Michihito Kageyama, or in Japan they would use the surname first. They'd say Kageyama Michihito. He is a great player, and he's a well-known author. He's written 3 books that I know of, right?
Yeah, he's working on there was another one I think in Japanese, but this one's. You were here at this last seminar when he gave the seminar on the 5-point match.
Yes, I was.
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
And this time Dirk is giving a seminar on ugly plays.
Yeah.
That's going to be a good one. I had the pleasure of reviewing it. I'm going to stream it on my channel. It'll be a good one.
I'm the model for the ugly guy. Now, okay, so Oliver has slotted his 10-point, unstacked his midpoint,
There you
and
go.
Dirk has said, all right, you're going to leave me 18 shots. I'm going to hit you. I'm going to double and then see what it looks like. He says, I'm going to win a lot of gammons if I
That's
hit
double
that thing.
5. Okay.
And that was his best roll. Gains 20 pips, hits, and makes his valuable 8-point. And he says, I dare you to hit me back.
Is that all of it? That's all of
That's
it?
all, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he hit with 2, and then he made his 8-point with 2.
4-2, so the 2 is forced. Probably 13-9. Oh, he can hit.
He can
Yeah,
hit,
but
but
that's
that's,
dangerous.
very scary because of all the return shots.
I always
2s,
tell
4s, and 6s.
right. The
A couple of small doubles, right?
and relative board strength, that's an important factor.
Yeah, you don't want to play blot hitting contests when your opponent has a nice 4-point board, the beast, with the barrel, and you have something that could best be called the Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese, that's right.
So that was actually good. Now Oliver he enters and he makes his 9-point, and Dirk Schiemann. Well, he's not going to hit now. He might have more reason to, because if he gets hit outside, he'll have some return shots, but he'll still have the disadvantage of the weaker board
Too many blots if he hits.
and lots of blots around. So
Wow.
I predict he won't hit. His first instinct was to just make his 9-point. If he talks himself into hitting, I think he'll regret it in the end. Even if he wins, he'll look at it later. Oops. Says, well, he hasn't done it yet. He's just looking at it. Maybe he's trying to tease Dirk and make Dirk hope that he will do it, and then be disappointed when he doesn't do it. But it's, yeah, so you can count all the return shots. He's got 4 numbers with which to come in, 5, 4, 3, 1, and he's got 2 numbers to hit outside, which is 6 and 2. And he can hit inside with a 1, and he can hit outside with a double 4 as well. So if you count the hitting numbers as 6, 2, and 1, and the entry numbers as 5, 4, 3, and 1,
6s
get-
and 2s are good from the bar.
yes, exactly. So that's right. So what you do is you take the number of points to come in on the number of numbers you hit with, which is, if you count 6, 2, and 1, that would be 3. You multiply those two, 4 times 3, then you multiply that by 2, and you subtract the square of those duplicated numbers, which would be 1 to come in only. So there'd be 23 numbers to hit, but then you have to add a double 4, which would also hit. And it will also cover the 2-point. So, and then you know, it's like I suppose he could hit with a 5 too and leave a double shot.
And Dirk has a lot of work to do with consolidating all these
Yeah,
blots.
I think Dirk is just going to play 13. I think he's going to decide on 13 to 9. He's going to
Oliver will.
Oliver.
will, yeah,
Dirk will. I don't know. Dirk will influence him with his brainwaves. No, I think Oliver's going to make his 9-point. It's the kind of thing you just have to hold your nose and say, all right, I'll let my opponent have the full roll. I'll make a new point. I'll minimize blots while my opponent has a much stronger inner board. Yes, my opponent has the full roll to do something, but he might not attack. He might roll something crummy like a 5-3 and not be able to make his 2-point. So it's true that if Oliver hits, Dirk might stay on the bar with 4 numbers, but he says, I don't care about that. So Dirk has rolled 5-4 in response, so he does cover his 2-point. I think that's much stronger than hitting loose and leaving a double direct return shot. 5-4 played like he's done. 13-8, 6-2 is very, very nice in that he still has some pressure on Dirk's backchecker, and he's got indirect shots. Thank you. I've been fed by Alex. So So Dirk has hit the outside blot, and Oliver has stayed on the bar, and now Dirk has got a 2-6, and he says, all right, I'm going to bring a builder to my 6-point, come around the corner with a 6 to the 11-point. And that puts him in good shape if Dirk again stays on the bar. If Dirk comes in, I mean, if Oliver stays on the bar, Oliver's red, Dirk Schiemann is light blue, whatever. You could call them white and black. Turquoise, that's right. It is very turquoise-like, but it's got a little less blue than
It looks better in person on this.
Yeah, it's very nice board.
If you see it on this one, you see this, it looks better.
I see, yeah, it looks more turquoisey.
Paul Weaver says hello.
Hi, Paul. How's life in Alabama? So Oliver has entered with a 1, so he's sort of safe for the moment. And Dirk says, I probably don't want to leave an indirect shot, so I'll make my 8-point and push a spare checker 6 to 4. Oliver says, I will make my 4-point hopefully, but he does not make his 4-point. He could give himself a double shot, a double direct shot to cover his 4-point, or he could simply make his 7-point or something like that. I predict he'll leave a double direct shot to cover. He might save a few pips of timing by moving to by making a 12-point. And then I suppose he'll just move 9 to 7 maybe. Not sure about this. Just thinking about moving all the way to the 11-point, but that would make him an underdog to, well, maybe not an underdog, but if you, some of the cover numbers would be leaving a direct shot, which he doesn't want to do. So I think now Dirk Schiemann is thinking about whether to move both checkers into his board from his 8-point, or to volunteer a shot right now by going 15 to 8, and if he gets missed, which would be 12 numbers miss, 6s and 2s is a double direct shot. The 6-2 double direct shot is 24 numbers to hit. But the thing is also is that if he were to leave that double shot and Oliver were to miss, or if Oliver were to hit and not cover his 4-point, in other words, if you didn't roll 2-3, 2-5, 2-6, 2-2, 6-5, 6-3, 6-6, or 3-3, which is a whole bunch of numbers, then he would have a very gammonish return shot. But he's thinking that, oh, if I don't make this play, I might be forced to break the 15-point and leave a double shot at a time when Oliver Squire has made his 4-point. So Oliver Squire hits and makes his 4-point. Even now he's got a 4-number return shot. He stays on the bar. But he's still got a lot of work to do because he's got 2 checkers back on Dirk's 1-point. Now he will make his 7-point and think about the deuce. Probably he's just going to move outside and try to double cover the 2 escape points, his 8 and 9-point. Dirk Schiemann enters. That's an absolutely forced play. The only legal 5 was to go 8 to 3. And now Oliver must think, does he want to triple cover the 2 escape points, or does he want to bring a builder ready to hit loose on his 3-point if Dirk manages to roll a 2? He's looking at 16 to 13, which would leave a triple direct shot if Dirk were to escape with a 6-2 or a 5-2. I think what he would probably do is stay on the 22-point. He'd move up with a 2 and not come out into the triple shot. So he's rolled a 5-1 and gone 8 to 2, and now Oliver's thinking, gee, I hope he cracks his board. But Oliver says, I will make my 8-point, ha ha ha. Now he's got a 5-point prime. Dirk hopes for any 2. Any 2 is a great roll. And he moves up with a 2, but Oliver is not to be deterred. He says, I'm going to point on you. And now I think he's going to play 14-10 and 8-3, which would give him a double 3 to close his 1-point next turn, and a double direct shot if Dirk rolls the Joker 6-1 to come in and hop out. So this looks sensible to me. I don't see any real gain from not double covering the 7 point and not giving myself a double 3. So he says, I'd better get out quickly. Yes! Oh, he gets out with both of those guys, and now he says, all right, I'll make a builder for my 1 point. He could also make his 12 point and give triple coverage of the 7 point. Should give him more ways to make the 7 point. 8 to be exact. 5-3, 5-1, 3-1, double 5, and double 1. And that's what he chooses to do, and Dirk again stays on the bar. Now Oliver's going to cash the game before Dirk can start threatening by entering. He says he doesn't think he wins enough gammons to play on for the gammon. And he's no doubt right about that, especially since he goes ahead in the 13-point match 7-3. He turned that one around nicely. I mean, I thought Dirk was right to leave the double direct shot. Dirk's behind in the match, and with an opening 6-4, he's made his 2 point. He wants to play a tactical game, and a 2 point board will help your opening game tactics. You'll be able to restrict your opponent's choices after you hit. And in the opening, as we know, there's a lot of hitting going on. Like here, Dirk had made his 2 point. Oliver responded by making his 4 point on, I forget how that went, but he hit back. He hit loose on the 5 point. Oh, he split with a 4-3, and he hit a little 5 point. Dirk hit back. Oliver entered with a 2-1, and now there's a nice juicy double 4, which is going to hit on the 16, I think. Hit on the 16, make the 4, and find another 4, which would probably be just to move the back checker up. I think the 4 point is a little more valuable than the 9 point for Dirk. Just a little more, because by making a third innerboard point, you reduce both the entry numbers from 32 to 27 on Dirk's part. So 9 of Dirk's numbers stay on the bar. Or 9 of Oliver's numbers stay on the bar. I keep confusing the players. Oliver Squire's red, and Dirk Schiemann is turquoise or blue or something like that, playing counterclockwise. So that's so Dirk made the play I thought he would make, and now Oliver's on the bar, and now Dirk's just going to double. He says, "Do you have are you brave enough to take this cube with such a big lead in the match, where you won't be able to redouble me hardly at all?" So he says, "No, I don't want. I get gammon too much. My recube equity is reduced. I'll just pass." So it's 9 away for Dirk and 6 away for Oliver. Oliver loves to be even away. And now Dirk has opened with an aggressive building play, 2 checkers down. He wants to start a prime and an attacking formation. And Oliver quite properly splits with a 2 just to possibly interfere with Dirk's plans to build points. So here's an example. Here's a double 4 where the split back checkers helps Oliver quite a bit. If he'd left them where they were, and then if Dirk could roll double 4, let's say Oliver brought 2 checkers down from midpoint, then Dirk would be ahead in the priming battle because he's on roll with more builders to make good points. And he said, "I'd rather put a monkey wrench into Dirk's plans by splitting." And I bet this is the move that Dirk is going to make, which is making his own 5 point with 3 of the 4s and then aggressively splitting the back checkers, saying, "All right, if you're going to point on me, go ahead, but you're not a favorite to do so." I'd have 9 ways to make the 5 point on his head. And if he rolls even an odd number, he might hit outside, but then there'll be a lot of return shots. That's on Oliver's part.
Question from the viewer. Grumpy Tortoise asks, Marty and Alex, do you prefer doing the commentary when not seeing the XG analysis?
Well, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, the XG analysis helps me understand in real time better, but I find that when I'm watching a match with commentary, I would rather not see the XG feed and listen to the commentators. You know, it's a good window into what the commentators are thinking. And usually the commentators are pretty good players, are pretty knowledgeable about backgammon, or they wouldn't be commenting. So I just given you my thoughts about why Dirk was probably going to make this play, and Dirk did make the play. And I bet his reasoning was about the same as mine. But now Oliver Squire says, haha, a juicy double 3. And he's just going to make the 5-point and 3-point.
You think he's considering the 10 and 15?
Or a double hit on the 5 and the 15. But this is like two birds in the hand. You know,
that would leave a block.
Yeah, you leave a direct shot, and he wouldn't make a 3-point board. And now he's just going to. Now Oliver says, you know, I'm winning the game. Is it enough to give a double? And he says, because of my lead in the match, probably not. So it's hard to fault that, because he wasn't a favorite to do anything great. And now he says, well, I'm going to provoke some contact by moving up with a 1 after I make my valuable 8-point. Now he could have attacked on the 1 point, but it was a little thin, I think. And now I'll bet you anything Dirk's going to come in on the 1, make an anchor, and then hit loose. It's only even money that Oliver will hit back, and there's the even money. We'll just make that point and make that advanced anchor. Pay off a little bit to a 4-6. And there's a 2-5, which is a good number because it keeps the back checkers diversified. 4-3 would have been better, but 2-5 is one of the better come-in numbers, because it lifts the blot from the 10-point and puts it in a semi-menacing position on the 5-point if Oliver breaks that anchor anytime soon, which he may not do. But Oliver says, now I'm winning. I've got an advanced anchor. I got more checkers back. I got a better board. Your builder position is not so great on your side. And Dirk Schiemann says, well, I'm behind in the match. I'm not just going to let you bluff me out. And Dirk actually has several game plans which were added together, I believe, plus considering he's behind in the match. And now he's rolled a double 5, and after Oliver made his 10-point and pushed 6-5 with a 3-1, Dirk Schiemann escaped 1 back checker and made his 1 point with 2 checkers on his 6, which they're happy to go and make a point. And Oliver has broken his 10-point to put builders on his 8 and 6. And Dirk Schiemann says, shall I make a run for it? By splitting? He says, no, I'm not going to split at all. I hope that Oliver just rolls something crummy like 5-4, doesn't make a point, leaves a 4 number in direct shot, and breaks the midpoint. And there's a boxcar.
It's a no-hitter. Good one.
He's throwing his 6th no-hitter. But he can make both bar points, ready to move off of the 18-point next turn, and blocking, putting a 4-point prime in front of Oliver's back checkers.
You think Dirk's a favorite in this game now with that double 6?
Well, so what's the pip count? We got 107 for blue, and we got 122 for red. So red would be 15 pips behind on roll. I believe I'm right about the count.
I got 107 for blue.
Yeah, 39, 41, 91, 107, and then we got 50, 65, 71, 80, and 122. 102. So, it's the second boxcar in a row.
Nothing but doubles for
And he
these
says,
guys.
what shall I do? Shall I go 8-2 or 12-6? I bet he goes 12-6. Because the 6s play okay 8-2 next time if he rolls
Hello
a
to
6.
Bill Spruce in the chat.
This is more flexible, but I don't think it's urgent to cover to fill the 2-point. But I think that's just the end of the game anyway. 94 pips for Oliver and 83 for Dirk. And he says, do you want to take a 4 cube? What did I say? 80, a 40? Okay.
84?
84 to 93 is what I said. 50, 74, 90, 94, 50, 74, 94. It's 94 for Oliver, and it's 45, 49, and 34 is 83. 83 to 94, so 11 pips on a 4 cube at this score. I don't think so. I think this is going to be a pass. Because often you have to worry about a cube, a strong double that will give your opponent the lead in the match if he wins. And that would be the case here. Martin Barkwill has just taken the picture of Alex
Welcome.
and me.
I had the pleasure of having lunch with Martin and Oliver the other day.
Yeah.
Really appreciate them coming all the way from Europe. It's two of the greatest people you'll ever meet.
Oh, yeah, yeah. They call them the dynamic duo,
They traveled
Oliver
together.
and Martin, yeah.
They were in Las Vegas, the Grand Canyon, is that right? I know Jeff Hall from the UK frequents Las Vegas, right?
Yeah, mainly for blackjack.
Yeah.
I call him Mr. Shirt.
Quite right.
Well, you have a gander at me, so everybody watching knows that I am too sexy for my shirt.
So how do you adjust after the baseline pip count here for the gaps and things like that and dead checkers?
Well, so you've got, I use something called the Keith count. There's something called eyesight, which is another kind of count like that, which is pretty equivalent. There's not much difference between those two. And there are other systems where you have a formula that gives you adjustments based on checkers on the low points, gaps in your board, things like that. So we've already established it's 80, what did I say, 49, 80, 83 to 94, Dirk Schiemann's lead. So if you take the Keith count, you take the raw pip count, and you adjust for gaps high in the board. So there's a gap on his 4 points, so you'd give him one unit more for that. So you'd give him 84, and then you count for any checker above, greater than the first checker on the 1 or the 2 point counts for 3. So you'd add another 2 for the second checker on Dirk's 1 point. So that would give him 86. Then you take 1/7 of that, throwing away any fractional part, which would be 12. So you get to his Keith count would be 98. Then for the side being doubled, you just take the raw pip count and you do the same adjustments, but you don't add 1/7. And the adjustments would be just a gap on the 4 point. So it would be 90, 95, and what did I say? 98 to 95. So that would be a redouble take for money. And Oliver, I was predicting a pass, but I guess Oliver he's not in the mood to it. Where do you play? A 3, 9 to 6? I would play a 3, 8 to 5, because I want to fill that 4 point and make sure that the gap there. So now I think he's going to play 8 to 4, because he's going to fill the gap for good. And now Dirk could play 7 to 2 and 5 and 1 off, keeping a third checker on the 5 point. And that's what he does. That's what I thought he'd do. And now Oliver can give himself at least one checker off next turn by going 8 to 6, or he can pay off to 1s but fill his 4 point. So no 1 except double 1 would bear off anything. But after this, he risks having a harmful gap on his 4 point. And Dirk rolls a good roll, 6-4. There's the harmful gap on the 4 point. Now you can see that all of Oliver Squire's 4s are going to be hard to play. He'll have to waste by going 6 to 2 or
Wow.
5 to 1. But 4 on the 5 point gives him a perfectly efficient 5-5. 4 off for the 5-5 and a 6-2. Now Dirk, I think, is still the favorite even in this variation, right? But with Oliver on roll,
33.
So I do a Keith count here, 2, 24, 26, 34, 37, and 2 is 39 would be for Oliver. He rolled a 6-5.
No, 6-5 for Dirk.
And the was it a double 3? Did he take 2 off the 6 point?
That was a 6-5.
Oh, 6-5, he took 1 off the 6, 1 off the 5.
Right,
Thanks,
and
yeah.
now double 3. Now 3-1.
Oh, 3-1.
Okay.
And
5
now
versus 5.
Oliver's recube is kind of
Weak.
inhibited,
Yeah.
unless you roll something like this, which he could have, he missed with almost anything.
Okay,
And now
so
Oliver says, do I want to redouble and give Dirk Schiemann the unappetizing choice of passing and going behind it?
So 5 times out
9
of
away to
36.
2 away.
Yeah. He's gonna have to roll a double 3 or higher.
Yeah, so right, so that you can compute Dirk's winning probability exactly. So it would be
31 times 5.
31 times 4.
Oh, 4.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah,
Right,
30,
right, 31.
so 124 out of 1296, which is less than 10%. And he would be getting to Crawford 6 away. He wouldn't even be winning the match if he redoubles to 8, which he would do. Redoubles to 16, yes he would. He'd be redoubling to 16, so it would be for match. And 2 away to 9 away is something like, what is that? That's 90% or so?
This is a pass.
So it's a pass. And so XG says it's a
Barely
close
a
pass.
0.01.
9.57. And he can get a little more than that by dropping. So I was thinking it might be 90% or 89%. I forget what the actual thing is, but the actual match equity table entry. Alex just pulled up Extreme Gammon.
You like have the same colors as the board on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Easy.
Wow. So Dirk is, he knows the match equity table by heart, no doubt, and Extreme Gammon's default match equity table called, what is it called? Kazaros Rockwell 2 or something. That's the one I have on my XG. So what is 2 away to 9 away?
90.2%.
90.2, so I said 90, that was my
And
first
he's
thing. Yeah.
90.4, so that's past it.
Yeah, wow, 90 points. So 1/5% separates the take from the pass. And Extreme Gammon says, well, my match equity table is so good that I know all about this stuff.
It's not a big error to pass it.
And Dirk also has to try to figure out, what's my relative skill compared to Oliver. There's not too much to choose, but Dirk is a super Grandmaster, Class 2.
I even did a 4-ply huge rollout and got the same results.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
This is where you take your time.
Yeah, you have to make sure you know what your probability is, and you have to remember the match equity table entry as best you can. And Oliver Squire is now telling him, well, what about it? Do you feel lucky?
What is it? Do you feel lucky, punk?
Punk? No, he wouldn't call him.
What was that movie from? What movie
That was good old Dirty Harry with Clint Eastwood as
Ah.
Detective Harry
That's
Callahan,
right.
Dirty Harry. And a miscreant was doing armed robbery, and then Harry was a detective, so he had fired a few shots, but he said, what about it? Do you feel lucky? Did I fire 5 shots or did I fire 6? And it turned out he'd fired 6, and 6 was all that was that the gun could handle. So, but the guy surrendered, and so it was rather funny at the time when I was young.
Bob Orion is now predicting that Oliver will win this match.
That seems like a good bet. But Dirk was not to be counted out. He knows the tricks. He knows the ins and outs of.
That if you move those 2 checkers from red's 2-point to the 3-point, Now it's a blunder to double.
Yeah, because then you have 10 ways to bear off only one checker. And then you'd face a nasty redouble, and you'd probably drop. Although I'm not sure about that. I could compute that too if I needed to, but as long as I remembered the match equity table entries. But there's also a chance that Dirk would fail to bear off in 2 rolls. He might start with a 2-1 or a double 1. Or a 3-1 is a miss. 3-1 is a hard miss.
Redouble and a take.
Yeah, because he's going to be down. Well, it's certainly a redouble because
As an underdog.
lose anyway. You'd lose the match by losing 8 points. So why not win the match by winning 16?
He's going to calculate this exactly.
Yeah, I mean Dirk is by now he's figured out it's 124, 1296, whatever he said. He takes.
Oh, he takes.
You feel lucky. He feels
All right,
lucky.
So
He
now
did not
he's going to
believe.
redouble.
Now he
And
redoubles.
he's going to take.
And Oliver
this will be the match.
scoops it up for the match. It's the one roll for the match. 4 out of 36. Double threes or bigger doubles. Oh,
No.
he says to himself, I saw that one. I better pick him up.
6-1. Congratulations. All right. So
Wow.
let me see if I can get them to come in for a interview.
Wow. That's cool. Cool beans. A short match. Now, Oliver Squire has won some big jackpots. Earlier this year, he won. I know he won at the New York Metro. I think he's had some similar successes this year as well. So you don't want to, you have to watch out for Oliver in the Super Jackpot. Now, as far as taking that cube goes, it might be that Dirk just thought, okay, it's 90% wins or something like that. But and I guess Extreme Gammon said he had a little bit more winning chance than that. So, all right. So I guess I'm gonna bow out. When I think Alex Eshaghian is trying to find the contestants, Dirk Schiemann and Oliver Squire, so he can interview them. There's Martin Barkwill in the background, nodding his head and smiling. That looked like Dirk Schiemann in the blue shirt at the doorway.
Post-match interview momentarily.
All right.
So I'll pull in a couple chairs here.
Here comes Oliver.
Maybe you want to scoot to the side and we'll put the 2 players
Sure.
in the middle. Place it here, Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Congratulations to Oliver.
Thank you. Thanks.
I told you last night that we should let me put this here. I told you last night that we should just forego the entire event and give you the trophy.
Yeah, it's crazy the amount of super jackpots I've won. I don't know how
Yeah, well,
it's happening, but
you must be
it's
doing
nice
something
to get
right.
nice to get through the first round. Dirk, that's
Tough matchup.
yeah,
You played a practice match last night.
yeah. It's nice to get some practice in with Dirk for sure.
Were you able to analyze that yet?
Yeah, I analysed it. I was making a few silly mistakes yesterday, but hopefully today we can wake up a little bit more.
We were talking about that last sequence where you redoubled.
Mm-hmm.
And so what were your thoughts about there? It was like this. This was the position, right?
Alex screaming yourself?
We're doing an interview with Oliver.
Well,
So
I knew it was a clear double from my side, so.
So how do you calculate this for the viewers?
So you do like a risk over risk plus reward calculation. So I knew I was risking from like 5 away, 6 away to Dirk winning the match. So That's like 40, about 44%, I think, 43%. And then my reward would be from 2 away, 9 away to winning the match, which is about 9.8%. So I do like I did like 43 over 53 basically as a rough approximation in order to double, which is I knew I had significantly more than 80%, so I knew it was a clear cube, and then just see what he does. Yeah.
I tell people it really behooves people to learn these doubles in the last rolls, the last few rolls, because the cube can get up really high.
Yeah, it's good to know the match equity, so you don't have to calculate them using Neil's numbers.
I remember you had that one against Sebastian Wilkinson in London, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, that was a cool one as well.
You were like an underdog, but it was like a 40 millipoint error to not to double or something like that.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think it was like 100 millipoint cube.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Nice end to the match.
So very good. Congratulations. This is your first match of the weekend, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good. Looking forward to the rest. So there were 8 players. So you're in the semifinals now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I think I have the pairings here somewhere. Okay, so here we go. No, this is the Masters Jackpot, the Super Jackpot. So looking here, so you're going to play the winner of Chris Trencher and Dana Nazarian. Do you know those two players?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very good. They're very good. So that'll be a good matchup.
Another good match to come. Yeah. Tough match.
And look at all these top players. John Rockwell knocked out Jake Jacobs.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Indeed.
So
You rocked me rather well.
you rocked it really well. Well, good luck. Anything you want to say to the viewers that are watching from the UK or elsewhere?
Just thanks for watching. I appreciate your support, and I hope you're enjoying this event in Los Angeles, and we'll see what I can do.
Yeah. It's a pleasure to have you. Good luck.
Pleasure, Alex.
Thank you. Martin, would you like to say a word? Martin is like, I feel like he's like your father almost.
I have been asked that. And I usually come back with the retorts now. I'm his great-grandfather.
Great-grandfather.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm getting on a bit, you know.
the two of you have been on a trip to the United States. I know, you were in Miami recently, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Oliver was. I didn't make it.
How was that? That looked like a really big tournament.
Yeah, it was cool. It was
Yeah.
nice.
And tell us about your recent travel before you came to Los Angeles.
Well, we started off in Las Vegas and
Yeah.
did a bus trip to the Grand Canyon, which was fantastic. You've probably seen some of the photos.
Oh, yeah. Those are fantastic.
Oh, yes. And I think Oliver enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And we then went back to Vegas and saw a magic show. What was that guy's name? I forget.
Shin Lim.
Yeah, he
Shin
did some
Lim.
amazing stuff with
Really?
cards. Oh, yes.
Wow.
And we visited the Mob Museum.
The
You
Mob Museum?
may have seen me in the lineup. I keep getting into trouble whenever I go on my travels, you know.
You need to teach Oliver some jokes.
Some jokes. Well,
He always has a straight face, but
Yeah.
you're smiling.
well, it gives me considerable pleasure when I see Oliver winning.
Likewise,
And
yeah.
yes, he's had an amazing run.
He does.
I mean, I think Marty mentioned that he won the Super Jackpot in New York, but he also won the Super Jackpot in Stockholm, West Yorkshire, last year at Monte Carlo. Have I missed anywhere? I must have done. I'm sure there are loads
Sweden,
more.
maybe.
Yeah, I think I mentioned Stockholm,
Yeah.
but I'm sure they wanted. Dubai.
Uh-huh.
The Super Jackpot and Mega Jackpot, you were joined first because they didn't quite go to the finish. So yes, an incredible record,
So I think we should call Oliver Mr. Super Jackpot.
definitely.
Maybe he'll win another one.
I mean, I keep telling players they shouldn't enter if he's there because they're guaranteeing themselves 0% equity.
Well, I know you guys have a lot of fun coming out here, and it's really a pleasure to have the two of you and the other European players and players coming from a long way. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, so I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity.
Well, look, you've made us very welcome, as Candice, so it's been a very great pleasure. And, you know, hey, there's some great players here.
Yeah.
So, yes, we're having a great time.
Great. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Okay, thanks,
Thank you
Alex.
very much. Congratulations
well done,
to Oliver.
Well done, Oliver.
Thanks, Alex.
My pleasure.
Yeah, you've done well yet again.
Cheers.
All right, so we're going to go to another break video, and then we'll find the next matchup coming soon. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
Japan, yes, yes. Hi, I'm Jay Jacob. Oliver. Yes. I see you post on Facebook all the time.
Yeah, I've never seen you on stream, I think.
Oh, I don't play online. Years ago, I got on Fibs and I played. And I thought, you know, well, part of it was I was writing fish at the time, so I felt like if I was at a computer, I should be working instead of, playing back.
In this video, it's my pleasure to be conducting an interview with CEO of Chris Lloyd, Jeff Caruso. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today?
Great. Yeah, doing really well.
And you're joining us from Providence, Rhode Island. Is that correct?
That's correct. Providence, Rhode Island.
That's where the Chris Lloyd factory is. Is that
That's
correct?
right. Yes, sir.
Very good. Looking forward to learning a lot more about the Chris Lloyd boards. I'd like to start with a little bit of background biographical information, if I may. Please tell us where you were born and raised and what you did after school.
Well, I was born in Baltimore, Maryland, but then quickly moved a little bit throughout the Northeast and Northern New York. But most from kindergarten on, I was in just outside of Albany, New York, a little town called Loudonville. Great town to grow up, great location to grow up, just south of Saratoga, but plenty of access to the Adirondack Mountains. And as a New Yorker, I found my way to one of the SUNY schools, the college SUNY of Oswego, which happens to be about 40 minutes north of Syracuse, right on Lake Ontario.
And for those who are not familiar, that stands for State University of New York, right?
Yeah.
Very good, very good. So you don't play backgammon much, but when were you first introduced to backgammon?
Well, I don't play it often, but I've played it for quite a long time. Mostly just in casual play with my brother, my wife, and so I'm not a tournament player. I'd willing to give it a shot, but I don't think I'd make it far.
Did you learn when you were growing up?
Yeah, we always had it around. So, you know, Chris Lloyd has been in our family for generations, you know, in and out of the family more so. So boards have been in our closet and, you know, on our game table for as long as I can remember.
Very good. What kinds of hobbies and interests do you have outside of backgammon?
Well, you know, quite a few, although I will say that the majority of my time is spent at Chris Lloyd. And if I'm in Providence, if I'm at home, you'll find me at the shop. It's just about 7 days a week. Yeah, I don't mind being there. It's a very comfortable place for me to be. And really, quite honestly, it's called for. You know, we're a small, but we're growing. And so I'm really proud of the time I spend there.
Yeah, that's great. Chris Lloyd is a very well-known manufacturer of backgammon boards, as well as other things that we'll talk about. And so people know about it. It's been around for a very long time. Good quality. We'll talk about that. How did you first get into the Chris Lloyd business?
Well, dating back to the 40s, my great uncles Alphonse and Lucky Lodato started A&L Manufacturing.
Okay.
They built this wonderful small business in Brooklyn, New York. It was very much a family affair as it was in its starting years. They did grow it. They did a wonderful factory in Brooklyn. And in the mid-50s, they met a gentleman named Chris Ruizzo, who founded Chris Lloyd. in Providence, Rhode Island. He was also in the plastics business, but he was in the game business, leaning heavily toward plastics and more volume production. So he and my great uncles found one another, and for years were buying and selling from each other to help round out their line of products. And then in the 60s, or right in the early 60s, the plastics craze hit. And Chris Ruizzo of Chris Lloyd became very busy. His company just skyrocketed. And he was a bright guy in the right place at the right time. So he started to buy other vendors. And in 1970, he purchased A&L Manufacturing, my great uncle's company, and moved everything from Brooklyn to Providence, Rhode Island.
Okay.
Part of that sale, my great uncles sent their nephew, my Uncle Jerry, to Rhode Island, along with my Aunt May and their 3 children. And my Uncle Jerry, who was a very bright Army engineer, made Chris Lloyd and his life's work. 4 or 5 business owners later, my uncle was really the only guy left that really knew what was going on in this business. And so he made the purchase in the mid-'80s and took Chris Lloyd over, which I'm very thankful for.
Very good. I think the people are most familiar with the unique aspect of the Chris Lloyd boards in terms of the cork surface. There aren't a lot of other manufacturers, at least nowadays, that have that. So maybe you can tell us about that, maybe how they decided on that, if you know, and the advantages and disadvantages of having that type of surface.
Well, it's a great question. I don't really have the answer to how it came to be, how early on, but I mean, so many boards from the 60s and the 50s have cork on them. And so I think it became, there's a couple reasons. So it's a nice product to work with. Historically, it was a lot more readily available, I think, than it is today. So it's a workable product in a manufacturing environment, and it's a printable product. So I think the two really worked well together. And before long, they realized it was really a nice playing surface. There's a little bounce to the feel. The sound is nice. The dice get a little spring of action on the cork. And just in general, it has a real nice warm feeling to it. And so, yeah, our boards have always really intimately been connected to cork surfaces. And I don't know if everyone is aware, but the best cork in the world comes from Portugal.
Really?
And so we've always brought our cork in from Portugal. And from there, it's processed through, it's trimmed and mounted, sealed and printed. And in more recent years, really because of the popularity of cork, one in the wine industry and a few other industries, it hasn't been as easy to produce. The only other element that not everybody is aware of, but it's a renewable resource. Cork, it comes from a cork tree, which I think it's every 4 or 7 years, the tree is ready to then be harvested again. And so they peel the tree and then they leave it to replenish, and it grows back again in not too many years down the road. So that's also a really nice fact that not only people realize that.
Interesting. So let's briefly talk about what are the other things you manufacture other than backgammon boards.
Several classics, checkers, dominoes, cribbage, and in the last 10 years, we have started to manufacture mahjong sets again. And I'm really, really, really happy we started making boards again, mahjong sets again. It's a wonderful community, also a very heavily growing community, and we've really been thankful to produce some beautiful boards and have been well received by the mahjong folks. So it's been very nice.
Yeah, they're great boards. The Chris Lloyd boards, at least the backgammon boards. I haven't seen the mahjong because I'm not familiar with those other ones, but I know those are high quality as well. I watch a lot of backgammon on YouTube, and recently I was watching the tournament in Jamaica, which was sponsored by Chris Lloyd, and I saw the
Yeah.
beautiful board there that was customized.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for noticing it. We were really excited. Jeb reached out. We had a couple conversations, and it was our pleasure to sponsor and to make that custom board for the live stream. That's a felt board, and it's really
Is it?
Yeah, it's felt. Yeah. So we are now into the felt game, and
Oh,
that's probably one of the first 25 that we've done. We've teased it a few times. But we have to be really smart about how we roll out a new product. So
right.
and people have been calling for felt from us for a long time, and so we did our homework, and we found the right supplier, the right felt supplier, and we did a lot of R&D. So one prototype after another. We did well over a year's worth of testing. And we feel really good about that set that we shipped to Jamaica, and that was sort of I'd say its international debut for felt Chris Lloyd's board.
That's interesting. I don't know if maybe they mentioned it in the stream. I know Larry Schiller and Phil Simborg were doing it. I didn't watch everything from beginning to end, so they may have mentioned that, but I didn't know that. So that's interesting. What made you decide to go into felt? People were asking about it.
Yeah, we had to answer the call. The many tournament players, want to play on felt. Excuse me. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, I think felt is interesting. Most of the boards that I've seen are on felt. There's also all sorts of different types, like I've seen the merino wool that's very high quality. I'm sure there's a different manufacturing process that you have to go through with felt versus cork. Tell us about that, please.
Well, the manufacturing process is something I have outsourced that of it. We didn't bring in the machinery and the equipment and the fabrics, and we're doing it in-house. Now, I don't necessarily want to do that.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and there's I've found a wonderful group that's what they do. They're very good at it, and so I'd like to build that relationship. We've got enough work to do.
Yeah, that's good. So I know you can customize the boards. I see the custom board behind you, but you can customize the felt as well.
Yeah. So we knew once it really doesn't. A big part of what we do now is customization. So I knew, even though we were introducing, we have a line of 3 new colorways that'll be on our website in a few weeks.
Okay.
But everybody wants custom. So we have absolutely developed, that system for customizing the felt boards also. They'll just take a little bit longer. Right. But the fit and finish of those sets is really, really beautiful.
That's great. So speaking of customization, I know you have that custom board behind you. That's a little special. Can you tell us about that one, please?
Yeah, that's a stock board. It's one of our signature series. That's called our Ocean State. So you can see that there's little sailboats. It's a really nicely designed set. And so Rhode Island is the ocean state. There's a lot of sailing going on here, and it was a little nod to our hometown. And it's a great seller. It's nice for we sell it to a lot of people who have a summer camp, or maybe have visited someone that treated them pretty well, and so then they're gifting this for them to their camp or their place on Nantucket or the Vineyard or Montauk, so it's a nice set. It's a good feel good set. It looks good open and left out. So yeah, we love the colors. Very good, vibrant colors.
Yeah. So that's a stock one. And in terms of the customization, what are the various aspects of the board that can be customized for the viewers?
Yeah, so we make everything at Chris Lloyd, and we cast our own checkers. So we have a casting department. We have the cutting department, the wet tubbing, the polishing, wood shop, case department, printing, fit and finish. And so because we do all of those things there and the boards get built along the way, we can customize just about any element of the board. Most common are the playing fields. You can choose your own point colors, your point styles. If you want to add a logo or some initials, that's a great place to do it. Some people like a nice classic visual, so they'll customize the bumpers, underneath the bumpers. The leather cups is a really nice, the chestnut brown leather cup with a nice engraving of a name or an initial or a logo is really, really sharp. We can customize the checkers, which is, which in some instances it's nice. In some instances it becomes a little too busy if every checker is, has something custom about it. And then the exterior of the case we can customize too, and that's it's a really nice finish to have a family crest or a last name, some initials. It's a nice piece.
Yeah, that's really nice. I think that's a really nice touch to a board when you can customize all the different features, and you have that whole factory where you can do that. My friend Candace Maron came there and visited and toured it, so she told me a lot about that. How was that tour? I think she had a lot of fun.
She sure did. Yeah, she's the best. She came in, big smile and just the pure joy and excitement, and yeah, she was great, and so glad to have her on the Chris Lloyd team. That's for sure.
Yeah, she loves all the colors, and I know that the cubes can be customized too. There are a lot of beautiful cubes, right?
Yeah, I left that out. Yeah, so the doubling cubes, we have a stock doubler that goes with most of the sets, and then from there we can customize. There are some larger 2-inch cubes that people have come to really enjoy getting customized. The oversized cube has a good hand feel to it, and they do look beautiful when they're done.
Yeah, she said the factory is really big. How large is the factory itself, actually?
Current footprint where we operate is 18,000 feet.
Wow.
The building is 46,000 feet, and back in the 70s, Chris Lloyd occupied every square inch, and it was
wow.
Yeah, back then we were making 2 million dice every 2 weeks would go out the door.
Wow.
Parker Brothers, Mattel, Hasbro. It was a big operation. It sure was.
Now the dice, you make them in-house, but these dice are not the precision dice that are usually used, right?
Well, we no longer make dice. So when I purchased Chris Lloyd in 2008, we were still operating as a volume wholesale manufacturing company. We had hundreds of retail partners all over the country and some internationally. But that model was not working for us. And so throughout after I purchased, didn't happen overnight, but I made a major change to Chris Lloyd in that we had to change our business model from volume wholesale and go direct to consumer. We needed to realize that additional margin in order to not only survive, but to thrive in a way that needed to happen in order to improve our product line, employ good craftsmen, and we were able to pull that off. It was not easy. It was not an easy time. I promise you that. But we've come out, and I'm very proud of the finished work and the team that we have in place now. It's all about the team. I promise you that. It's a good group of people, everybody working together, and really also proud to see how nice of a finished product.
Yeah. How many employees do you have in the company now?
14.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a good number. So in terms of the dice, you just outsource them, but when you buy a board, it comes with dice, right?
Yeah, we outsource. I mean,
right.
There was a time where everybody wanted Chris Lloyd dice, but throughout the late 70s and the 80s, they just wanted nice dice, and plenty of nice dice were coming in from overseas. So it just was a business decision to make that happen. And so we just buy them now.
Very good. I wanted to also display the website to showcase some of the products because this is really beautiful. There's a lot of great stuff here. So, are you able to see the website now on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll let you guide us through it. So let me know where you want to go, and then we can kind of go through all the different features.
Well, sure. Just, I mean, I guess if you are, well, you just scroll down a little bit. We can go from left to right under the products section.
Okay, so there are all these products here. I'll go slowly. I'll put it here. So we have attaché backgammon, custom backgammon, signature backgammon, tabletop backgammon, and travel backgammon.
Sure. Really, we could go through all of them, but I don't think that's necessary per se. But if you click on signature backgammon,
Signature back. Okay.
these are this is a very popular segment of our boards. They're just a little more design oriented, a little more thoughtful, a little more color, not necessarily just like our classic series, which is brown and white versus.
Right.
So the Legacy series are the top three there that you see here. You get
Yeah.
a little play on maybe beer brewing. So you got your Legacy Barley, you got your Legacy Hops, and you have your Legacy Midnight. And so all three of those come with our grooved checkers.
Oh, they're the groove checkers. Okay, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
that's one item that is sort of separates this set from another set.
Let's see if I can find one. Is there a close-up of the checkers?
Yeah, there'll probably be some
Right
somewhere
here. Okay, so this. Oh, so these are grooved, like
Yeah.
a finger dish style.
Yes.
And the exterior is really beautiful. I noticed like the classic ones have the circles at the tip, and I recognize that. That's like a crystalloid.
Yeah, we tried to pay homage to some of the history. We've seen some with the inline point, the circle. There's just that little point circle at the top, which it's a nice touch. It feels it just brings a little element to it.
And this looks like a custom cube. Let me see if there's a close-up. Yeah, this is a custom cube, isn't it?
Well, that cube comes with every set.
I see.
Now, at one point, yes, that was custom, but now we make them with our logo on the 64 side on every set that comes out.
I see. Really nice. And then this was the one that you were talking about.
Yep, that's the
The
one that's
Ocean
on the
State.
background, our Ocean State. Yep. That series does not have grooved checkers, but price reflects that also.
These are the flat checkers. What I like about this is there's a compartment for the cups here, so that fits nicely. If you see other manufacturers, they don't necessarily have that. So when you're carrying it, the dice cups are kind of like rolling around.
Yeah.
So I really like that. And then it has the clasps on either side. And the thing that I noticed is like on the bar, you can hardly see the hinges.
Yeah, hinges, historically we used to cover the middle bar with a flap. And again, listening to the customer, it just, one, it wasn't necessary, and two, it was a little encumbering. Sometimes the checker wouldn't stay on that flap, so we just got rid of it. That is an area that we've tried multiple different ways to hinge the set, and we haven't changed it yet because this is just the best way.
Yeah, and you can't even see it. And this one's a beautiful, like a camouflage one.
Yeah, it's our multicam. That's popular, very popular. Most multicam is a very popular brand in the camo world. They're a great company, and they got a very large contract. Believe it or not, that is a very smart camo design, and it was approved by the armed forces.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the price point is very competitive for these products. Look at those beautiful swirl checkers. I really like that.
Yeah.
So with these, the standard ones are like 1 3/4 inch size checkers. Is that right?
So our
And then-
our sizing for the tournament size these are tournament attaché sets. So the
Okay.
indicator is the tournament that indicates 1 3/4 inch diameter checker.
I see. And then it looks like here you can fit maybe 11 checkers across.
You can, absolutely. Yep. They're all designed to do 11 across.
Okay, so that's actually nice because some people prefer the shorter boards that they can reach across a little bit
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Oh, this kind of goes through it by itself. So that's nice, and it's got the nice sturdy handle there.
Yeah.
Beautiful
All of our-
exterior.
much of our hardware, so again, we made a lot of changes. It's not always easy to keep up with new photography and new changes. So some of these images are a bit dated. We are in the process now of doing photography. So on our more premium boards, we have new handle, new hardware, really, again, just updated stuff, and feels very nice. Yeah.
Right. One of the things I noticed is you can put like a custom imprint on the bumper, the side, the edges here.
Yeah, that's correct. That I was mentioning on the bumpers before. We've had some people customize every single bumper, phrasing all the way
Oh,
around.
wow.
Yeah, some fun stuff.
Interesting. Okay. So let me get out of this one. Okay. So that was this one. So let's go back. What was the next one you would like to look at?
Well, the travel sets is a nice section.
Okay. So how big are these travel set ones?
Well, you're testing me here. I couldn't tell you the name of the
Oh,
exact
what are the sizes of the checkers, for example?
Yeah, so this particular one is a newest set this year, and this is our magnetic travel set. If you're watching and you don't want it magnetic, yes, we could do it non-magnetic.
Yeah.
But that's a 1 1/4 inch checker.
Okay.
And so again, doing a lot of R&D before we went ahead and introduced this, we found a nice balance from, it's not a heavily magnetized checker to board. There's really you don't notice the drag when you're moving the checkers around. But if the board gets bumped or you want to move it, it holds plenty well. So thinking boat or plane or train, and so it's a great finish and a nice feel to this this set. We have cold roll steel underneath the cork.
Oh.
And every one of our checkers is drilled, and magnets are, we do that in our shop, drilled and the magnet placed and glued, and it's a little tedious, but it makes for a very nice finish set.
Does that make things a little heavier?
It sure does. Not so heavy where you're like, I don't want to put that in my
Right.
bag, or
Reasonable.
but from those two, between the magnet and the steel, now it's a thin roll of steel. So
Right.
but yes, it's, I think each one of those is 5 pounds.
Okay, that's not too bad. I also noticed the checker racks are 1 row of 15, which is unique. Most of the crystalloids are 3 rows of 5.
Yeah, that's correct. And this is the only one we have. And the reason we did it here, we have leather fold-up cups that would come with this. So you can just lay flat in the middle. And then it also kept that board just a little smaller. If it needed to be bigger, or the checkers to fit the other way, it was going to go a little bit bigger, a little bit wider. And so it's nice and clean. Love this board.
Yeah, good. Okay, so let's see. So these were the travel ones. Okay, so let's look at, let's go back. There are some other ones. The tabletop is just like a non-foldable one, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
So you just leave it.
Yeah, this has been a staple crystalloid for a long time. And I will say it's due for a little bit of an update, but it's very popular. It's very functional. People buy them. They love to leave them out. And, like our attaché boards, they last forever. people send their boards back to be refurbed, and they're 50 years old, 60 years old. We polish the checkers, throw in some new cork, and it's going to last another several generations. So we love that.
This is like a piece of art you can put in your home.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. It looks good. It looks good just sitting out on a
And
table.
look at all the different styles that you have. And the price points are very competitive for, the high quality product that you get. I think the thing that most of the viewers are probably interested in is the custom ones. So maybe we can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, we do a lot of custom boards. I mean, there are multiple, I don't
So
know
let's see.
I don't know how many a week, but a lot.
Wow,
So
beautiful. Oh, you have different ones here. Let's see. Look at that. I wanted to showcase some of the custom designs. You can put your
Yeah.
names on it. Oh, this is what you were talking about. You can put it on.
yeah,
You can write like a whole poem on there. And then, wow, look at all the checkers.
yeah, we have
So
mountains of custom.
if you want to design a custom board, this is how you do it, right? So maybe we can go through the process for people. So here it takes.
Yeah, the process, this particular process is what I would consider, it's good for the customer to go through this so they can kind of think about what they might want. They can see some of the options. And then we get an email with their baseline, what it is they want. And
What they want.
we follow that up with a graphic that builds what they had in mind. And then what we do essentially at that point, we open it up for conversation. Do you like these colors together? Do you like this size? We also can offer some expertise. Say, well, this is nice, but what do you think about this? And what do you think about this? Because we do these all day long, and we don't charge for, you make as many edits as you'd like until you're happy, and then we build. Typically, it's not that much back and forth. It doesn't. We get there pretty quickly, and a lot of happy customers.
So let's go back here. Let's do some stock ones. What's the custom points colors? So you can. What are popular custom point colors?
Well, blue and white is the most popular of anything we do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just kind of going through the process so people can see it. Yeah. Yeah.
Custom leather cups, very popular.
Wow. That's nice. Okay. This is really easy. You just kind of click.
Yeah. And then it gives you a sense where your price point is. And like I said, we get the email, and then we're in touch right away, and we get designing for you.
Wow, look at that. And it's fast. Custom badge. No thanks for now. Which font? You can select the font.
Yeah.
And rush your order. So what's the typical turnaround time for a custom board?
On average, 3 weeks. Some weeks it's 2. This time of year, we're going to start pushing 3 for sure. And if anybody out there is listening and wants to order a stock or a custom for holiday, don't wait. Just don't.
Yeah. The holidays are busy. That's actually a really fast turnaround time. I've talked with other manufacturers, and it's like a year. And I think that's really long.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we've got a dedicated team, and because we do everything there, and we've got a wonderful flow to the work process.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I'm sure there are people out there that may listen and say, well, mine was 5. Some will say,
yeah, that's not a big deal.
But on average, yeah.
But that's good. Okay, so is there anything else you wanted to see on the website? Maybe the blog? Is there something on the blog?
Oh, we've got a great blog. Yeah, we really do. It's not all it's not all backgammon. We talk about a little of this and a little of that. It's very current, and just some really good writing here.
Okay, good. Who
Yeah.
writes your blog? You have one of the employees.
Well, my brother Brian actually writes
Oh,
it.
nice.
Yeah, he's a writer, and so
Very good.
he's constantly nudging me to think of another topic, and
Uh,
he does a wonderful job. Yeah.
this is a nice picture. It looks like the manufacturing process.
Yeah, that's one of them. We had I don't remember. We had a photographer come through for it might have been Google who.
All right, let's sit close to the microphone, please. Sure. All right, welcome back. Now we have the semifinals of the Super Jackpot between Oliver Squire from the UK playing the red checkers at the top against Dana Nazarian of the United States playing the blue checkers at the bottom. 13-point match, 26 minutes on the clock. Player cam is on the upper left, commentator cam center left. I'm joined by my good friend and Grandmaster Chris Trencher. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Looking forward to this match, and they're one roll in. So far, it looks like 6-5 and then 4-2.
Be right back.
And Dirk brings 2 down. Dana will make the 4 prime here. Dirk should make his 4 point. Coming up with the 2 doesn't leave a sensible forward. He just wants to counter prime. He's got the advantage with 2 checkers back from Dana versus only 1 of his own. So Dana will bring the 6 down, and then the 2 is an interesting choice. Probably wants to split. Could play 13-11 to give him a little extra coverage against 2-6, 2-5, and 2-5, which would lead to Dana running out. I think I would split here. Yep. This is my play. It certainly would not come out to the 18 and stay there, because that just gives Dana too many numbers to make the bar point with tempo. Okay. Dana rolls 5-3. He'll point on the 3-point, of course. Certainly would not come out to the 18. Fans. Dana's got 4 builders on the 5, but I would not double yet. This is a 4-5. Okay. The 5 seems clear. We're going to play 13-8, and then the question is, does he bring another builder down? Or play 10-6. I'd be inclined to bring the builder down anyway. If Oliver rolls 5-4 here, he could otherwise use that to make the 20, which would be a very strong shot that would change the momentum, because then Oliver could just simply focus on offense on his side of the board. So I don't think you're giving up that much by playing 13-9. And I think here, if Oliver rolls poorly, Dana will certainly be in excellent shape to make the 5 next time, or the bar with many of the numbers it misses. So yeah, this is my play.
You double if he dances? Possibly.
Yeah, I would. Even though the back checker's not seeing daylight, there's too much of an opportunity to make the 5 point. Have Oliver fan, and then you get the guy around.
2-1, 23.
Yeah, I agree with this.
Okay, so now, still has that back checker to worry about.
Dana's going to make that, and now
4-3.
Oliver will counter prime. He should just bring 2 down here, I think. I wouldn't worry about the 2-6. If Dana rolls a 2-6, he's close enough to winning anyway.
They say the best way to counter a prime is with a counter prime.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, I like this play for Oliver.
Six five.
Ooh, not a good number. So Dana will. I don't think he wants to slot the bar here, so probably has to play 11-5, 6-1, ugly as it is.
Does duplicate 5-2 and
It
5-1.
does. It does duplicate 5-2 and 5-1, and if Oliver were to hit off the anchor with a 5, it would expose the rear blot to some returns where Dana rolls a 4 or 6 off the roof. So I don't know. Maybe you do slot it, just because the alternatives are so ugly.
Hello to Paul Barth in the commentary. He says, "Excellent commentary. Such great insight. Thank you for that, Paul." While you're here, Chris, I want to thank you because you were the one who got us this super jackpot event.
Yeah. I mean, I
Double 5.
All right. So Oliver says I'm not going to leave anything to chance. Just roll double 5s. I'll do that. He'll bring it down, and then this game will be over unless Dana rolls 2-6. And this one will be a wrap unless Dana rolls 2-6. I'll be interested to see what was correct with the 6-5. Obviously, it makes no difference against this number. And Dana just doesn't do anything heroic to increase the gammon risk. He's presuming Oliver's going to double him
Is
out
it
here.
possibly too good?
Yeah, I mean, Dana's only mark-gaining sequences are numbers where Oliver doesn't make the 9-point or the 3-point, and then he rolls 2-6. So I would have thought about that a little bit longer than Oliver did. But if that's an error, it's certainly not by much. Yeah, so this is the first super jackpot at the Cal State or the LA, or what it's called in June, the LA Open. I had just suggested to Candace and Patrick that we have a similar such events at most of the other big tournaments around the U.S., New York, Texas, Chicago, and that they should add this, and there would be some demand. And we did get a bracket of 8 to start out. Unfortunately, I lost to Dana in the first round, but I think, like I said, we got the bracket of 8, and I suspect when they add this and it gets better known, we'll probably get 16 in June.
There's an outstanding players playing in this tournament.
Nice shot by Dana, and then that is a 6-wood, 6-2, obviously. Okay.
Yeah, put some dulling spray on the dice to make them more matte, less reflective. 3-1.
So he'll hit and I think just come up to the 21. Yeah. All right, Oliver will do that. See, this is a prime example of how when you give up your 8-point early in the game, it just really deteriorates your structure quite a bit. Oliver's struggling with this play right here because if he hits loose, it's going to Dana will have some good responses with a 6 in it, and normally you want your opponent to roll a 6 off the roof beginning of the game, but once you break the 8-point, here you can see that guy's exposed, and for example, this would otherwise be a bad number, but now Dana comes in and hits the 8 points. So by all means, whatever you need to do to maintain your 8-point early in the game, unless there's an absolutely compelling reason to break it, generally try to maintain it. Okay, again, he rolls 2-6. Dana's rolled consecutive 6s off the roof early in the game after being hit, which would normally put you in a huge disadvantage. But here, in fact, he's after 5-4, it's about an even position, but prior to the 5-4, he was winning the position because of Oliver's structural deficits. So Dana will, I think, hit 2 here. He could hit just the 3 and then make the 17 point, but hitting 2 makes sense. One, not a good shot. He would have liked to have made the 9 point or used that blot on the 9 to make the bar, but he did not roll the number that will not make the 9 or the bar. He could play 9-4, but then he's got the 3 blots on the other side of the board, which gives Oliver a few numbers to generate some counterplay despite the 6 guys in the bar. So maybe he just hits 9-3. Maybe he can also just make the 17 point and resign himself to the blot on the 9, probably getting hit. What would I do here? I think I would hit 9-3. But I'm not at all sure. I think making the 17 is reasonable. You could also make the 16. Which moves the rear anchor a little bit closer to, covers a little bit more of his outer board, because there's going to be quite a bit of action in Dana's outer board here. There's this play too, he hits 2. I think this is an attempt to protect the rear checkers and also to give himself a chance to make the 9. Oliver does, in fact, rolls double 5s and now quickly remakes his 8 point, and now he's reestablished a structure that he didn't have before. Okay, Dana will come in and make the 9 and then look for 2 more. And it's not at all pretty. He's going to have to play 1 more to the 9 and then probably cover the blot on the deuce. Though not a good number for Dana, because if Oliver's able to hit that remaining blot left behind on the midpoint with an 8 or an ace, Oliver's going to have very, very good outfield control, and Dana's going to have a completely split army here. Nice shot by Oliver. I think he should just hit in the 3 defaults to coming up. He certainly doesn't appear to have anything better. He's looking, but I don't see it. I would not consider coming down 13-10 with the 6, because Dana will happily break his forward anchor to hit that shot with tempo. Okay, he'll come in and come out to the 18. Okay, Oliver really needs to spring one of those back checkers here, and he does. 5 is out for sure, and he elects to bring them both out rather than hitting with the 6. Makes some sense. Interesting shot here. Dana can play 18-9, but that stacks 5 checkers on the 9 point and really doesn't fight for outfield control. I think I would make the 15 point here, what Dana's doing, just because those 2 rear blots aren't in too much danger, with Oliver only having 7 checkers in the immediate zone here, and Dana's going to need that outfield point to get home here. So I like that play, making the 15. Okay, 5-4. That would have made the 15 Oliver's 10 point. A little bit of an awkward number here. Oliver would love to play the 5 out, but then the 4 is awkward. He'd have to hit with the 4 on the deuce point, which he really doesn't want to burn that builder. So he's considering making the 9 point, which would leave a double shot, but again, that would cause Dana to have to break that 15 point sort of pseudo midpoint that he wouldn't like to do, or he can just bring it in like this and leave only the single shot. And the 5s to hit and the 5s to exit with the rear checkers are duplicated, so that makes this play somewhat attractive for Oliver. I think this is reasonable too. It doesn't cost Dana too much to get hit here, and like I said, this 15 point is really, or rather, it doesn't cost Oliver too much to get hit here. This 15 point for Dana serving as a alternate to playing the role that the midpoint would normally play. So he rolls 5-3 here. He can hit, but Then the 3 is not attractive, and he's very exposed. So I suspect he's just going to make the 18 here. Yep. Okay. Little bit unwieldy. Oliver could play 15-5, but I don't think that excites him too much. So this is the alternative. This leaves 2 blots, but it duplicates the 4s and the 1s. What is that? I can't see in the light. It's 6 something. 6-1. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Dana doesn't want to maintain both those points, so it's ideal to break one of them with the tempo that comes from hitting. Nice shot by Oliver to hit back. And we've got, this is morphed into a standard holding game. Interesting play for Dana here. He really doesn't want that guy stuck back on the 23, but coming up to the 21 would allow Oliver to point. He's got 4 builders on it. But if he doesn't come up, I think he makes the bar point, and then if he doesn't come up, he's got to play 8-6 or 6-4. The problem is that that guy being stuck back there could lead to Dana having a little bit of an awkward position. So I would chance to come up to the 21 and then make the bar. Yeah, I think he's got to do this, and now he'll make the bar. If Oliver does wind up hitting loose here and then Dana hits him back, having the bar will be very valuable because then you've got the broken 5 prime, so Oliver may not be able to enter on the 20 where the checker that gets hit has daylight. So why is he doing this? He's doing this because he's ahead in the race, and this is the racing play. I guess he was concerned about too many points of making the bar. I would have made the bar there. Somebody can tell us what was right.
Bill Spruce and Dice Man USA say thank you for the commentary, Chris.
Thank you, gentlemen. Happy to try my best to provide insights into the position. If anybody has the XG, I'd be interested in whether that double 2s was right by Dana. It's probably not a big difference, but I would have made the bar there. But I can understand why he did it. He wants to not have an inflexible position with too many points, and it is a racing play, and he is clearly up in the race just by casual visual inspection, though I haven't counted it. Okay. As Dana was hoping, Oliver rolled a 3 or 5, so he couldn't point. This is Oliver's best hitting play. This is just leaving blots on the 4, 7, and 8 is very loose, though, so Oliver decides not to do that. Dana rolls a double 4s, which is an absolute horror show. He can't move stuff, and now he has to stack a bunch of checkers up on the 4 instead of the 2. That was a huge anti-joker. And Oliver will now attack. He's going to cover the 3 and hit. That's a no-brainer. Okay. Dana fans, and I think Oliver could look at doubling this. He's far behind, but if he makes the point here, I didn't double. Okay, if he makes the point here, he can lose his market pretty easily here because Dana has a very awkward position. If he enters with a 4, 1-4, or 2-4, he breaks a 6 point. So now clearly Oliver has a double. I'd be interested to know if he had a double before that. Because this is just a very ugly position that Dana has. Remember, he can enter with a 1-4 or 2-4, which will break the 6 point. So I wonder what Oliver's thinking about. He can't be thinking that this isn't good enough. I don't think. Because he's just got some threats to just build a 6 point prime, fill in the 7 and 8 point over the next couple rolls, and Dana just doesn't generate any counterplay. So if he doesn't double here, I have to think that Oliver thinks it's too good, and if he thinks it's too good, maybe he had a double last time. Okay, he does double now. And if I'm Dana, I'm just passing this. This is too hard to bring home. You've got the immediate 1-4, 2-4 anti-jokers, and your structure is such that if you enter with a 6, you're going to put another blot on your board. If you enter with a 5, you're going to stack another checker on the 4. Oh, Dana takes this. All right.
Oh,
I would have passed that.
this is a big. Look, there's the XG.
No, it's a big pass. Okay. So if this did, I wonder if Oliver had a roll before. All right, I'm playing loose. So just 2015. Yeah, that's fine. So okay, 2017 and then 13-8. I mean, the quickest way for Oliver to squelch resistance here is if Dana fans again, he slots the bar next roll, and makes a 6 in a row, and then tries to pick up another checker. Okay, this is okay too. In fact, maybe this is better because it brings another guy to directly bear on his 7 point. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oliver's got it right away. Yeah, Dana's not going to be happy when he looks at that one. Okay, Oliver does have a few bad numbers that have only 4s, 3s, and 1s in them. Oh! Yep, no, he's going to play this. That's fine. What is that, 5-4? I think Dana has to clear the 8 point. Okay, so now Dana's just got himself in a very ugly position. Oliver is going to want to bring those 2 spares in the outfield around, attack Dana loose, and then close him out as efficiently as possible. And he wants to prevent Dana from moving any closer to home so that he wins as many gammons as possible. And the proper technique here in a completely broken position is to leave the straggler on the 20 because that just puts maximum pressure on Dana's position. So here to do that, I think you just play 14-8 with the idea that you're going to hit next time. Now, Oliver could just go for it right here. He could play 8-2. The risk is very, very small, but he decides to play it safe and just play 14-8. He also figures that Dana's got a lot of numbers that move and leave another shot. This 3-5 is actually a pretty good shot because it allows him to clear that point without leaving another blot. So Oliver's looking for a 6 here to hit. Doesn't get the 6, so he'll 3-5. He's going to play 15-7, I think. So then he'll have the 5s and the 6s next time. And in the meantime, if Dana rolls a 6, he's going to have to split those 2 guys in the outfield, which is going to give more for Oliver to shoot at. Okay, 5-3. Dana's not going to move the outside guys. It's going to make the ace point. This is forced. Okay. Ooh. Not a good shot for Oliver. So he's again going to leave the back checker there. Dana again will split those guys with a 6, and now if he rolls a 5, he's got to break the 6 point. There's the 5. And a bad 5 too. It doesn't even allow him to cover one of the blots. 5-3 or 5-4 would have at least cleaned up one of the blots. I don't think Dana's going to look at 4-2. And I don't think he's going to look at breaking the outfield guys. I think Dana's got to resign himself here that Oliver's going to hit him eventually, close him out, and Dana's going to hope that once Oliver opens up during the bear off that he can bring in the closed out checker quickly enough to bring that guy into 2 checkers on the 16 point around to save a gammon. I don't think he can do anything cute here, so he's going to play 6-4, 6-1. Oliver's going to hit loose. If Dana hits him back, that could actually be bad because that would give Oliver a chance to hit one of those 2 blots. If he fans, Oliver will close him out over the next few rolls and then see if he can win a gammon with those 2 extra checkers outside. I mean, you can look at it, but I just don't see Dana playing 4-2 here. again, I think this is a mistake. All right. So Oliver rolls a very poor number. He would have liked to have rolled a 3 or a 4 or at least a 6. So he's just going to play here. Keeps the checker out on the 15 again to put as much pressure on those 2 rear checkers. Dana rolls a 4-3 on the same logic as last time. He'll play 6-2-4-1. Oliver presumably is going to be able to hit this time. Again, Oliver rolls another awkward number. He can play 8-2, 8-4, which carries a little bit of risk, not too much, but this is the same level of risk that it had a few rolls ago when he eschewed hitting when the upside for doing it was more, so he may just play 15-5 here. This is why the first time. This is why when Oliver could have hit loose a few rolls ago off the 8 point when Dana's position was even worse than it is now. It may have been right. I'm not sure, but it may have been right because Dana somehow walked a tightrope to get here, and now if he simply plays 15-5. Dana may be able to get those guys home, and now Oliver sees the gammon slipping away, so he's going to look at this play. So if he does do this, the 2-6 is duplicated. 2-2 will hit 2 guys or safety the checker. 2-1 is obviously a joker. 1-1. I think it's right to hit off the 8 point. I think the risk is small enough that he should take a chance because I think Dana is just going to squirm out of too many gammons if he's allowed to move those checkers home. So I think Oliver should do this. And again, he should now play 8-4. Don't let get off with the double hits from the checker on the roof. And also this is good because if Dana does hit 2-4 or 2-5, then he has to open up the 2 guys in the outfield and this straggler on the 15 gets some return. So this is my play. There's a little bit of a risk, but, you know, gammons pay double.
That's a new rule?
No, it's an old rule, but we
Okay.
forget it sometimes.
So he has a 6 to play?
No, this would be the whole play.
Oh, this would be
all right,
the-
all right, so he moves it closer.
Oh, he played the other
All
way.
right.
Okay.
Okay. Dana fans. Oliver will.
11-2.
He could play 11-2. He could also cover with the 6 and now slot the ace point and just go straight forward.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a trap play.
Yeah, this is a form of track. Dana obliges with the 1-4. Now he's got to split the outside guys. And if Oliver is able to roll a 3 or a 6-2 or a 5-2 or 6-4, 5-4, he's going to win an easy gammon. He doesn't roll something to kill Dana immediately.
11-10 to duplicate the aces.
I don't think it matters what ace you play. The only question is, do you play 2-1 to go big here? And I wouldn't do it. So other than that, it doesn't matter. This is fine. Okay, 5. What is that? 5-4.
5-4, double 4.
Double force. All right. So this is forced. Okay. Oliver gets the 3. And now Dana will save the gammon if he rolls an ace here, and we'll probably get closed out if he doesn't. Okay.
So in this
All right.
closeout,
Close out. By the way, if Oliver rolls a 6 there, that forces you to break the bar point loose. It's absolutely right to hit because you don't want Dana to roll an ace, and Dana's also got the a blot in his board. So had he rolled a number like 6-2, Oliver would immediately hit 7-1 with the bar.
So now it's about 40% gammons.
Yeah.
General.
Now Oliver can play a little bit looser during the bear off, take some chances because Dana has a 3-point board with a blot. So Oliver would be a significant favorite to win the game, even if he got hit in the bear off. So given the freedom with which he could play, we're probably looking more at like 40 to 45% gammons. Okay, so here Oliver can just take them off. And I think he should do that. Yep. Okay. Great shot by Oliver. Dana has no real chance of getting a shot at this point, so he just needs to come in and save the gammon. That's not going to help. Yep, Oliver does that. Doesn't take any risks, and he's even now. If Dana were to come in with both guys. Ooh, that's a dagger.
Most backgammon players I know are very odd.
Ouch.
Oh no.
Oliver rolls a big double here. He's going to win a lot of. Oh my God.
Boy.
Jesus.
Even a small
Jesus.
double.
Dana needs 3s or higher to save the BG. Oh, jeez. That is a brutal loss. And this started with Dana taking a big pass. Not,
Yeah.
He's not going to be pleased when he gets the XG file here.
Oh, no boxes. Oh no. Very good.
All right, 7-0 to 13. So this is a big enough deficit for Dana to start doubling a little bit earlier, and for Oliver to break close checker play calls in favor of defense to minimize gammonish cubes that he might be presented with. Here we see a typical situation. Dana's already made an advanced anchor on Oliver's side, so Oliver fights for a counter anchor because the only way to defeat an advanced anchor is to counter anchor or to get a racing lead and come home. So Oliver makes the play that fights for that. Dana hits 2, there's a risk, but there's no other play that offers an immediate prospects of a big advantage. Oliver rolls the 5 or the 4, which he needed to do. So, what is Dana doing here? He can hit with that same checker, but I don't like that. There's only 1 on the roof. I don't think I'd bring all 3 out to the 15 because you then got a little bit of a problem if Oliver hits the 3. I guess I would play bar 15 and then make the 4-point with both checkers. Hope he doesn't roll a 4. But I'm not sure. Making the 3-point is not too exciting. But he does that. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. I would have played bar 15 and then made the 4-point strong, but this could be better. Okay. Oliver anchors, and now we've got a pretty quiet, even game with Oliver up a little bit in the race. Hey, Oliver will hit, move that same checker to the 10. So you sometimes hear the phrase too many points. This is a situation where Dana has too many points. He has 7 points and a straggler, and any number such as this one, which did not allow him to play the entire number with the checker off the roof, creates a situation where he has to enter and then play some number that's unattractive to him with the back half of the roll. And here we have an example of that, and now he's got to play a very unattractive 8-4, breaking a point and putting a checker behind, and Oliver immediately rolls a number that capitalizes on this weakness. So right here, I think Oliver's going to hit. He could then make his bar, which would leave him a little bit exposed on his side, or the other play is to make the 17 and then swing 2 guys down to the 10-point. Or he could just go all the way and make the 14. I don't like that as much. I think I would come out and then bring 2 down to the 10. Yep. Okay. That's a forced play. And I think Oliver will move that same checker to the 8-point because it's nice to have a spare on the 8. What he's hoping is that Dana doesn't hit the ace here, and now he's got 3 builders to make the bar next time. And Oliver making the bar points what he most needs in this position. If he doesn't do that, he's got some 4s that allow him to break the 17 and threaten to disengage into a favorable race. So let's see. 4-2. There's nothing productive Oliver can do here, and he can't safety the blot on the 13, so I just try to race. I would play 17-15, 17-13. I don't see why we wouldn't take this as an opportunity. I mean, the deuce point is nice to have, but it's not that important in this position. And with Dana having the advanced anchor, Oliver doesn't figure to be prioritizing hitting loose on his 3 anytime soon. So this is my play. Oliver now with a big lead in the race, of course. So if Dana misses the 3 shot here, he can threaten to consolidate the position, and Oliver no longer has a chance to make a double anchor, having moved the having moved 3 checkers up to his 20 point. I don't understand the logic of this too. Again, I would just move the back checker to the 15. I think Oliver's builders are exactly where he wants them. Yep. Okay. Good. Okay. Dana misses the 3. Okay, so Dana's going to move one of the rear guys out with the 6. I think he wants to play 20-14 to at least create the threat of making a second anchor if Oliver does hit him. And also to keep a straggler back on the 22, in case he, wants to continue play with this sort of anchor with a straggler type game.
Oliver's looking at this.
Okay, Oliver does double. Dana takes. And he rolls 4-1. Now, it's an interesting question. Does he hit here? Because it's quite possible that he doesn't, because he doesn't want to give a chance to make the... Oh, he does hit. He doesn't think about it. All right, now he thinks about it.
Thinking about hitting twice.
Well, this will produce more gammons, but Dana's going to have some counterplay if he hits the 3 here. And he misses the 3, but the cop is now back on the 24 point, where he's much more effective in the 22. And Oliver rolls the 6-1, which does not let him clean up both blots. If I was Oliver, I would have thought a lot longer about just playing 15-10 without hitting, because it seemed like he had a very, very large lead in the race, and with the straggler back on the 3 point, it was less of an impediment to him, because he could...
Maybe because the midpoint was stripped and the 5 point is open, it's a little less dangerous.
It's certainly less dangerous, but I mean, the play Oliver made, he's making because he can win more gammons, and he's deciding that it doesn't. He's not worried about Dana establishing a double anchor.
So now he's looking at how his next numbers work.
I think he diversifies the 4s and 5s to cover the 5 point, because he figures Oliver's going to move the straggler, and then if he rolls a 6, he's going to play 20-14 with the 6. Okay, so he'll do that. Same logic. And Oliver will play 8-3, 8-6. He's going to have a few awkward numbers next time because the points outside are all stripped. Okay. Note Dana kept the straggler there. He did not, for even a second, consider making the 18 with 6-2. Playing a 5-7 games don't really work very well.
We're going to have my good friend Jake Jacobs joining Chris Trencher on the commentary.
Are you gonna take off?
I'll
I
be
feel
around.
like an
I'll be
inadequate
around.
substitute for you, Alex.
Oh no, I'm just mostly monitoring his chat.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Chris, how
How
are
are
you?
you? I'm good. I lost to Dana in the first round, but enjoying watching this.
So you're kind of rooting for Oliver just to get a little
No,
bit
no,
of measure
no,
of
I'm
revenge?
not. I'm not. You know, everybody who commentates, or not everybody who commentates, a lot of people that commentates got there because they lost previous to that.
I know the feeling. I lost myself first round.
Yep. So,
And having just walked in, I'm not
Oliver-
quite sure. Oh, okay, I see
Oliver's
Oliver has
just
a
gonna.
substantial lead
He's going
here.
to play 6-3 with one more, and obviously he's not going to play 4-1 with Dana having a 5-point board, so he's just going to stay there and hope. Okay, I think Dana just needs to play 2016 with both of them here. He does not want to leave. He could do this. Guess the advantage of this is 6-3 and 6-1. There's a slight risk that Oliver rolls a joker that leads to both checkers being closed out, but Dana decides he's willing to take that risk. Okay, Oliver rolls a nice shot, clearing both checkers. Dana left the checker on the 20 last time. He'll certainly do it this time, so. I think he will.
I think he will, but
So I think he's going to play 12-8. No? Okay. I guess he sees no further upside. Here, okay. And Oliver rolls one of his bad fives, so he's going to take a guy off, and Dana's got a winning shot here, which should be a winning shot. And he misses, comes in on the 5, we'll stay there. And Oliver successfully clears it with gusto, and I think Dana will save this gammon, but it's now dangerously close from his perspective. Okay. Maximizes crossovers.
that ace may have helped him.
That ace helps Dana because Oliver is now a fairly significant underdog to get off in 4 rolls, so he's most likely going to need 5, and Dana's down to 4 crossovers to get off, so Dana would have to roll very small. All right, that should do it. Now Oliver, unless he rolls a big double here. Okay, and Dana's a slight favorite to get off here, which he does not. Okay. And Oliver's got 4 numbers to win the gammon. Ooh.
Oh,
Wow, this is just a brutal match for Dana. Thought he was going to save the gammon. Oliver rolls the double 4s and
double 5s.
double 5s, yeah.
Can't cheat him with the pips.
Yeah, I mean, Dana was looking at that winning shot of the ace, and he comes in on the 5, figures he's just going to lose a single game, and then Oliver pops the boxes and has a few more breaks to go up 11-0. And now Dana's at the point that if he gets any kind of early edge, he's just going to double opening 3-1, 4-2. He's just going to double early on because cube access is worth so little to Oliver. I mean, Oliver's just never giving it back until Dana's down to 2 or 3%. And Oliver,
Sees
I
the
would hit
hits.
here. I would hit here. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Unless Dana comes in with a 6 that hits off the roof, Oliver's got a very nice position here. Dana fans. Oliver, of course, not thinking about doubling at the score. He'll make the 13. He'll play 13-8 to make the point, and I would play 13-9 just to. Interesting. He's hitting.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He's got a better board, and
Yeah.
he can
Maybe.
play for the gammon here.
Yeah, I would have played 13-9, but thought the ammo was a little bit light, but certainly hitting is reasonable. So I like this. I want another cover to bring another checker directly into the zone. Having attacked last time, I think he follows through with a consistent plan, and that's 13-6.
Yeah, I think he wants the cover. He's
Yeah.
thinking about the indirects there, but
So Oliver will cover here, swing the back guy around 16-11, start to bring more checkers within range of the 20 of his 3-point. There we go. Nothing more to think about there. Dana just can't buy a break. At this point, he'd like to just establish an ace-point game to have some
Ooh.
equity at the end.
He should have hit there, I think.
Yeah,
Certainly he's got to come in, but
he sees it now.
I guess that's okay. I would have hit.
Certainly reasonable. And Oliver gets the payoff to the play he made last time, which is the number that makes the 3-point. Dana finally gets his ace-point game. And Oliver's just going to come around and try to win it on double gammon. Okay. Dana hits him. And Oliver misses.
That's not his best.
0 to 11. Holy shit.
Yep.
Everybody's getting wiped out here. John Rockwell won.
So
As well
I think
know.
Oliver will play this bar 29-5. If he comes in on the 21, then he should play 8-3 to duplicate twos in that case, as a one in this case. This seems to be the most natural play.
Ryan made like 2 points in the whole map.
Dana rolls 1-6. He might as well just hit and come around to the 11-point.
I suppose he's thinking about something fancy, but
He's
yeah,
thinking,
I
he's thinking
agree.
about 24-18, but I am never giving up the ace-point anchor this soon with such an undeveloped offense. Dana's going to hit. Oliver obliges missing the 6. So what Dana's hoping to do here is obviously not get hit, but also fill in his bar or 4-point so that at some point he has a chance to hit Oliver when Oliver has numbers to come in that would force him to come off the 20. And in that case, this is a nice shot to make the 10-point. In that case, so now you've got numbers like 6-4 here. 6-2 is another one. Now Dana's got to play 20-14. Rather, Oliver's got to play 20-14, and Dana now has got some attacking.
And then still has a bad 2, even after.
It has a bad 2. This is a particularly bad thing. So now Dana's got some pointing, attacking equity, and the variance works more in Dana's favor simply because Oliver no longer has an anchor. This is not perfect, but not awful. So he'll. I suspect he's going to bring the 5 down now.
You got 8 people in this thing?
Yeah.
Originally?
You want to give Oliver bad 6s off the roof. He's already got decent 3s off the roof because he can play 21.
Well, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have a bad 6 anymore. Was almost thinking that.
Well, not a bad 6, but not a good 6.
I was almost thinking that the crazy.
Well, except for that one.
Yeah.
So come out.
Yep.
Oliver's going to play 21-18 with the 3, and with the ace, yeah, that's fine.
John Rockwell was in the finals, right? Yeah.
So for those of you who don't hear, John Rockwell's just beaten Ryan Rebelo in the semis, and he's going to play the finals against the winner of this match.
From Superboy to Super Jackpot.
Yep.
I don't know what he's looking at for the 5. I would
I can't remember.
bring it down for want of
Barkwill, okay.
Are there any more comments?
John Vitor.
Sir Williams?
I enjoyed that hotel, but it didn't have a swimming pool.
Oh, all right. No? As long as Dana can keep rolling 1-6 whenever he feels like it, he can have some fun playing the position.
I wish it was that easy, but only one set.
Double ones? No.
That's a tremendous shot. Now you've got some numbers like 1-5, 2-6 where Oliver's position cracks and Dana could actually have a double, before the bear off. It's unlikely, but Oliver's got a few bad numbers here. Double fours is another one. 1-6, that's a great shot.
Well, that's why they're there and we're here.
Yep. So what does Dana do now?
I think he just makes the,
Make
leaves
the
an
two.
ace shot and makes the deuce. I mean, he can play safe, but
Yeah. 16-9 is very unexciting. And one of the problems is that Dana's counterplay now paradoxically may not work out in his favor because his timing for an ace-point game has gotten a little shaky. Before he had all the timing in the world. Now because he's gone forward, his timing's a little shaky. So the
maybe
last
he's
thing,
supposed to leave a 3-shot and slot the 4.
yeah, but the problem is if you move the back checker, you're giving up any counterplay. I mean, here if you make the deuce point and he rolls a number like 6-2, 5-2, anything 4-2, 4-3, you've got a chance to hit the third Oliver's runner, with your straggler.
Yeah, if he gets hit with the ace,
And if he
can
gets
get
hit with
some
the ace,
timing.
he can get his timing back. Because the last thing Dana wants is to just sit loose here quietly and save a gammon. He doesn't really care about saving and kill his timing for an ace-point game. I mean, I guess he cares about saving, but his equity is so little from 12-0 to 13 anyway. So I don't like this. I like your first thought of making the deuce just to give Oliver some numbers. Yeah, for example, this would have left an ace shot. Or whatever, would have left something, depending on how Oliver plays it. So Oliver moves 4-5-4 because he figures he's paying off the boxes anyway, so don't give Dana 6-5. Okay, 5-1, that'll make the 4. Okay, Oliver should not move the back checkers. Okay, this is clear. Problem now is Dana's going to lose his timing. If Oliver can roll a number that disengages the back checkers, that's a great shot. Nothing to think about here. He's just moving the back 2 checkers.
Oh,
Dana gets a 6.
So close.
Dana gets a 6, but he can't find the ace or the 5 or the 6 to make it a race. So what does he do now? He's not coming off the anchor, so he's just got to play 9-3. Probably just slot the ace point.
I could slot the bar too,
Slot the bar.
which he will. Because he could still be getting a fly shot on the next roll.
Yep.
5 what?
5
Double
fives.
fives.
That's double 5.
So he's going to have to play 12-2, and then he'll bring one of those in. Presumably he'll play 8-3 here to distribute his spares. Boxes and 5s leave a shot at either place, so that's not a consideration. And Dana's out of time, so he really needs Oliver to leave a shot and leave it soon. That's a good shot. 5 in, 3 off. Nice shot. So for Oliver, clearing the 6 point, it's a little bit of an awkward structure with the inner gap on the 3.
This
But the
feels
consideration
like
is he
it's
really
like-
wants to get off the 6-5.
Yeah, I
So
mean, it not
I would-
only-
I would've
not
made-
only
I
does
would've
that
made Oliver's
distribution
play.
look better, but it does crack Dana with fives. So.
Yeah, yeah, fair. All right, Oliver gives him the shot. Dana needs to find the ace here. I don't think there's any logic to taking a checker off. If Dana hits this shot, it's just going to be a double on the pass.
Isn't necessarily a pass. He'd
I
have
always get
5 off.
confused.
He'd probably a pass.
A 5 off, but this is not a pure speed
Yeah, I
I always
board
get
situation.
confused as to whether you're supposed to hit or just leave it there and take it.
I would hit here. I think you just want to get it over with. And Dana again does not find the ace, and he's gonna, just like last time, trying to save a gammon. Though this one I think he'll save.
Well, we thought that last time.
We thought that last time.
What are they doing upstairs?
Dana's sitting there thinking, I've seen this position all the times I want to see it. 5, though. This one would be truly scandalous if it was a gammon. And
Oh my!
he's trying his best. A big double and another 9 numbers. Come on, don't do it, Dana. Give yourself one more game. All right, yeah. Dana's thinking 4-3 choker.
Years ago, a friend of mine was in the finals at Monte Carlo and rolled something like 6 2-1s, trying to get around and save a gammon, and failed to do so.
What are the odds of that? Rolling 2, 1, 6 in a row.
Well, they're pretty slim, John.
Yeah.
I'd say somewhere around 1 in 30 million.
I thought
Just
that only happened
ballpark.
in Galaxy. I know Costin would get a real kick out of that. You guys know Costin?
Yeah. So I'll tell you a story. Sometimes people find humor in those horror shots. I was playing my Chouette at home, and it was 2 o'clock in the morning. It was the last night. I had 1 checker on my 6 point and 2 on my ace point, and my opponents had 4 on the ace. And as many of you who are familiar with the game will know, that is a redouble and a pass, because my opponents win if they roll a double or I roll a 2-3. But it was the last night, and a couple of them were steamed, so they took, despite it being 20%, and I did roll the 3-2 right away. So that was an unfortunate end to the evening. And then the next day, Steve Sachs called me, and I was telling him this story, and his response was, well, did you play the 2 or the 3 first?
So this is a 0-12 Crawford. Brutal.
Sorry, I lost the flow. What does Oliver have here? He has an ace?
Ace 5.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play 4-3. Steve doesn't have enough of a board to put a checker out of play, for fear of getting hit.
How many places do they pay in the Super Jackpot?
It was a draw of 8, so I think 2 probably.
Yeah, but I think there's going to be 3 brackets, aren't there?
No, they closed it at 8.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Those what? So like 10,000 for first and
No, it was a $1,200 buy-in, so you got a 9,600 pool before the reg. So it would be 8,000 something if they did a winner pay all.
There's also a side pool.
There's also
Side
a
pool was
side pool.
300.
Yeah.
So.
And if they did a standard thing where 2/3 to first and 1/3 to second, then the winner would wind up with, call it somewhere between 5,500 and 6,000 before the side pool, assuming any deals haven't been made on the side.
I would not do that. I think you should just inch up and pay off to double threes.
I don't know, I'm just coming out with 24-18.
Oh, he still has the 5 on top of that?
I don't know, I thought.
No, I think he brought the 5 down, 13-8.
Yeah, I thought.
Sorry, everybody. I lost the flow of the play while I was telling my hard luck story.
Yeah, I just. I almost like going to the 20.
If he played 13-8 with the 5, he seems to be very sure of the 5 and only thinking about the ace. But
I like the 22 point more than I like making the 2 point.
oh, he's never anchoring here. I think the alternative is the 22. I mean, given the score, he's got the time to think about this. I think if this had been a highly nuanced match and we were looking at 7-7, I don't think he would spend this much time on this. But I don't know. Maybe one of these plays is right by a lot over one over the other, but I don't think it's going to wind up being that big a deal. This is what I would do, but I have no idea. So Dana does hit the 3, and now he'll play 2016 with the 4. 4-6.
Oh my.
Oh, and now this is Dana's best roll of the match so far.
Elliot Winslow used to say duplication is just another name for double hit.
Yeah. So, come down.
Is he even still alive, Elliot Winslow?
I would think so, John, because he's not that old, but I haven't seen him.
Nobody's seen him in a while.
Heard from him in quite a while, but he's been known to disappear for
Dana
long
could just play
stretches.
11. Dana could just play 11-7 here. Spreading them out is great if Oliver rolls a 4 or 6 in the next shake. This is a little bit more conservative because it's easier to clean up, though it doesn't create an additional builder. Okay, though we still got a lot of checkers in the zone. So what is
Hit 2.
Is he going to hit 2? Is he just going to make the 5 point? If he just makes the 5 point, he's got 3 blots.
No thanks, I'm stuck. Had their pizza.
Maybe not. He's only got a 2-point board.
He could just make the 5 point. I think just make the 5 point, yeah.
Bill Roberti calls that formation the rack.
I mean, Dana's odd away, so the gammon isn't of huge value to him. But on the other hand, when he's this far away, gammoning him, does take away the free drop, and taking away the free drop when you're this far away does have some meaningful value. So it's worth something to Dana to win a gammon here. But I like making the 5 point there. Ooh, not a good number. Would have liked to have anchored with the 4, or rolled a 5 to button those, or rolled a 3 to hit.
Double threes.
Double threes. What is... Now the thing to bear in mind here for Oliver is this is one approach. The other approach is just make the 5 point and bring a guy down, because Oliver doesn't mind getting hit again. And
Yeah, that
he's
would have
not,
been my
and he's not too
inclination, was
gambit averse.
making
So
the 5-point heavy.
I would have thought about making the 5 point heavy and then played 13-10 or 12-9. I would have thought about that a little longer than Oliver did, but he may very well be right. I just would have thought about it. So. Okay, Oliver does now make a second anchor. Double twos. So I think Dana will make the 5 prime here, playing 10 to 8. then make the 9 point and 6-4. Yep, that's my play.
Yeah, I would tend to do that. I would have thought about making the bar. I don't know if he can afford that or not, but I would have thought about it to lock in the checkers on the ace point.
You
But
could've
I think I'll do this.
So I think Oliver's struggling here. He's trying to figure out what his game plan is because he really doesn't have the time to play a 1-3 back game.
You should come out with 24-18 this year.
All right, so he's going to play open.
2 what?
2-3, I think.
It's kind of a glare. It might
We've,
be-
we've had this problem all along
it
that
might be two
that
ace.
that a die all the way down, about 80% of the way towards the bottom of the screen. There's too much glare.
Yeah, there's a bit of a glare. I can't really see.
Well, if it's 2 ace, it should be pretty easy to play. So I think it's probably 2-3, and I think I would not make the deuce. I think I would run out.
No, there's no reason to make the deuce, and there's variations where you regret making the deuce later because you can actually use the deuce point as the place to recycle some checkers. If at some point Dana's able to make his bar and have a solid 5 prime, then
It is 2-3, you're right.
he can recycle checkers through. I think this is what I would do. I don't want to commit to making the deuce. We can do that later.
Hey, I saw that. You couldn't.
I don't like this at all.
Yeah, I don't like
I'll
that.
tell you why I don't like this. Okay, Dana's not going to hold that anchor for a while, and if Oliver now makes the 5 point, he's going to be in a position to attack Dana if he comes off and get some counterplay, which he can do because Oliver can escape the back checkers through the hole in the bar. And also Dana's setting himself up for a bad double fours. So I like this much better. I think making the 4 point there's actually a pretty significant error. Okay. Like this by Oliver, same approach. I'm just going to slot my points. If he misses, that's great. If he hits me, I'm improving my timing.
6-5.
This is a really good shot.
6-4, nice shot for Dana.
Oh,
Bring,
it's a 4,
bring,
okay.
bring the 6 out and then just hit the 4. I think he has to hit the 4 here. Anything else is too cute and gives Oliver some numbers to immediately go forward. And you can't play this position as if you had a 5 point prime because he's the broken prime means that Oliver can escape.
Yeah, people sometimes overthink the
Yeah.
don't give him timing.
Yeah.
You can see he really hasn't given him any timing here.
Well,
Yeah, make the bar. Go ahead and make the bar.
I make the bar here. Yep. Yeah. So you see, now that he's made the bar, Oliver will be in a position later, or rather Dana will be in a position later to hit loose on the deuce point and hope that Oliver rolls a number to hit him back. Had he not rolled the ace.
5.
Now what Oliver might do here with an ace is
make the
make
deuce point.
the deuce point because
better
2-3 games are better against with suspect timing than 1-3 games, but there is the advantage of just bringing that checker up so you can get it out with a 6. So I would play this. I would make this play with that Oliver's making.
Shoot.
I don't like this. I think Oliver's going to run out of timing here. He really needs to bring that spare up and hope to come up with a 6 in the next couple of rolls.
That's why I don't like the hit.
Well, he's out of timing anyway. You don't hit. He gets it forward.
Well, if he comes up with to 22 and he can come up with a 6 in the next roll, the timing will still be bad, but it's at least close enough that if Dana rolls a large double, or is just generally fast. So, this is my play.
Yeah, I think I agree on that. I heard a comment from behind us on the idea of using the ace to hit, hoping to, generate. In that case, you could.
Oh,
go
he switches
bonkers
at the last minute. All right.
Oh.
Now it's your
Okay.
5-3.
Ugly number.
Oh, that's horrible.
I think he wants to burn 5s as quickly as possible, so play 6-1 now, and then, yeah.
3-2. No.
3-1.
3-8.
Dana's not concerned about the 6 here.
This is actually a technique to leave the 6 shut.
Yeah, the Rams and the 49ers.
4-3.
So I think you're just going to make, well, the 4 is 6-2. The question is, do you play 5-2 or 4-1? I would just play 4-1, I think. Yeah.
Right, he's got a board.
At this point, Oliver's hoping that Dana rolls some really awful number like double fives. It's close. So now he's got to put at least one. Now he's got to put at least one checker on the ace point. Somebody turn on. Thank you.
Sorry. Turn this down.
So
I
I
think,
get nothing but spam.
I think I hit from the 5 point. 5 in and rather than
So
hitting from the 6 point.
Dana's not going to make the ace point, so he can play 9-4 and hit 5-1, or he can play 9-5 and hit 6-1.
Yeah, somehow that looks funny to me.
That looks funny. That looks funny to me because then your fives are really bad.
Oh.
Or he can just volunteer the shot this way. I would keep the 5 prime and hit because it gives Oliver a chance to roll an ace, and which would really just kill his timing because then Dana gets to play with the hit checker for a while.
I think the 6-4 hitting was a mistake.
I'll give you 2-1 odds. Put your money where your mouth is, man.
All right, I'll my 10 against your 20.
All right, 4-5. Okay. You gotta find your next G then.
Oh, they'll write it, right? We'll figure it out. What's your name?
Ryan.
I think interesting. I would not have done this.
Okay.
I think Oliver's board is a little bit too strong to make this right, but he rolls a nice miss. He comes up with the 2,
He's the best player in backgammon.
and
I don't care. I think I'm right.
now he's going to
I didn't think you needed to hit.
play 8-4, and the question is, do you prepare to clear the bar point now by playing the 3 up? I think I would.
I think I would too.
Okay. All right, Oliver desperately needs to get that 5 or 6, and he does not do it. 4-3 is an awful shot. Dana rolls a nice number to clear the bar. Oliver gets out this time. Ooh,
Double threes.
double
Not his
threes.
best.
Not a good shot. Force play.
That just goes to the
Still good for you. I wanna give him 5-1 odds.
Okay. 5-2. This one is clear. The 2 is force, and then that makes the 5 obvious. Okay. Don't think I want to burn another checker, so we're going from the front point. Yep.
Oh, thank you.
what is this number? 5-1? What do you do there?
What
What's
did he
that
roll?
number? 5 something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he rolled 5-5 and played 3 of them and was figuring out where he wanted to leave the shot. Oliver misses the shot, which is one of the biggest breaks Dana's had in this match. 2-5, nice shot. Now, Oliver might, I think it's right to come off the 23 now so that Dana has a bad 2, but he may decide to hope that Dana rolls an ace or a deuce this roll, so that Dana will then wind up with 3 checkers on the deuce point and then come off of the 23 next roll, so that if Dana rolls a 6-2, 5-2, 4-2, or 3-2, he would expose 2 blots.
Pseudo coup classique.
A quasi coup classique, because given the weakness of Oliver's board, it would be difficult for him to win this game, only hitting 1 of Dana's checkers at this point. And if he stays, then that's obviously what he's thinking.
Ryan, are you going to San Antonio?
Yeah, probably.
It's like one of my favorite tournaments.
It's a good one. I
So again, what Oliver's hoping by staying on the 23 is that Dana rolls a 1 or a 2 here, winds up with 3 checkers on the 4-point. There it is.
Oh,
now
obliging of him.
Now he'll come off next time, and Dana will have some 2s that expose everything. So Oliver immediately breaks the 23, and he'll comes out to get the crossover, and just will look for 4. That's probably what I would do. Yeah. Now Dana needs to not roll a 2 here, and he rolls a great shot. No, there's no more 2-checker variations, so Oliver's just gonna. I think I would have played the 6 around from the 18, but it doesn't matter much.
6-2.
Okay, Dana. It's Oliver's got decent chances to save the game, but if he hits back, but he doesn't. And now Oliver has 7 crossovers to get off, and Dana has 6, so Oliver's going to need multiple doubles here.
What's the chances of winning?
And that's it. Okay. 1 away, 12 away. I'd have to consult Neil's tables, but I'm confident it's a small single-digit number.
What would you guess?
3%. Oh, it's 11 away, 1 away, 11 away. That's probably more like 5.
I'll go with 4.99%.
Okay. All right, if you're calling it to the second decimal, we know you're cheating. All right.
4.25.
Dana immediately plays the game, makes the gammon go play, sliding the ace point.
Is there any thought to not doubling automatically?
No. So notice Dana immediately played the 4-1 by slotting the 5-point, which is your gammon go play here. You want to slot with 2-1 and 4-1 in the opening rolls. Of course, Oliver responds with boxes, which is a great way to reduce the number of gammons you're going to lose.
You're just a stud. He just rolls what he needs to every single time.
Okay. That's Ryan Rebelo in the background, sitting here with me. A common characteristic of people commentating matches is that sometime in the fairly recent past they played a match and didn't roll well. Dana would like to make the 4-point with a 2, but he desperately needs to split and try to establish some sort of counterplay, so he splits with the deuce. Oliver rolls 1-4. I think he's just going to hit in safety that guy because there's nothing more productive on his side of the board. Dana's going to have a few 6s to hit with here. Oh, wow, a super joker, its absolute best. Comes in, hits and covers. That was the best number by a wide margin. That's the highlight of Dana's match so far.
6-4.
Okay, 6-4. And Dana's just going to play with reckless abandon to try and gammon him because what's he got to lose?
Would you say 499?
2-4, nice shot by Oliver. He's going to hit with the 4 because he's got no safe place anyway. Dana desperately needs to come up with a 6 or a 4. The return hits here, and he gets the 6. Okay. And Oliver doesn't come in. Dana's trying to move forward and win a gammon. He's going to hit it with the 4, bring the 6 down to the bar. And Oliver misses again. And Dana covers with the 4. He'll move the ace up so he can in the back to get out with a 6. Yep. Okay. I'm playing 6 out. You don't want to get stuck. And maybe you just move the same guy so you don't have bad double 4s. It's very important in these types of positions to not leave yourself those rude high doubles, double 4s, double 5s, double 6s that blow up your position. Okay.
5-2.
Again, coming up with the 2 and then swinging one of the guys around for the 5.
Or
coming in like it, yeah. Another direct, another block barrier.
And maybe just in time.
On the ace point. And he closes him out. All right. And Dana's going to get the 12-6, so that is 1 away, 7 away. And that's a big enough number that we can calculate it.
Over 9%?
That's about 9 or 10%, yeah.
No, more than that.
It's 9.
No, it's not 9. It's 9 on Crawford games, but you could win a gammon on the Crawford. You're right. So it's like maybe 11 or something.
Okay, Dana just watching for boxes here and wanting to make sure that he doesn't, not only that he doesn't leave a shot with boxes, but he doesn't leave a very awkward structure. Now right here he should play 10-4, not 10-7, 8-5, because boxes will. I think. Did we lose the? So I think they lost track of what the position was.
Yeah, he misplayed, oh no, yes.
So from here he has 3 more.
No, he's got 4 from here, I think.
I thought he had 1 on the bar originally, so this is not a legal play.
No, remember he brought the 1 in earlier.
Oh, he did?
So this was the position that he started with. So I guess he'll play 5 and 8.
All right, so then he's going to play.
5 and 8.
Yeah, 5 and 8 exactly. He doesn't really have a choice here. I thought he could have played 1 to the 4 point.
Well, he could have when he misplayed. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now he's got a nice structure. Just take that guy off. Yep. No need for Dana to take any chances in the bear off here because with Oliver's 9 extra crossovers outside, Dana's well north of 90% to win a gammon if he doesn't get hit here. Yeah. 2 checkers on the roof, generally not enough to worry about backgammons. If it happens, it's more of a freak of nature that comes in the last couple of rolls rather than something you plan for early in the bear off. Dana would very much prefer Oliver to come in here. And he does not. Dana's got 12 bad numbers here. And he finds one of them. Ooh.
3's coming, you know, Oliver.
All right, and we are at 12-6. 1 away, 7 away, which on authority we're hearing is 9 or 10%.
11.
11? Okay. The night they assigned the Kazaros tables, I failed that lesson.
Well, he pulls this off, will be the greatest comeback since Brady in Atlanta.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say if Oliver loses this match, he's going to be in a bad mood for the rest of the weekend.
I've seen people come back from 14-0 twice, and I think both times it might have been Mac Ballard doing it. And the one time, the people sitting next to him were at 4-away, 3-away, and wound up, double match point because it was a double and a redouble. But they were playing so slowly, one of them was a chess master, that Knack actually came back from 14-0 and won the match, while the other two were playing effectively double match point.
Greatest comeback since Average Joe's Gym and Global Gym and a little dodgeball time.
All right, I'll go off the screen for the pizza break.
I used to go to a pizza place in Tokyo that every time I went in there, they were showing that movie for about a year.
The dodgeball movie?
Yeah.
On ESPN 8, the Ocho.
Yeah, I actually know that guy, Gary Cole.
Who?
Gary Cole, the guy who, would say that.
No, that was Jason Bateman.
Well, there were 2 guys doing commentary, and one of them was Gary Cole.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know Gary Cole from the West Wing.
From
The West Wing.
Oh, he was also in that movie Office Space, which I thought was really fun.
Oh, yeah.
You know that guy, that actor?
Yeah, my mom was in a play at Steppenwolf years ago when he was a Steppenwolf actor.
Isn't Steppenwolf a band?
That too.
Well, there's a theater company in Chicago that
Okay.
goes by that name.
Born to be wild.
Yeah, well, they were Canadian, so no wonder you know
Yeah,
them.
I know that. Well, I know that one song at least.
I had a girlfriend who was trying to learn German by reading Steppenwolf with a Korean-German dictionary.
The German, the Steppenwolf?
Well, Hermann Hesse was German.
Okay, I got
Johnny
I think he was
Johnny?
also.
from WKRP, remember? Oh, Howard Hessman.
Does it say how many we have watching? I'm just curious.
You're monitoring the chat?
Yeah.
With his viewers?
He was also.
There's not that many. There's not that much chat. Is the chat live?
Yeah.
133.
61 now. No, that's something different.
Wish there was like a Dairy Queen around.
Views per hour.
Hour.
There is, it's upstairs.
You get a lot of views. The matchup has been very good. And the commentators. You guys and Marty Store
Where's Marty?
playing.
Ah.
Ryan, do you want to come commentate?
No, you guys are doing a good job. Why don't you go?
Yes, this is as good as it gets.
Well, I don't know. This man has sauce, pizza sauce.
I'm enjoying my pizza. Watch. Go ahead. Say what, the commentating the final was fun for sure.
The what?
The world final.
Oh, when you were doing them
Yeah,
with
that
Mark
was a
Olson.
lot of fun.
Yeah.
Came through all right.
Thanks.
That's good.
It was you two and Phil?
Phil was there, Dan Rivera from England.
Yeah, I saw them, but for the finals it was 3 people?
No, we sort of did it I was the only one that did it from start to finish.
Oh.
Mark sort of came in and out, Phil came in and out, and Dan Rivera came in and out.
Speaking of Phil, why isn't he here?
That's a good question. I was trying to figure out where he is.
Oh, he told me he had some lessons or something.
Is he coming now?
I don't think so.
Someone wanted to take some lessons.
No, I don't know. He'll be in New York.
Okay, we're back.
All right.
It's 12-6 post Crawford.
Dana.
Dana's trying to come back.
3. Oliver splits, which is the gammon save play, rather than slotting the ace, which challenges Dana to a prime
Double
versus
some
prime.
ace.
Okay,
Is
so
that
we.
red or blue? I can't even tell me.
Blue's got double. Blue's got double 3, so we make the 5-point right away. And then he has a choice between making a rear anchor or bringing 2 down. I bring the 2 down just because, again, we're gammon go and we want to have some flexibility.
One thing
Really?
about
Ooh,
the
no.
box is you can't
I
really
really would have made the 5-point there.
Yeah, that was a blunder.
But he knew that the 4-2 was coming.
However, if Oliver has a 4-2 coming, this is a very reasonable play.
No, he's supposed to come down and push.
You're supposed to come down, right? Because that's a gammon go score.
Maybe that worked though.
Yeah, I mean, it worked. All right. Okay, I think Oliver's got a button up here. I would play 24, 23, and 13-9.
It's the only play, really.
Yeah.
See if olive juice finds something else. It does.
This is way too big a gammon save, isn't it?
The big one.
This would be,
He just wanted us to know that he saw it.
He's doing the old mochi trick, showing all the bad plays first.
all right. So what does Dana do here?
Slot 2 points.
I know, I think about running maybe, 24.
Yeah, it's too
21.
No,
No, I don't run.
Not running.
But I don't think I'd slot 2. You could maybe 13-7, 10-9. Really want to slot 2?
Go for the kill.
Or just 13-6.
No, a second checker on the 6 is kind of out of play, I think.
I think he would actually slot 2 points.
Really?
Yeah, I like that.
I would have played 13-7, 11-9, and I would have gotten hit.
5-4, okay.
So,
He's in trouble. Oliver.
Against a 1-point board, I'd make the 5-point. If he comes off, you're going to have the 4s on the roof to hit the rear checker, plus some number, plus you'll have something to hit the guy in the outfield that's hit you.
Definitely a lot of choices.
I would make the 5, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, he might be looking at 13-5 if he's going to leave a blot, keeping the 8-point and slotting the.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more efficient use of your checkers, but the risk to Oliver of hitting the 3 when the 5-point's open.
Oh, no.
That's a big mistake.
And Oliver.
Yeah, that was.
Oliver immediately punishes him in brutal fashion. Now he's got a 5-point prime, and now Dana's got to think about. Oh well, he just solved his problem. He created a problem and he solved it.
There's Godzilla in the house.
John, you know what? If you are ever in a taxi and discover that the driver is Godzilla, you know what you should not say?
What?
Tokyo and step on it.
Is Godzilla Japanese?
Yeah. Gojira.
So what do? Do you leave him 2 shots? Do you leave him 4 shots? Or do you leave him no shots? You leave him 4 shots, okay. So then what Ryan's saying is to play 13-8, 13-11 to give yourself 4 builders for the 5-point. If you wanted to create a third builder and then leave only 2 shots, you can play 13-8, 6-4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just go 6-4.
Okay, so this is 2 shots versus 4. Nice, beautiful shot. Probably his best. Dana fills it in, and now he's going to leave nothing. And
Well, this got interesting all of a sudden.
yeah, Oliver should just have just enough time if he gets a shot, but Dana's only shot leaving number is going to be 6-1. Okay, he'll make this. Fills on the board. Fine. Dana just needs to not roll a 6-1 here, and he rolls a 6-1.
6-1.
Jesus.
And he's not hit.
It's not good.
No harm, no foul.
And he'll take that guy off. And Oliver's on plan B. So at this point, it's 62, 45, 55, 56, 73. Dana's up about 17. So Oliver's going to need another big set here. Okay. Oh,
Fucking kid.
Why is he rolled another
30.
set?
Oliver's now up 5 pips. Though he's got the empty 6-point, he's a little bit inefficient, but he's probably now a favorite in the match on roll, down only 1.
What is he doing?
He's nervous.
I don't know what there is to be nervous about. He's doing great. 3-2.
6 something.
6-5. That's the ace, clearly. Oliver is now clear favorite here, probably north of 80%. And this just was not meant to be for Dana today. And Dana needs boxes or Oliver to roll an ace next time. Ooh, the 6 was there. 4-3 gives him double 3, so that's his best play. And now Oliver obliges with the ace. All right, Dana, keep the kibitzers in it. Nope.
Okay.
And
Time to take Rockwell down.
All right. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. Hope you all enjoyed this match. We got a little, fortunately, Dana did win some games at the end, so we got a little bit more to watch before Oliver moved on, but he's now going to play John Rockwell in the finals. I assume they'll take a 15 or 20-minute break and then play, though they may, I don't know precisely what the schedule is for the championship, but I think they're going to play relatively soon, and we'll have that on the stream. All right. All right. All right. Thank you. Thanks to everybody who's been watching, and I'll hope to see you all some event later in the weekend.
Well, how was your match with John?
I'm good, man. Got lucky. So.
Yeah, I was his first round opponent.
Did you guys lucky against you as you did against him?
Two of the games that I lost, he was down 22 pips the one time,
Yeah,
25 the other, and one of those I actually rolled double fives after doubling.
For someone.
Yeah.
Well, I rolled boxes in a straight race after doubling, and he won the game.
Reminds me, a buddy of mine years ago was playing at the Las Vegas club, and you know, it was just a club match, but a 7-point match, and he was playing one of the worst players in the club. So he's up 2-0, and the guy that he was playing was so bad that he waited until he was up something like 70 to 91 to double the race.
And took it anyway?
Took it anyway. So it gets down to where Craig has man on the 6, man on the 3, and Tony has 4-3. And so he rolls 5-1, and Tony now redoubles the 4-3 versus 3-1.
I did that.
Well, but he's so bad, the fish factor is actually a good redouble. So he redoubles, and Craig, you know, is doom-dooming, but he takes the 4-2. And Tony now rolls a 2-1. So now it's 3-1 versus man on the 4. So he redoubles for the match. And it's probably, Tony's so bad that it's probably a take for him at this point. Yeah. And then Craig rolls a 2-1, and then Tony rolls a 2-1, and Craig wins the match after all.
Oh my god.
Just another night at the back end.
Yeah, no kidding.
Is that the upstairs, or is that from?
Cafeteria, that's good. Not bad.
Jake?
Yeah, well, you tried.
I did.
All right.
I wasn't up enough.
We're going to have a post-match interview. If anyone in the chat has a question, just let us know. Yeah, please sit. Thank you. Congratulations. Well played by both.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Oliver, Dana, thank you for joining us.
You bet.
Well played. Tell us, for the viewers, what was the position that you guys were just talking about, and if you come a little closer to the microphone.
Well, I think the score was 1-zip. Yeah.
It was the one where I backgammoned you.
Yeah,
so
the score was 1-0. He gave me a cube.
Yeah.
He had the 3 through 6 point. So I'm trying to enter on the ace or deuce.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm on the bar. But I was up, I kind of remember 13
pips,
or 14 pips, yeah. And so if I enter, I know it's a take, but I'm not guaranteed to enter. Half the time I don't. So I thought for a long time, and I took, and I'm learning it was a massive mistake. I'm not surprised it's a mistake. I'm surprised by the size of the mistake.
Position, though. Let me just check.
Yeah, something like
I
that.
thought the take was reasonable.
You did
when you
yeah.
took it.
Yeah.
It must be because of all the pips in the outfield. There's a lot of gammons there, and you're not able to.
Yeah, that one there.
escape.
There it
Yeah.
is.
So we're seeing it on the XG. They don't see it in the audience, but
It's almost too good.
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
So I totally miss. Oh, you know what? My distribution. Maybe that's the problem.
you just roll that anti-joker double 4.
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe that's the problem. If I got a little bit of a.
I mean, let's see if you move.
So
that
was it a
there.
cube?
Shouldn't make that much of a difference, but
Was it a cube the roll before then?
That made a pretty big difference.
It did. So it's the distribution that makes it so horrendous.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see what it looked like the roll before.
Yeah, I should have factored that in. Yeah, it was a pretty bad double fours. I was in a good position until I rolled that.
Mhm.
This was.
Yeah, you thought about doubling on the roll before. I thought it was reasonable to hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
didn't. I definitely didn't factor in the Bee Gees on the take decision.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see what that was. That that wasn't a lot. 0.78.
What?
0.78% backgammons.
Less than 1%?
Yeah.
Yeah, it happened. So it
Yeah,
happens.
you have to get really lucky to.
It
win a
happens
backgammon.
2 times in
Or unlucky to
300.
lose
So.
one.
Is that right? Yeah.
In general, you have to be pretty lucky. I mean,
Hey.
what's the percentage of backgammons from the opening position? Less
like
than 1.
less than 0.5%. Point.
Yeah. So it's very rare.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so the distribution, it's really funny because I was calibrated to pips in the race, whether you got one straggler back and being 13 or 14 pips down, I know it's a take. So, but I didn't, right after I took, I looked at my stack on the 3 and went, maybe I should have considered that more. But the way I win is if I just hit a fly shot or I just race. And the huge stack on the 3 isn't a huge. I mean, there's some wastage there, but I just underestimated.
I think it's just it must be just so difficult to clear the 16 point as well, even if you escape
Yeah.
there, because I've got the outfield control.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
But-
very good. Good match. We enjoyed it.
I was surprised you took 2 minutes or more to decide whether to lift the blot on the 4 point or not. It seemed so
Yeah.
insignificant, like it was probably so close.
Yeah, there wasn't. It was definitely wrong for me to spend that amount of time on the plot.
Yeah, I'm like, why?
But,
Like, yeah.
I
But for what it's worth, I thought duplicating the 3 is right. Like, and you know,
Yeah.
the gammons don't matter in that case.
Yeah, I thought when you anchored, it was more important that I was able to make a strong,
make a point.
board
Yeah,
quicker.
yeah.
I wasn't sure. I was just trying to work out the passing recognition and stuff. But
So,
nothing was.
so Jake, was this totally obvious that it's a
I
massive
don't know
pass?
if he was here at the time. Did you see this one?
This is a gigantic pass.
I was not here for this one. I got here late.
We're both surprised it's a triple blunder pass. We're not surprised it's a pass, but. Well, I guess
I would take as red.
as green.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, as red. As red. Okay.
Yeah, but red is on the roll. Okay, well, very good.
Well,
Thank-
that turned out to be the difference in the match.
yeah,
you
that
know,
was a big turnaround.
Because that's a
Yeah.
huge swing. Good job,
Yeah.
Oliver.
Well, congratulations.
He's a tough customer.
His new name is Mr. Super Jackpot.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck
Yeah.
in the finals.
Yeah, cheers.
Way to go.
It was great to play.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
love
so-
playing him.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thank you. Both of you, good luck the rest of the way. We'll have a
Thanks.
Masters match later.
Cool.
Great.
All right, thank you very
Right,
much.
thank you.
What time are you playing on?
I got killed. Well, he was
It's tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay.
So you're not playing in the Masters?
Not the master. You can't play in.
You can. It's a late start Masters.
I'm playing in the doubles.
Oh, you're playing
Yeah.
doubles. We were discussing. Who's your doubles player?
Gigi.
Oh, Gigi played it. She's so nice. I saw a picture of you and who was your partner in Sweden? What was her name? In this video, it's my pleasure to be conducting an interview with CEO of Chris Lloyd, Jeff Caruso. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today?
Great. Yeah, doing really well.
And you're joining us from Providence, Rhode Island. Is that correct?
That's correct. Providence, Rhode Island.
That's where the Chris Lloyd factory is. Is that
That's
correct?
right. Yes, sir.
Very good. Looking forward to learning a lot more about the Chris Lloyd boards. I'd like to start with a little bit of background biographical information, if I may. Please tell us where you were born and raised and what you did after school.
Well, I was born in Baltimore, Maryland, but then quickly moved a little bit throughout the Northeast and Northern New York. But most from kindergarten on, I was in just outside of Albany, New York, a little town called Loudonville. Great town to grow up, great location to grow up, just south of Saratoga, but plenty of access to the Adirondack Mountains. And as a New Yorker, I found my way to one of the SUNY schools, the college SUNY of Oswego, which happens to be about 40 minutes north of Syracuse, right on Lake Ontario.
And for those who are not familiar, that stands for State University of New York, right?
Yeah.
Very good, very good. So you don't play backgammon much, but when were you first introduced to backgammon?
Well, I don't play it often, but I've played it for quite a long time. Mostly just in casual play with my brother, my wife, and so I'm not a tournament player. I'd be willing to give it a shot, but I don't think I'd make it far.
Did you learn when you were growing up?
Yeah, we always had it around. So, Chris Lloyd has been in our family for generations, in and out of the family more so. So boards have been in our closet and, on our game table for as long as I can remember.
Very good. What kinds of hobbies and interests do you have outside of backgammon?
Well, quite a few, although I will say that the majority of my time is spent at Chris Lloyd. And if I'm in Providence, if I'm at home, you'll find me at the shop. It's just about 7 days a week. I don't mind being there. It's a very comfortable place for me to be. And really, quite honestly, it's called for. We're a small, but we're growing. And so I'm really, really proud of the time I spend there.
Yeah, that's great. Chris Lloyd is a very well-known manufacturer of backgammon boards, as well as other things that we'll talk about. And so people know about it. It's been around for a very long time, good quality. We'll talk about that. How did you first get into the Chris Lloyd business?
Well, dating back to the 40s, my great uncles, Alphonse and Lucky Lodato, started A&L Manufacturing.
Okay.
They built this wonderful small business in Brooklyn, New York. It was very much a family affair as it was in its starting years. They did grow it. They did a wonderful factory in Brooklyn. And in the mid-50s, they met a gentleman named Chris Ruizzo, who founded Chris Lloyd in Providence, Rhode Island. He was also in the plastics business, but he was in the game business, leaning heavily toward plastics and more volume production. So he and my great uncles found one another, and for years were buying and selling from each other to help round out their line of products. And then in the 60s, or right in the early 60s, the plastics craze hit, and Chris Ruizzo of Chris Lloyd became very busy. His company just skyrocketed, and he was a bright guy in the right place at the right time. So he started to buy other vendors. And in 1970, he purchased A&L Manufacturing, my great uncle's company, and moved everything from Brooklyn to Providence, Rhode Island.
Okay.
Part of that sale, my great uncles sent their nephew, my Uncle Jerry, to Rhode Island, along with my Aunt May and their 3 children. And my Uncle Jerry, who was a very bright Army engineer, made Chris Lloyd and his life's work. 4 or 5 business owners later, my uncle was really the only guy left that really knew what was going on in this business. And so he made the purchase in the mid 80s and took Chris Lloyd over, which I'm very thankful for.
Very good. I think the people are most familiar with the unique aspect of the Chris Lloyd boards in terms of the cork surface. There aren't a lot of other manufacturers, at least nowadays, that have that. So maybe you can tell us about that, maybe how they decided on that, if you know, and the advantages and disadvantages of having that type of surface.
Well, it's a great question. I don't really have the answer to how it came to be, how early on, but I mean, so many boards from from the 60s and the 50s have cork on them. And so I think it became, there's a couple reasons. So it's a nice product to work with. Historically, it was a lot more readily available, I think, than it is today. So it's a workable product in a manufacturing environment, and it's a printable product. So I think the two really worked well together. And before long, they realized it was really a nice playing surface. There's a little bounce to the feel. The sound is nice. The dice get a little spring of action on the cork. And just in general, it has a real nice warm feeling to it. And so, yeah, our boards have always really intimately been connected to cork surfaces. And I don't know if everyone is aware, but the best cork in the world comes from Portugal.
Really?
And so we've always brought our cork in from Portugal. And from there, it's processed through, it's trimmed and mounted, sealed and printed. And in more recent years, really because of the popularity of cork, one in the wine industry and a few other industries, it hasn't been as easy to produce. The only other element that not everybody is aware of, but it's a renewable resource. Cork, it comes from a cork tree, which I think it's every 4 or 7 years the tree is ready to then be harvested again. And so they peel the tree and then they leave it to replenish, and it grows back again in not too many years down the road. So that's also a really nice fact that not only people realize that.
Interesting. So let's briefly talk about what are the other things you manufacture other than backgammon boards.
Several classics, checkers, dominoes, cribbage, and in the last 10 years, we have started to manufacture mahjong sets again. And I'm really, really, really happy we started making boards again, mahjong sets again. It's a wonderful community, also a very heavily growing community, and we've really been thankful to produce some beautiful boards and have been well received by the mahjong folks. So it's been very nice.
Yeah, they're great boards. The Chris Lloyd boards, at least the backgammon boards. I haven't seen the mahjong because I'm not familiar with those other ones, but I know those are high quality as well. I watch a lot of backgammon on YouTube, and recently I was watching the tournament in Jamaica, which was sponsored by Chris Lloyd, and I saw the beautiful board there that was customized.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for noticing it. We were really excited. Jeb reached out. We had a couple conversations, and it was our pleasure to sponsor and to make that custom board for the live stream. That's a felt board, and it's really.
Is it?
Yeah, it's felt. Yeah, so we are now into the felt game, and that's probably one of the first 25 that we've done. We've teased it a few times. But, we have to be really smart about how we roll out a new product. So,
right.
And people have been calling for felt from us for a long time. And so we did our homework, and we found, the right supplier, the right felt supplier. And, we did a lot of R&D. So one prototype after another, we did well over a year's worth of testing. And we feel really good about that set that we shipped to Jamaica, and that was sort of I'd say its international debut for felt crystalloid board.
That's interesting. I don't know if maybe they mentioned it in the stream. I know Larry Schiller and Phil Simborg were doing it. I didn't watch everything from beginning to end, so they may have mentioned that, but I didn't know that. So that's interesting. What made you decide to go into felt? People were asking about it.
Yeah, we had to answer the call. The many tournament players, want to play on felt. Excuse me. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, I think felt is interesting. Most of the boards that I've seen are on felt. There's also all sorts of different types. Like I've seen the merino wool that's very high quality. I'm sure there's a different manufacturing process that you have to go through with felt versus cork. Tell us about that, please.
Well, the manufacturing process is something I have outsourced that element of it. We didn't bring in the machinery and the equipment and the fabrics, and we're doing it in-house. Now, I don't necessarily want to do that.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and there's I've found a wonderful group that's what they do. They're very good at it, and so I'd like to build that relationship. We've got enough work to do.
Yeah, that's good. So I know you can customize the boards. I see the custom board behind you, but you can customize the felt as well.
Yeah. So we knew once it really doesn't. A big part of what we do now is customization. So I knew, even though we were introducing, we have a line of 3 new colorways that'll be on our website in a few weeks.
Okay.
But everybody wants custom. So we have absolutely developed, that system for customizing the felt boards also. They'll just take a little bit longer. Right. But the fit and finish of those sets is really, really beautiful.
That's great. So speaking of customization, I know you have that custom board behind you. That's a little special. Can you tell us about that one, please?
Yeah, that's a stock board. It's one of our signature series. That's called our Ocean State. So you can see that there's little sailboats. It's a really nicely designed set. And so Rhode Island is the ocean state. There's a lot of sailing going on here, and it was a little nod to our hometown. And it's a great seller. It's nice for we sell it to a lot of people who have a summer camp, or maybe have visited someone that treated them pretty well, and so then they're gifting this for them to their camp or their place on Nantucket or the Vineyard or Montauk, So it's a nice set. It's a good feel good set. It looks good open and left out. So yeah, we love the colors. Very good, vibrant colors.
Yeah. So that's a stock one. And in terms of the customization, what are the various aspects of the board that can be customized for the viewers?
Yeah, so we make everything at Crystalloid, and we cast our own checkers. So we have a casting department, we have the cutting department, the wet tubbing, the polishing, wood shop, case department, printing, fit and finish, and so because we do all of those things there, and the boards get built along the way, we can customize just about any element of the board. Most common are the playing fields. You can choose your own point colors, your point styles. If you want to add a logo or some initials, that's a great place to do it. Some people like a nice classic visual, so they'll customize the bumpers, any of the bumpers. The leather cups is a really nice, the chestnut brown leather cup with a nice engraving of a name or an initial or a logo is really, really sharp. We can customize the checkers, which in some instances it's nice. In some instances it becomes a little too busy if every checker is, has something custom about it. And then the exterior of the case we can customize too, and that's it's a really nice finish to have a family crest or a last name, some initials. It's a nice piece.
Yeah, that's really nice. I think that's a really nice touch to a board when you can customize all the different features and you have that whole factory where you can do that. My friend Candace Maron came there and visited and toured it, so she told me a lot about that. How was that tour? I think she had a lot of fun.
She sure did. Yeah, she's the best. She came in, big smile and just the pure joy and excitement. And yeah, she was great. And so we're glad to have her on the Chris Lloyd team. That's for sure.
Yeah, she loves all the colors, and I know that the cubes can be customized too. There are a lot of beautiful cubes, right?
Yeah, I left that out. Yeah. So the doubling cubes, we have a stock doubler that goes with most of the sets. And then from there, we can customize. There are some larger 2-inch cubes that people have come to really enjoy getting customized. The oversized cube has a good hand feel to it. And they do look beautiful when they're done.
Yeah, she said the factory is really big. How large is the factory itself, actually?
Current footprint where we operate is 18,000 feet.
Wow.
The building is 46,000 feet. And back in the 70s, Chris Lloyd occupied every square inch, and it was
wow.
Yeah. Back then, we were making 2 million dice every 2 weeks. Would go out the door.
Wow.
Parker Brothers, Mattel, Hasbro. It was a big operation. It sure was.
Now the dice you make them in house, but these dice are not the precision dice that are usually used, right?
Well, we no longer make dice. So when I purchased Chris Lloyd in 2008, we were still operating as a volume wholesale manufacturing company. We had hundreds of retail partners all over the country and some internationally. But that model was not working for us. And so throughout after I purchased it, didn't happen overnight, but I made a major change to Chris Lloyd in that we had to change our business model from volume wholesale and go direct to consumer. We needed to realize that additional margin in order to not only survive, but to thrive in a way that needed to happen in order to improve our product line, employ good craftsmen, and we were able to pull that off. It was not easy. It was not an easy time. I promise you that. But we've come out, and I'm very proud of the finished work and the team that we have in place now. It's all about the team. I promise you that. It's a good group of people, everybody working together, and really also proud to see how nice of a finished product.
Yeah. How many employees do you have in the company now?
14.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a good number. So in terms of the dice, you just outsource them, but when you buy a board, it comes with dice, right?
Yeah, we outsource. I mean, There was a time where everybody wanted Chris Lloyd dice, but throughout the late 70s and the 80s, they just wanted nice dice, and plenty of nice dice were coming in from overseas. So it just was a business decision to make that happen. And so we just buy them now.
Very good. I wanted to also display the website to showcase some of the products, because this is really beautiful. There's a lot of great stuff here. So are you able to see the website now on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll let you guide us through it. So let me know where you want to go, and then we can kind of go through all the different features.
Well, sure. Just, I guess if you just scroll down a little bit, we can go from left to right under the products section.
Okay. So there are all these products here. I'll go slowly. I'll put it here. So we have attaché backgammon, custom backgammon, signature backgammon, tabletop backgammon, and travel backgammon.
Sure. Really, we could go through all of them, but I don't think that's necessary per se. But if you click on signature backgammon,
okay.
These are this is a very popular segment of our boards. They're just a little more design oriented, a little more thoughtful, a little more color, not necessarily just like our classic series, which is brown and white versus So the Legacy series are the top three there that you see here. You get
Yeah.
a little play on maybe beer brewing. So you got your Legacy Barley, you got your Legacy Hops, and you have your Legacy Midnight. And so all three of those come with our grooved checkers.
Oh, they're the groove checkers. Okay, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
that's one item that is sort of separates this set from another set.
Let's see if I can find one. Is there a close-up of the checkers?
Yeah, there'll probably be somewhere here.
Okay, so this. Oh, so these are grooved, like
Yeah.
a finger dish style.
Yes.
And the exterior is really beautiful. I noticed like the classic ones have the circles at the tip, and I recognize that. That's like a Chris Lloyd.
Yeah, we tried to pay homage to some of the history. We've seen some with the inline point, the circle. There's just that little point circle at the top, which it's a nice touch. It just brings a little element to it.
And this looks like a custom cube. Let me see if there's a close-up. Yeah, this is a custom cube, isn't it?
Well, that cube comes with every set.
I see.
Now, at one point, yes, that was custom, but now we make them with our logo on the 64 side on every set that comes out.
I see. Really nice. And then this was the one that you were talking about.
Yep, that's the
The
one
Ocean
that's on the
State.
background, our Ocean State. Yep. That series does not have groove checkers, but price reflects that also.
These are the flat checkers. What I like about this is there's a compartment for the cups here, so that fits nicely. If you see other manufacturers, they don't necessarily have that. So when you're carrying it, the dice cups are kind of like rolling around.
Yeah.
So I really like that. And then it has the clasps on either side. And the thing that I noticed is like on the bar, you can hardly see the hinges.
Yeah, hinges, historically we used to cover the middle bar with a flap. And again, listening to the customer, it just, one, it wasn't necessary, and two, it was a little encumbering. Sometimes the checker wouldn't stay on that flap, so we just got rid of it. That is an area that we've tried multiple different ways to hinge the set, and we haven't changed it yet because this is just the best way.
Yeah, and you can't even see it. And this one's a beautiful, like a camouflage one.
Yeah, it's our multicam. That's popular, very popular. Most multicam is a very popular brand in the camo world. They're a great company, and they got a very large contract. Believe it or not, that is a very smart camo design, and it was approved by the armed forces.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the price point is very competitive for these products. Look at those beautiful swirl checkers. I really like that.
Yeah.
So with these, the standard ones are like 1 3/4 inch size checkers. Is that right?
So our sizing for the tournament size these are tournament attaché sets. So the indicator is the tournament, that indicates 1 3/4 inch diameter checker.
I see. And then it looks like here you can fit maybe 11 checkers across.
You can, absolutely. Yep. They're all designed to do 11 across.
Okay, so that's actually nice because some people prefer the shorter boards that they can reach across a little bit better.
Yeah.
Oh, this kind of goes through it by itself. So that's nice, and it's got the nice sturdy handle there.
Yeah.
Beautiful exterior.
Much of our hardware, so again, we made a lot of changes. It's not always easy to keep up with new photography and new changes. So some of these images are a bit dated. We are in the process now of doing photography. So on our more premium boards, we have new handle, new hardware, really, again, just updated stuff and feels very nice. Yeah.
Right. One of the things I noticed is you can put like a custom imprint on the bumper, the side, the edges here.
Yeah, that's correct. That I was mentioning on the bumpers before. We've had some people customize every single bumper, phrasing all the way
Oh,
around.
wow.
Yeah, some fun stuff.
Interesting. Okay. So let me get out of this one. Okay. So that was this one. So let's go back. What was the next one you would like to look at?
Well, the travel sets is a nice section.
Okay. So how big are these travel set ones?
Well, you're testing me here. I couldn't tell you the name of the
Oh,
exact
what are the sizes of the checkers, for example?
Yeah, so this particular one is a newest set this year, and this is our magnetic travel set. If you're watching and you don't want it magnetic, yes, we could do it non-magnetic.
Yeah.
But that's a 1 1/4 inch checker.
Okay.
And so again, doing a lot of R&D before we went ahead and introduced this, we found a nice balance from, it's not a heavily magnetized checker to board. There's really you don't notice the drag when you're moving the checkers around. But if the board gets bumped or you want to move it, it holds plenty well. So thinking boat or plane or train, and so it's a great finish and a nice feel to this this set. We have cold roll steel underneath the cork.
Oh.
And every one of our checkers is drilled, and magnets are, we do that in our shop, drilled and the magnet placed and glued, and it's a little tedious, but it makes for a very nice finish set.
Does that make things a little heavier?
It sure does. Not so heavy where you're like, I don't want to put that in my my bag, or
reasonable.
But from those two, between the magnet and the steel, now it's a thin roll of steel. So but yes, it's. I think each one of those is 5 pounds.
Okay, that's not too bad. I also noticed the checker racks are 1 row of 15, which is unique. Most of the crystalloids are 3 rows of 5.
Yeah, that's correct. And this is the only one we have. And the reason we did it here, we have leather fold-up cups that would come with this. So you can just lay flat in the middle. And then it also kept that board just a little smaller. If it needed to be bigger, or the checkers to fit the other way, it was going to go a little bit bigger, a little bit wider. And so it's nice and clean. Love this board.
Yeah, good. Okay, so let's see. So these are the travel ones. Okay, so let's look at. Let's go back. There are some other ones. The tabletop is just like a non-foldable one, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
So you just leave it.
Yeah, this has been a staple crystalloid for a long time. And I will say it's due for a little bit of an update, but it's very popular. It's very functional. People buy them. They love to leave them out. And, like our attaché boards, they last forever. People send their boards back to be refurbed, and, they're 50 years old, 60 years old. We polish the checkers, throw in some new cork, and it's going to last another several generations. So we love that.
This is like a piece of art you can put in your home.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. It looks good. It looks good just sitting out on a table.
Look at all the different styles that you have. And the price points are very competitive for, the high quality product that you get. I think the thing that most of the viewers are probably interested in is the custom ones. So maybe we can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. We do a lot of custom boards. I mean, there are multiple, I don't know how many a week, but
wow.
So
beautiful. Oh, you have different ones here. Let's see. Look at that. I wanted to showcase some of the custom designs. You can put your
Yeah.
names on it. Oh, this is what you were talking about. You can put it on.
Yeah.
You can write like a whole poem on there. And then, wow, look at all the checkers.
Yeah, we have
So
mountains of custom.
if you want to design a custom board, this is how you do it, right? So maybe we can go through the process for people. So here it takes.
Yeah, the process, this particular process is what I would consider, it's good for the customer to go through this so they can kind of think about what they might want. They can see some of the options. And then we get an email with their baseline, what it is they want. And
What they want.
we follow that up with a graphic that builds what they had in mind. And then what we do essentially at that point, we open it up for conversation. Do you like these colors together? Do you like this size? We also can offer some expertise. Say, well, this is nice, but what do you think about this? And what do you think about this? Because we do these all day long. And we don't charge for, you make as many edits as you'd like until you're happy, and then we build. Typically, it's not that much back and forth. It doesn't. We get there pretty quickly, and a lot of happy customers.
So let's go back here. Let's do some stock ones. What's the custom points colors? So you can. What are popular custom point colors?
Well, blue and white is the most popular of anything we do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just kind of going through the process so people can see it. Yeah. Yeah.
Custom leather cups, very popular.
Wow. That's nice. Okay. This is really easy. You just kind of click.
Yeah. And then it gives you a sense where your price point is. And like I said, we get the email, and then we're in touch right away, and we get designing for you.
Wow, look at that. And it's fast. Custom badge. No thanks for now. Which font? You can select the font.
Yeah.
And rush your order. So what's the typical turnaround time for a custom board?
On average, 3 weeks. Some weeks it's 2. This time of year, we're going to start pushing 3 for sure. And if anybody out there is listening and wants to order a stock or a custom for holiday, don't wait. Just don't.
Yeah. Oh, the holidays are busy. That's actually a really fast turnaround time. I've talked with other manufacturers, and it's like a year. And
yeah,
that's really long.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we've got a dedicated team, and because we do everything there, and we've got a wonderful flow to the work process. Mm-hmm. It's 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I'm sure there are people out there that may listen and say, well, mine was 5. Some will say,
that's not a big deal.
But on average, yeah.
But that's good. Okay, so is there anything else you wanted to see on the website? Maybe the blog? Is there something on the blog?
Oh, we've got a great blog. Yeah, we really do. It's not all it's not all backgammon. We talk about a little of this and a little of that. It's very current, and just some really good writing here.
Okay, good. Who writes your blog? You have one of the employees?
Well, my brother Brian actually writes.
Oh,
it.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a writer, and so
very good.
He's constantly nudging me to think of another topic, and he does a wonderful job. Yeah.
This is a nice picture. It looks like the manufacturing process.
Yeah, that's one of them. We had I don't remember. We had a photographer come through for it might have been Google who came through. We had won an award from Google
wow,
a few years back. So they sent a photographer, and he was kind enough to let us use some of the photos.
And then here we could read a little bit about I think you already discussed it, but the viewers can just kind of go through this and read through the frequently asked questions, FAQ. So people have other questions. all the answers are here, and
They
then
are, yeah. It's very updated. Amy, who runs the office, makes sure that FAQ is up to date. She appreciates it if you read it too, please.
this is how you contact. So you could fill out this form or call here, and you're right there.
There we
in
are.
Providence, Rhode Island. Very good. Okay, so I'll stop that. Very good. So that was really interesting. I mean, I think people that like backgammon, a lot of them like boards. They like different boards, and this is a great option because they can kind of customize the boards, or you have a lot of stock boards. The price point is very competitive. I guess we didn't see a lot of cubes. I know you have a lot of custom cubes. Were they on the website?
No, I think we're lacking there, to be honest with you. And it's something that's on our list for our next version of our website, which we're not going to attack it now because really this home stretch to the end of the year will be tough.
Yeah.
We're excited for it and happy for it. But come late winter, we're going to be updating our site, and Doubling Cubes will be have a nice section, a nice well-deserved section on the
I've
site.
seen some of those doubling cubes. They're beautiful. As a matter of fact, Candace had some, and
Yeah.
she put them on like a base to make them into trophies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are nice. I feel like in some of these tournaments, like the doubling cube is the trophy. So maybe you could are you able to customize it and say winner of this tournament or something like that?
Yeah, we have done that, and there's a few tournaments we do it for now. We have to be a little careful because those take a lot of work.
Oh yeah.
They don't, they're outside of our typical flow and production, and so
Right.
so we're not looking to get into the trophy business.
Yeah.
But we do understand that it adds value and it does, draw attention back to us. But it's they're not easy to do some of those projects.
Yeah. Well, great. We talked a lot about the Crystalloid products. We saw the website. It's been really a pleasure to have you, and I learned a lot. What else? Is there anything else that you'd like to talk about, or did we miss anything?
No, I agree. I think we covered quite a bit. You've mentioned price point a few times, and I'm glad to hear you say we try to provide the best value in the business. And I think we do a good job of that. And we're always leading with quality first. We don't increase our prices nearly as much as some people suggest. But we put a lot of thought in. There have been many people that say, geez, $500 is a lot for a backgammon set. Those people have also come to visit and take the tour, and on their way out the door, they'll never question the $500 or the $300 or the $600, just because they see what it takes to build the set. They see our team there, and we never take that for granted. We know $300, $400, $500 for backgammon and quite a bit more for mahjong. We know that's a lot of money, and we don't take that lightly.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Now we have the Masters Jackpot. The Bob Glass Masters Jackpot. This is the first round match. Usually there are 32 players in the field, I believe. So, two of the best players in the world again. We've had some great matchups. This is Dana Nazarian from the United States. Hi, Dennis. Would you like to join me?
Hey, Alex, sure.
We have Dennis
we're
Culpepper.
the two best players in the room
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Oh, we're the only two.
We're the only two. And Ryan Rebelo from Canada playing the red checkers at the top, bearing off on the right. 11-point match, 2 minutes per point for 22 minutes on the clock with a 12-second delay. The board is on the main portion of the screen. They will be using a baffle box, so the dice will always be on the left. You'll know whose turn it is by the light that's illuminated on the clock. So if it's the upper light, that's the upper player, which is Ryan, and the lower light, the lower player, which is Dana. The player cam is on the upper left. The commentator cam is in the middle left. Thank you to our sponsors, Gammon Guys. Hello to Ian Terry. And of course the USBGF and ABT. Thank you to Candace Mayeron and Patrick Gibson for running the tournament. Let me read off some of these. Director Frank Talbot, Events Manager and Finances Cece Pedrosa, Tournament Committee Ted Chi, Neil Kazaros, Streaming is me, and Larry Schiller is the auctioneer. And here we go. So 6-1 for Dana. Let me know in the chat. Do you want me to read the dice? They're usually pretty clear. But let me know. I created these anti-glare dice. 5-2 is a good roll for Dana. Or excuse me, that's for Ryan. Now 4-3 for Dana. Comes in and makes the 21 point. Oh, I'm off because I'm looking at the delay. Okay. Sorry. Now it's a 5-2, and that's for Ryan. So you know these two players, Dennis?
Yes, I know them both quite well. Yeah, I've known Dana many years, and Ryan just the last 3 or so years when he come on the backgammon scene with a storm.
Yeah. So 6-3 for Dana. He's going to hit and then come in to the 5 point.
Seems right.
Okay. 5-4 in, and then look for a 5.
Coming out.
Yep.
Trying to get one escaped.
Yeah, he's ahead in
That's
the
a
race.
great
6-1,
number.
Yeah.
Hit and a cover. You could make
was-
just make the 4 like he's looking at, but I think I would pick another one up.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
I think he's looking at the hitting on the top, on the 14.
Oh, okay. It could have been, yeah. So this seems clear, getting that
Double
second
3.
guy back.
Okay.
Not near a double with 3 guys back yourself.
6-4.
Oh,
Look
great
at
shot.
that.
Now,
Oh,
if he
now.
doesn't throw a 4, you probably have a cube, but now you still may have a cube. But
Yeah.
it
Okay,
was.
so this is an 11-point match. That's going to make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
When Ryan touches the board like that, he was picking up some lint. That means he's going to take automatically. I've learned that. You learn these tells.
It's like a poker tell, right?
Yeah. And
Okay.
he's sitting back in his chair. Let's see. Okay, so now he's thinking about it. Okay, maybe not. Maybe he was bluffing. So they're 9 in the zone, and he still has 2 back.
Seems like it's still a take to me without going through the numbers.
Ian would double here. Would you take Ian? Ian's watching. Hello to everyone in the chat. We have the live chat. There's about a 30-second delay, but that's about it. And we have 60 likes right now. Everyone please smash the like button.
The double seems pretty clear. The take is
Yeah.
the hard part.
Okay, so
he
he
lets
does
it go.
pass.
Wow. And he's a
Gives up a point. Okay. Early in the game. He doesn't want to lose a gammon, perhaps. So, 1-0 in favor of Dana. That's the absolute score. I tell people the away score is more important, and that refers to how far away each player is from winning the match. In this case, with 1 point, Dana is 10 away from that goal, and with 0, Ryan is 11 away. So Dana leads 10 away, 11 away. Now at 2-1, he's going to make his bar point. Now they both have the awkward 6-1 formation. 3-2, so split and down.
Down.
It's even reasonable, like against an opening 6-1, if you roll a 4-3, the 2-up play is right for money. So going 2-up here is probably okay. He's looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Because of that awkward and inflexible stack and the straight points. So now 3-2, he has an option of making the 21 point.
21 seems right. He could
Yeah.
make the 4, but if he anchors up, you still have 2 back, not up to the edge.
He's looking at it.
Yeah, it could be right. I would go for an offensive play
The
here.
thing about this is you see how he can't come in with a 4 from the bar, but then he would have a good 4 to hit back on the 18 point. So that's kind of like diversifying his numbers.
It seems the game is pretty even. You're up a pip and you have an anchor.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
on
yeah,
roll, which is
exactly.
worth something, but
Exactly.
you have something that's
So
worth
this gains
something.
an extra 4 pips in the race, I guess.
It
But
does.
other than that, your back checkers are still stuck. So yeah, I think I like this play as well. Now 4-2, so obviously can't make the 4 point.
Maybe out.
Just out
Or
or
not.
down?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Double 3, wow.
Wow, that's a crusher roll.
Super joker. Now, maybe too good to double. Who knows?
I don't, I'm pretty sure he's not too good. The
Yeah.
question, is he good enough now? And he says yes.
I think so. I mean, look
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
position. You have an advanced anchor.
Yep.
It's a two back, 1 on the bar, 3-point board versus a 1-point board.
You're winning in all 3 of the
Yeah,
categories.
and
You got the
everything.
race, you got the position, and he's on the bar.
And they're threats. Like double 3,
Threats.
3-1, double 4 will make the point.
Boxes
Double 6,
points
yeah.
on you. I mean,
Yeah. He does
and he
pass.
gives
Okay, so one
gives
more.
it up.
Let me just go straighten that out so people can see this one.
Sure. I'm just reading the sidebar a little bit here while Alex is gone. I really couldn't see it, but my name is Dennis Culpepper, just joining in with Alex for a little bit here. 6-2, good shot. Comes Dana with 4-3. That's a great roll. I think you anchor up, but I'm not sure. That seems right. And 5-3 outside point. It's pretty clear. That's a good number. It's a lot of pips and 2 points. Unstacks 2 heavy points. That's above average. Oh, that's his best roll. Now
Looks straighten out.
Ryan just doubles. He didn't count the race, but with 3 guys back, he's up quite a bit. But it had taken me a little more time to count it just to make sure I was up.
123 for red.
123, okay.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
He just gave it up. I had 3 quick games, fairly
Yeah.
quick. That was a little longer maybe, but pretty quick games.
So who's watching in the chat? Say hello. We see Ian. Ian Terry's watching. Hello to Ian. He's my good friend. Double 2. 2 up. And make the point. There you go. Now you have a 3-point board. 6-3 for Dana. Okay. So this is difficult because you do want to split. Now you're giving him 3s to hit and unstack. Like that, 3-1. And now if he advances to the 9 point, the 5-4 is duplicated to come in and hit or anchor.
Yeah, that seems like the play. Anything else is overplay. 3-1.
3-1, so now things are getting worse.
3 down. So I don't think he's quite there yet with the bar and the 5-hole open.
Ooh,
Oh, he
look
gets
at
the.
that. The 4-3 was duplicated to make the 5-point.
Yeah,
Well, if you notice
yep.
that. All right, that is a 6-3. Okay, so
Double
now,
pass, another double pass, just like I said, we're 8 rolls in or whatever it is, and it's another double pass, not even a take. I don't think.
Oh, Catastrophic 1975 is watching. Hello, thank you for watching. I don't know if you know this, Dennis. During the breaks, I've been playing videos of interviews that I've recorded in the past, so people don't have to watch a blank board. And people have been enjoying that.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dana is known for being a very deliberate player, and Ryan, on the other hand, plays really fast. So he's thinking about it. So when I look at doubling decisions, I look at, the position, race, threats, scores. So you look at the position. Red has a 3-point board against a 2-point board with 1 checker back, 1 checker halfway back. Blue has 2 checkers back and 1 on the bar. In the outfield, they both have their 8 points. Red is well ahead in the race, and with some threats of just like escaping the back checker, making an interboard point, and the score is a minor factor. But now Ryan gets to the valuable 8-away score. One of the things I learned from Dirk Schiemann's book, The Theory of Backgammon, is there are a few things that can happen in a game. You can win a single point by doubling them out. We saw that. You can win 2 points with an undoubled gammon, or a single win on a 2-cube, or you can win 4 points with a single win on a 4-cube or a doubled gammon. So it's very valuable to be at those away scores: 1 away, 2 away, and 4 away. So from 8 away, if you win a doubled gammon, you get to the valuable 4-away score. That's just kind of like an easy way I think about things without memorizing take points. So now, after some development, it's a mutual holding game.
This one likely isn't going to win quick unless
Yeah,
someone rolls
that's not
boxes,
gonna-
fives,
right.
or fours, and
That's
just
right.
controls the race. This is going to grind down, making slotting, and see who blinks first and has a lever shot or rolls a double.
That's how it is, right?
Most of the time. Most of the time.
So 6-2, he's looking at clearing. The problem with playing 13-5 is you also have a blot on your 2-point.
You can also play one down and go to the ace. It puts the checker out of play, but at
Yeah.
least it gets that in play down there. I'd had to look at that a little longer,
Yeah.
probably.
So double 3 is a little awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bless you. Three, 1. So there's the 3. Now he's considering whether to slot the 5-point or to lift it.
Wow.
Or to do that, which strips your bar point and makes a stack. So 6-4 now.
I could slot the 4 and make the 2.
That's what I was looking
You could
at.
take 2 in, but it's not that much danger
yeah,
in leaving
you
it
take-
there, trying to make both.
So what happens if you take 2 in, both outfield points are stripped. Michi calls those islands. So like if you roll a 6, you're going to have to give up something, right?
Now you give yourself a good 6. If you slot it and make the 2, you have
Right.
a great
You
6
do
next
have a
time.
6,
At
exactly.
not much risk, because 3s are duplicated.
That's one of the things that's very interesting. 6 is the only number on a die where every single time you must move a checker from one quadrant of the board to the next, or from the bar to come in, or bearing one off. So you have to be careful. You have to know how your 6s play all the time. So double 3 is a good roll. So that's a 2.
Seems right. I don't see any leaving a shot for any reason here. That was a great,
Double 6.
wow, a great
At least
stroke.
it was a double. I had a friend, anytime I'd roll a double, he used to say, shake your dice up and down, you roll too many doubles. So anytime he rolled a double 6 from the bar, I'd say exactly that. Shake your dice.
You didn't get mad, you just got even, Alex.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
All right, 3-2. Okay, picks it up, looking for the 2. This he can take because of that gap on the 5-point. Okay, 4-1. So what's he going to do there in 3-2? Or maybe not.
I think so.
Yep. Double
Not
5.
a great number. Just
Okay. So
into
now
the,
you have to figure out what to do with it.
I think just into the 5. Your 5. You play
Right.
all the way around. You can't play any more flexible without giving up the 20-point or the midpoint.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, you're not going to play 6-1, right?
no, and you're not going to play 3 out because you're losing the race. So And you don't want to sit there and bring 2 down from the mid. You have to do that.
It
It's
has
not
to-
real
it's
pretty
got-
and flexible, but that's indicated.
Yeah. Okay, double one. Good roll for Ryan.
Great
Makes the
roll.
4 point.
Great roll.
Perfectly with those spare checkers. Now it's 6-1, so something's got to give. At least he makes the beast. That's 5-point board. Looking for an ace. Ace from space. 5-2. So now 3-2. He's got to come down. The race, I suspect, is reasonably close, but I don't know.
Yikes.
31. He's thinking about whether he's going to get an indirect shot. Double one. Okay.
3 closer if you're winning the race.
And then the fourth one is awkward.
Pick it up, I guess.
Yeah, 3-2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that, I think that goes with that. And I don't see leaving a shot.
Yeah, what's plan B?
It's not a good plan. That seems to be it. Now might be a good time to run if he rolls a big number like 6-4, 6-5, maybe even 6-3.
4-2. Play to the ace point or bring 2 in. I think you've got to save a 6.
Yeah, most 6s you're going to want to go anyway, so I'm not sure. I mean, 6-3, 6-4, 6-5, 6-6, all those 6s get by.
Double
Ah.
4. Okay, so 76 for red. 26 and
You can save a 6 and go the 1, or you can just go in. Probably that.
go in, yeah.
Probably this. If
So
you
that's-
throw a 6, you just get closer, and you're
42 and 36.
an
is
underdog to be
78
missed.
to 76. He's only behind by 2 pips in the race.
So if there's no hitting involved, if he gets by with a double or leaves a shot and get missed, then this is better. The
Right.
other's better for a race or saving against a 6. But if you save against a 6 and play that 6, then it's hurting your race.
Right.
Right?
So
You're
you
going
have
to the
weigh
ace
2
point.
different things, exactly. So now with the 3-1, he comes in. I guess I'll make the 3 point. Okay. Just in case. Okay, he can make the 4 point. Leave that slotted. I suspect there's not a huge difference between these two. What is that?
I can't see the
6-3,
dice.
6-3?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a 6-3.
Yeah.
There you go. I did make this anti-glare.
I'll have to talk to you about that
Yeah.
some more. I'm going to get a stand and start recording some of my matches, so I'll need some good
So
dice.
it's like a Krylon spray that you spray on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about it
So
later.
now he's thinking about whether to minimize shots and step up or stay back. So he's thinking about what are all the numbers next. So the way I do it is like I'll think about all the non-doublets starting from the top to the bottom. So 6-5 is okay, 6-4 is okay. They're all pretty much okay, right? So he might as well play for the race. Hope to get missed. He does not. But at least that 3-1, well, it wasn't a big thing to make the 4 point.
I
So-
guess you're giving double 4s here. 4-3 and 4-4.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you could pick that up. You could pick the other one up.
It would go to the 4 point and leave a direct shot.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
a 3
he
left,
has a
yeah.
3 left, yeah, because he hit with the 1.
That seems right
But the
there.
double 4 is like a big joker.
Yeah, it's a super joker. 3,
I was playing with
5.
my friend Steve Sachs one time, and I needed a double 4 for like a super joker like this, and I said, I'm thinking of a number, and it rhymes with bubble whore. So ever since then, he calls for double whore. So here with the 6-5, he just leaves double 4.
I
mean,
would
he's gotta
not.
leave the double 4 anyway.
No.
Yeah,
You had
there.
to?
That's a double 4.
Yeah, but did you have to? Back it up. Look, why can't you why can't you play the 5 and play the 6 in?
You could do that, but I guess he doesn't want the.
Yeah, but you know, surely it's better than leaving a shot. Go back and look at it.
It has to do with, I think, the inflexibility of having 2 on the 7 point. So now he's more likely to not leave a shot later. Yeah, so he's looking at this.
And if I was going to leave a shot, I guess I'd leave this one. Double 4s could beat you anyway.
Yeah.
The 4-3 doesn't. But of course, this one you're veering off quicker, which is worth something as well.
That's right.
So once again, trying to weigh these things up is not always easy.
Backgammon is difficult. But it's fun. I've had both of these gentlemen on my channel, and they're two of the best players in the world. And gentlemen as well.
Yes. Both of them.
Ryan's a young gentleman. Dana's a mature gentleman.
An established gentleman.
Established.
That sounds more,
Yeah.
pronounced. I mean,
distinguished.
Yeah, that
That's
too.
what they say. They tell me my gray hair looks distinguished. My son saw our wedding pictures. He says, "You didn't have gray hair there." I said, "That was before you were born."
Yeah.
That's how it works. So he closed them out. Now he's an awkward structure
Now,
with 3
right.
on the highest point and 2 on the second highest point. So 6-5, 6-4, 5-4, and double 6, double 5, and double 4 leave a shot.
And
5,
there's
6,
one
5.
of them.
There's the shot. So now he needs a 5. 11 numbers. No, 3-1.
It's quite a few shots again. A lot of
Right.
repeaters, and we didn't find one.
Nope.
Okay.
4-2.
All right.
6-1. So he's going to come in and get a second crossover. Likely to save this gammon. So
Still
did
likely.
he roll a double?
Yeah, he did, but he's
Okay.
still the favorite to save it. But it's getting a little scary. The winds are out the
That's a
window.
4-3. So no crossover here. It's a little better to do this kind of thing. You don't want to stack them on the same point, 11 point. I've learned this by practicing against XG. Saving the gammons. I've gotten good at saving gammons by playing against XG. So 5-1, 6 away, 10 away. Now I've done over 500 videos on my YouTube channel. So my wife tells me, "Oh, you like making videos more than you like spending time with me." I said, "That's not true. I like playing backgammon more than I like spending time with you."
Don't get those confused.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now 5-2, both players, oh, that's a 5-1, both players have the 5 point. Now 4-1. Yeah, you don't really want to strip the midpoint with 2 checkers glued back on the 24 point. Michi did a seminar called Gravity, and he talks about that. When your back checkers, basically the midpoint is a landing space for your back checkers. When you strip it, now you're going to run out of good 6s.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to split there as well. There's a lot of ammo over there, but.
Oh, it's hard to hear me. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you had one in front.
No,
This way.
but that's okay.
We're splitting.
But I actually increased the volume, so it's better than before.
I didn't notice.
Yeah,
that there was just one.
Bill Spruce is watching. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Jack Blake. We're sharing the microphone. Yeah, that's what I find about these videos. It's like each one's a lesson. So that's a 5 something. Thank you, Jack.
That's
6-1. Okay.
Likely to be Jen.
Double
No,
3. Okay.
Might be enough.
They say the best way to counter a prime is with a counter prime.
And
So-
normally the one that's losing in the pip count is winning the prime advantage.
Correct. Yeah, yeah.
Which
so
is
in
the case here, probably.
Right. So he can play something. They both have 2 checkers behind a prime. Okay, so that actually is not a good roll for him because it moves a lot of freight, as my good friend Bill Ryle says. I don't know if he can afford to bury them on the 3 point. I think he'll have to make the
Make the 2 point.
2 point, and then maybe Ryan may have a double.
May
Because
have
what's
sixes
gonna
play
happen?
out good and then just making the point with a 5. Most 5s play great.
So now he's leaving the double 6, which is a good number anyway. That's what Paul McGreal used to say. Did you know that? GNA, good number anyway. Double 1. Okay, so that's still playable. He'll play it to 4.
Yep, no shots. Keep a builder. You still have great 6s and 5s. All right,
Double
that's
5. Okay, so that's
it.
completely forced, but he only gets 20 pips out of it. I'm sorry, 10 pips instead of 20.
Unless he's too good.
So now
he decides he's not too good.
Yeah. So with these prime versus primes, you think about not only your next roll, but the opponent's next roll, because the opponent's going to crack here. So that's part of the market losing sequence. A market losing sequence is a sequence of 2 rolls, one by one player and one by the opponent, where it was a double and a proper take before, but then it becomes a double pass. So He probably already lost his market on that. Now with the 6-2 standard split, leading 5 away, 10 away, 2-1's going to hit and come down. Except against the 6-4 split, it's better to split the back checkers with a 2-1. Double 4. So now that's 1. And I think he'll make the 9-point and step up. Or he's going to play this. There's lots of blots. Okay. 5-4. So
7 and 8.
7 and 8, or I mean, he can consider the hitting twice with all those blots elsewhere, but
it's gonna, if you make
Yeah.
the 7 and 8, he's got 5 blots. He'll probably make some
Yeah,
points, but
he'll
he'll
have-
still leave some fly shots and
Yeah.
the numbers around. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't.
yeah, I think that looking at it further, I'd make the bar point and then play 13 to 8.
Right, if you hit 2 and get hit, if he brings both guys in, you're really squirming. I mean, you've lost
Yeah.
your 8 point. You got 6 blots around the
Well,
board.
here, how many numbers does he have to make the 5 point? So he's looking at that.
Yeah, I
The hit and split.
don't think he's going to do these.
See, that's why he may need the tempo, because look at all those builders for the 5 point. This is somewhat of a distraction play. Like, hit me on the 10 point so you don't get the 5 point. These are difficult. So, I mean, you make this play. What's going to happen next?
Well, he's got five blots to try to. He's
But, I
going to
mean,
make
it's
a
gonna be
point.
pretty- yeah, he's
You're
gonna make a
conceding a
point.
point.
Yeah.
The bar, the 5 point.
5-2.
6.
Okay.
But then if he doesn't, that wasn't great on the scale of what he had.
Right,
That
right,
was like
right.
a medium roll.
Average roll, right? okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Now,
6-5.
okay.
Okay, good roll.
Yep. He had a lot of good rolls from this position.
Yeah. Okay, so 3-1.
Yep. He's under the pressure to
He's got the rack.
get something now.
4-3. I think he has to make the point on
Yep.
head.
Yep. A little desperate. Yeah.
One of the things is, like, if you don't have good alternatives, then you just make the play. 6-1's a great roll, comes in and hits. 6-5.
Bams.
Okay, so now what's going on?
Double pass.
Double. He picks it up with authority.
I think it's El Paso.
El Paso, Texas. We also have Pasadena in California. Are you familiar with that city?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But, I could maybe be trained into using it.
Neil Kazaros calls it the westernmost city in Texas, El Paso.
As
All right, so that's 7.
my 2-second analysis was right. It was a double pass.
So 4 away. Oh, no, this is 11 minus 7 is 4, right? See, that's what happens when I get tired. I can't subtract. So now he plays aggressive. 4-3 will bring 2 down. 5-3, so now you can hit on the other side. A lot of people automatically make their 3-point, but you need to look on both sides of the board. Double 3, what a great roll. So that's 1, 2, and I think at this score, probably want to anchor up.
24-21 twice.
Yeah. It kind of negates the value of all those stacks. It's hard to put those, to unstack the 6-point. 4-2, just like that.
Make the 9, maybe. Blocks the back runner escaping.
Yeah, and what else?
Leaves-
What's plan B?
Mm,
4-1, okay.
this is tough. Ace.
Does he want to come out and hit?
I'm thinking come out and hit. I really am. As 6 as he's stripped, he's got to give it up to hit.
Right.
Not that he wouldn't, but it's a concession.
3-1, okay, so he'll come in with the 3 and unstack. So
Yeah.
they're return shots.
Yep.
And Ryan already has an anchor.
And that
6-3, so
6
there's
come
the
into
3.
play. Attack.
And he's going to hit loose on the 3. Very good. Maybe I'll lean forward a little bit to get closer to the microphone. Very good.
Turn it that way.
That's fine. So now, 6-3 for Ryan.
You notice all this hitting and no one's made an innerboard point. This is what all the slashing and hitting and attacking is depriving your opponent of the first one to start building his board.
Right.
In the essence of it, really.
Exactly. That's one of the things in the early game. Of course, each player starts with a 1-point board. That's why you often see early hitting exchanges, because you don't have a lot to lose against a 1-point board. All right, so he slots his 4-point. That looks like a 2-1. Double 3 again. 2-3. And one more 8 to 5. 6-5. Can't double yet. So this is awkward. I think he'll have to bring 2 down. Or if he wants to leave it there, 6 to 3.
So if he pans, this is the best. He's got builders for the 4, and he did not.
4-3. Okay.
I got to give
So
him.
there's the 4.
I think you give him the 6 shot.
I agree. Hello.
Hi.
6-5. Good roll for Ryan. Comes out and hits. 2-1. Okay, so he can come in and hit loose on the 4.
Or he could come. I don't know if I would hit there with a better board. Your race is still good.
Yeah, but the alternative is really bad. And you unstack the 6-point. So 3-1, and he's got that anchor, which is actually nice because it's 6 away from the 10-point. That's going to make it awkward, but not anymore. There's 2, there's 3, and there's 4. All right, looking for an ace. Double 4.
Joker.
Wow. 1, 2, 3. And is he going to hit a second one?
No. He may. I probably wouldn't, but he may. I would do
So
that.
You can make the point, yeah.
You only have it, if you get missed, you only have a 2 to cover without
Right,
breaking your
right,
prime.
right.
You'd probably do it, but there's not that much that keeps the
So
prime.
now the double 3 is awkward. The 1 comes in, that's the second one. And now, yeah.
This may be a cube. He's cracking up over there and really
Yeah, especially the
jammed out
score,
back
right?
here. I would think about it.
See, this is what happens when your opponent is 4 away and you're many away. You send an early 2 cube. If the opponent sends the 4 cube, it's an automatic redouble to 8. So the opponent loses the value.
I think this is at the score. It's a double right now, even though you're.
What do you guys
way
think in
down
the
the
chat?
rest.
Would you double this as Dana? Put 1 if you doubled, 2 if you no double. That was earlier. Okay, so now he's looking at it. So this is one of those situations.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh,
I think
Jack Blake would have doubled.
I
Yeah.
would have doubled.
Now he's going to hit twice.
Maybe he thought he was
Wow,
too good.
double 4s. It looks
Look at
looks
this.
better than it is.
I was-
It's completely forced.
Even though I got hit
So
with
now
doubles
it's
from
way
the bar,
too good.
I wished I would have doubled.
I
right?
know.
Right?
Now it's way too good to double.
Yeah, it's way too good.
5-4. So maybe he comes in on the 4 to block the double 1s and double 2s. Everyone's doubling here. Jack, Ian, catastrophic.
Except
Duwan,
my opponent's at the cube.
Ian. Bill Spruce with double. 6-1's going to come out. Now it's too good for Dana and too bad for Ryan.
3. Give yourself a cover. Don't know which one. Probably. I have no idea.
Yeah, maybe come out from the 20, giving you 2s to hit, which are not good on the other side. I don't think it's a huge deal. 6-1 is completely forced. It's a mediocre anti-joker. That is a 5-3.
It's
So
a hit.
5 comes in, and 3. 5-3, so come in and anchor. Okay. We've been very fortunate to have so many outstanding players come to this tournament, and we've had great matchups. So was that a 6-1 or was it a 3 and he just touched the die?
I thought it was the 6-1.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was looking to play.
Did it look like he played a 3 or?
I think he has it all to play.
Oh, okay.
So you can make the 5 prime over there, but then you miss the block. seems right.
So that's the
Sending
one.
more back seems right. And the 6.
That's going to win more gammon. So we have a lot of novice viewers watching. A gammon is when you bear off all your checkers before your opponent has borne off a single checker, and then you win double the stakes. So if the cube is in the middle, you win 2 points. If the cube is on 2, you win 4 points. If the cube are on 4, you win 8 points. So 3-1, just trying to block that next point he wants to make. 5-1. So now you could hit here. You've got the 4 prime. It's a little awkward. He has some very awkward 6s from the bar. 6-5 is not one of them. 2-1. So there's the 2. And then he's going to slot the back. Five, 1. I think he'll have to cover, no?
I think so. You're just trying to save a gammon here. You're not really trying to win, and
Yeah.
exposing another blot to the mix doesn't seem worth it to me, but not sure. And
Maybe.
Ryan's
He's
looking at it again.
hitting. Just trying to get a tempo in case he rolls a double 3, double 2, or 3-2.
Yeah, but look at your aces. A lot
I
of
know,
aces
I
hit
know.
on the ace and hit back there. So now you're in the same position with another guy back, essentially. Right.
Yes, sir.
He's going
He's
for
looking
it.
at it.
He's looking
at it. So Ryan's wearing his new Dodgers hat that he got when he was visiting in Los Angeles, and he told Chris Trencher that he's a big Dodgers fan. But then when I saw him, he's like, no. 6-5, okay. So 5 and then 6. 6-3, that's completely forced.
2 something. I guess you cover the 2, but I can't see the whole
4-2. There you go.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see it.
Yeah, I think there's some hot spots on the board. A little challenging. I tried to put it a nice roll. I tried to put the table in a space where the lighting is nice. There are actually 4 different lights like this.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not as much focus on one, so you reduce the glare. But sometimes there are hot spots. Anyway, double 5, he comes out. 4-3, consolidates. Now double 3. I like this play. Three, 2.
So White's still too good. I may break the
He can
back
actually-
guy 5 all the way out. Like,
Or he can slot his 5 point.
I would do this right here. I'd try
Yes.
to capture some more checkers before
Yeah.
I slotted.
5-1. Okay, so there's the 5, and now he'll cover. Hello. Welcome.
So what Ryan's doing now is he's just trying to get these 3 guys home if possible. The more guys he gets home, the less gammon risk he incurs.
Right.
Right here,
Yeah,
if he
he's
can
just
save one of those, then you know the most he's going to get back is 4. And this gammon's actually, he's not a favorite to be gammoned anymore.
Yeah.
If he safeties one of them.
So if he's going to do that, now he can slot his 5 point, duplicate the 2s. Six, 3. It's forced. So now he can hit with aces, cover with 2s. 6-1, good roll. Comes in. And you can get 7 away or you can get 8 away. That's the same number of shots. Six, 3 comes in with 1, so
Okay. Red still, even though he has 4 back and no board, I think he's not a favorite to be gammon, right? With 4 on the 22.
yeah, I mean he's gonna have to give it up. The issue is I guess his board on his side.
Yeah, but
If he gets into a hitting exchange, it's not so good. I
just
don't know.
given from here,
Right.
somebody look it up if you have access to it. I think he's not a favorite to be gammon.
I would agree with
As
that.
as the prime breaks down, he'll escape 1,
Yeah,
then 2,
right,
then
right,
so
right, exactly.
it's possible, but not probable. He's not a favorite to be gammoned anymore.
So now he's looking at a trap play to get him off the point. Not quite yet.
Now, if he can trap him off of it and keep him on 4 back while he's coming in, which is
Yeah.
often the right play here, he could turn into a getting gammon.
The problem with the trap play here is like he's still going to have the anchor if he's forced off of it.
If he could,
Yeah.
roll a 2 and break that point, traps become more
Yeah.
lucrative. With the 3-point board, they're not as lucrative.
Right. So now 5-2. No, he can't break that
here's
one.
An
He's not
interesting
gonna
one. Here's an interesting one. Leave that there and make the ace point. But if he hits you, you still keep your prime, and now you've built another point in your board.
You can't make the ace point if you do that. It's a 5-2.
Yeah, make it from the
8 point.
Yeah, look.
Oh yeah.
Now you send another guy back, and you're trying to catch something.
Yeah, if you roll like a 5-1.
Yeah, I would think of this one. If he comes out, it's almost like you want to be hit. I would probably do that, but could be wrong. Could be wrong.
So this, what's called the Bob Glass Masters Jackpot. Did you know Bob Glass before he
I
passed?
did.
Yeah.
I did that.
He was one of my good friends. He had a great sense of humor.
Now.
And he's one of the top 10 all-time ABT points. Did you know that?
I knew he was up there. I didn't know
Yeah.
where
Playing
his
for a
rank
very
was.
long time, yeah. Double 2. Okay, so that cracks his board a little further. Double 1. So maybe 8-6, 5-4.
Yep.
Make the ace point.
Seems right. Doesn't seem like getting hit helps you here. Five four is the other play. The thing of getting hit with like 4-1, 4-2 is a number that would have came out there. So 4 of his hits would come out there and sit there. Right, 4-1, 4-2, he would be stuck. But now,
right,
if he hits you, you're on the bar, and they're not. You don't gain much from those.
So 5-4. See, then there's the other half. There's a 4-3, 4-5, 4-6, double 4, 3-1. Okay. I don't know if you saw this. There was a video I did of Candace. She was driving around on Patrick's scooter, and on camera, on the video, she drove the scooter into the wall.
I didn't see it.
That was funny. I went home and I showed my son, and he was laughing so hard he couldn't fall asleep. All right, so now he cashes.
That was a long game.
That was a long game. He was
I'm
going
gonna
for
run to
the
the
gammon.
restroom.
Go ahead.
Be back in a minute or two.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Did he score that? They didn't score that. I'm going to go over there to make sure they scored the game. All right, they did score that game. Very good. (6-1) for Dana. He's going to hit, and now he's going to come out. That was a 3-1. Now 4-2 for Dana. The 2 is forced, and the 4 is awkward. So he'll have to go there. Now Ryan has a lot of targets here. What's he going to do? Lots of targets. 6-5 can hit twice, or he can make the 16-point anchor, being ahead so far in the score. He didn't want to break his midpoint. 3-1. Okay, so there's the 3 and the 1, so he does anchor. Double 6. Okay, so he makes that point, and he makes that point, and that was a fantastic sequence for Ryan. So 4 away, 9 away. Anytime you're 4 away, you want to try to go for a doubled gammon to win the match with perfect efficiency. I tell people match winning efficiency is winning the match by doing the least amount of work, by playing the fewest number of games. So if you have a certain amount of work to do, if you can get it done in 1 hour, it's better than getting it done in 2 hours because you're going to get paid the same amount, right? So you're going to win the match if you finish it in 2 games versus 3 games. It's much easier to finish the match faster. Okay, so that's called efficiency. The opposite of efficiency is inefficiency. So here, a doubled gammon gets him to 11 points, perfect. But if he were at 8 points, a doubled gammon would give him an extra point that he wouldn't need. It's wasting a point. He would get 12 points, and he only needs 11 points. So that's like working for 12 hours, but only getting paid for 11 hours. Nobody would like that. Nowadays, people want to work for 11 hours and get paid for 12 hours. He does take. The thing about this is getting from 7 to 9 is still valuable because you're at the valuable 2-way score. $5-2 for Ryan. So it looks like he'll have to clear the 9 points, putting spares on the other points. That's nice. So now Dana's making his 4 point. He's got the anchor. It's the dragon with the tail. So the dragon is the anchor and the tail is the goalkeeper on the 24 point. So the double 2, so he can do that. But yeah, I think you just want to clear from the rear, but he's looking at it. Yeah, you make the 2 point. The 2 point's like not a great landing spot for the rest of the checkers. That looks like it's a 5-3. So he's going to bring 2 checkers down. Now Ryan's trying to bring things in. Double 5. Great roll. So he makes the 3 point and the 1 point on head. So now he's winning some gammons. Double 4. Cannot come in. All right. So now 5-2. Great roll. Makes his 2 point. Now he has a 5 point board. Only 11 numbers come in. 3-2 is a 5, but it's the wrong type of 5. 5-2 is going to clear the 8 point, come in. Dana's going to need a 5 soon. Or else Ryan's going to win a lot of gammons here. 6-4 will bring in 2 checkers. And now you actually want to leave the 3rd checker on the 6 point here because then only 6-5 leaves a blot. Oh, okay, so he's gonna play off it. That's fine. Hello.
I've got doubles.
All right, good luck, Dennis. Thank you for joining us.
Yep.
So that's a double 2. So he wants to keep an even number on that highest point. Just like that. So now his doubles play well. 6-5. Okay, so he'll come in with a 6 and get a crossover. So now he's trying to get crossovers. Ryan only has 1 checker off. So now that's 3 checkers off. So looks like Dana's a decent favorite to save the gammon unless Ryan rolls some big doubles. 5-1, not a double. Double 2, okay, 2 and then 2 more in perfectly, or you can get a crossover. You'll get an extra PR point if you save that out because you get an extra decision. Or actually, the backgammon doesn't matter, so it's not a decision here. Double 3, so 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Dana's managing to get the crossover. 6-5 bears off 2 checkers. 5-4. Okay, I don't think you want to get 2 crossovers and put them both on the 12 point here. Here you want to play there and then the 5 here. Okay, so this way you have double 5s and double 4s that are good. The other way you need double 6s. So a lot of people think that you just want to get 2 crossovers, but that's not always the case. So now Ryan has 4 numbers, double 3 or higher, that will win outright, but he still has chances. 5-3 brings in 2 checkers. So now 12 numbers. He got it. Congratulations to Ryan Rebelo, winning 4 points when he needs just that. I'm going to see if we can get him for a post-match interview. Hello.
Hi.
Is the mic off?
No, it's on. All right, very good. Congratulations to my friend Ryan Rebelo. What are your thoughts of that match?
It was. I mean, it was fun to get lucky sometimes.
You rolled pretty well.
I rolled.
At the end.
I rolled really well throughout the entire thing.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
So that was the Masters jackpot. So now you're in the second round of that. You lost to John Rockwell in the other one.
I
right?
did. Yeah,
Okay.
that was a bad loss.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes. So you're in this. There's 3 rounds to play tonight. We'll try to get another round in.
What's that?
We'll try to get one more match in
Okay,
on,
sure.
on the stream. But how have you been enjoying your trip to Los Angeles?
It's fun.
Yeah.
Went around to Muscle Beach yesterday, Santa Barbara, right?
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica. Yeah, this is your
it's
first
so
time.
confusing, all the Santas you guys got going on. Santa here, Santa Fe,
There's all
whatever.
the saints. It's Santa Monica's a popular beach. Yeah.
Yeah, go Bills, baby. A big
Oh,
big
yeah,
game this
Bills
week.
screwed. So how did you become a Bills fan?
It's right next to where I'm from.
It's the closest football team.
The Toronto and Buffalo are like right next to each other.
Right. Okay.
Like
What-
Buffalo's less than an hour
There's
drive
a Canadian
away.
football league, right?
Yeah, but
that's
that's not interesting.
Yeah.
The NFL is much more competition and it's a better game.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy they actually did that super jackpot because that's one of the things you wanted to play in.
Yeah, Super Jackpot is a high equity event for me.
So, yeah, I think like we hear Ryan. Okay, so they don't hear me. Yeah, I feel like that's one of the things we were talking about to try to get a bigger turnout. You get like these bigger events and more people will come, especially the top players.
Yeah, but I want to play cash games too.
Well, we're trying to work on that too. We have some people that may be available, but it's a little hard to schedule with the tournament because if you have a tournament match, that takes priority.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, good.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
We'll take a break and we'll see who's going to be up next. We'll go back to the break video. Thank you for watching. Smash that like button. In this video, it's my pleasure to be conducting an interview with CEO of Chris Lloyd, Jeff Caruso. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today?
Great. Yeah, doing really well.
And you're joining us from Providence, Rhode Island. Is that correct?
That's correct. Providence, Rhode Island.
That's where the Chris Lloyd factory is. Is that
That's
correct?
right. Yes, sir.
Very good. Looking forward to learning a lot more about the Chris Lloyd boards. I'd like to start with a little bit of background biographical information, if I may. Please tell us where you were born and raised and what you did after school.
Well, I was born in Baltimore, Maryland, but then quickly moved a little bit throughout the Northeast and Northern New York. But most from kindergarten on, I was in just outside of Albany, New York, a little town called Loudonville. Great town to grow up, great location to grow up, just south of Saratoga, but plenty of access to the Adirondack Mountains. And as a New Yorker, I found my way to one of the SUNY schools, the college SUNY of Oswego, which happens to be about 40 minutes north of Syracuse, right on Lake Ontario.
And for those who are not familiar, that stands for State University of New York, right?
Yeah.
Very good, very good. So you don't play backgammon much, but when were you first introduced to backgammon?
Well, I don't play it often, but I've played it for quite a long time. Mostly just in casual play with my brother, my wife, and so I'm not a tournament player. I'd be willing to give it a shot, but I don't think I'd make it far.
Did you learn when you were growing up?
Yeah, we always had it around. So, Chris Lloyd has been in our family for generations, in and out of the family more so. So boards have been in our closet and, on our game table for as long as I can remember.
Very good. What kinds of hobbies and interests do you have outside of backgammon?
Well, quite a few, although I will say that the majority of my time is spent at Chris Lloyd. And if I'm in Providence, if I'm at home, you'll find me at the shop. It's just about 7 days a week. Yeah, I don't mind being there. It's a very comfortable place for me to be. And really, quite honestly, it's called for. We're a small, but we're growing. And so I'm really, really proud of the time I spend there.
Yeah, that's great. Chris Lloyd is a very well-known manufacturer of backgammon boards, as well as other things that we'll talk about. And so people know about it. It's been around for a very long time. Good quality. We'll talk about that. How did you first get into the Chris Lloyd business?
Well, dating back to the 40s, my great uncles Alphonse and Lucky Lodato started A&L Manufacturing.
Okay.
They built this wonderful small business in Brooklyn, New York. It was very much a family affair as it was in its starting years. They did grow it. They did a wonderful factory in Brooklyn. And in the mid-50s, they met a gentleman named Chris Ruizzo, who founded Chris Lloyd in Providence, Rhode Island. He was also in the plastics business, but he was in the game business, leaning heavily toward plastics and more volume production. So he and my great uncles found one another, and for years were buying and selling from each other to help round out their line of products. And then in the 60s, or right in the early 60s, the plastics craze hit, and Chris Ruizzo of Chris Lloyd became very busy. His company just skyrocketed, and he was a bright guy in the right place at the right time. So he started to buy other vendors. And in 1970, he purchased A&L Manufacturing, my great uncle's company, and moved everything from Brooklyn to Providence, Rhode Island.
Okay.
Part of that sale, my great uncles sent their nephew, my Uncle Jerry, to Rhode Island, along with my Aunt May and their 3 children. And my Uncle Jerry, who was a very bright Army engineer, made Chris Lloyd and his life's work. 4 or 5 business owners later, my uncle was really the only guy left that really knew what was going on in this business. And so he made the purchase in the mid-'80s and took Chris Lloyd over, which I'm very thankful for.
Very good. I think the people are most familiar with the unique aspect of the crystalloid boards in terms of the cork surface. There aren't a lot of other manufacturers, at least nowadays, that have that. So maybe you can tell us about that, maybe how they decided on that, if you know, and the advantages and disadvantages of having that type of surface.
Well, it's a great question. I don't really have the answer to how it came to be, how early on, but I mean, so many boards from the 60s and the 50s have cork on them. And so I think it became, there's a couple reasons. So it's a nice product to work with. Historically, it was a lot more readily available, I think, than it is today. So it's a workable product in a manufacturing environment, and it's a printable product. So I think the two really worked well together. And before long, they realized it was really a nice playing surface. There's a little bounce to the feel. The sound is nice. The dice get a little spring of action on the cork. And just in general, it has a real nice warm feeling to it. And so, yeah, our boards have always really intimately been connected to cork surfaces. And I don't know if everyone is aware, but the best cork in the world comes from Portugal.
Really?
And so we've always brought our cork in from Portugal. And from there, it's processed through, it's trimmed and mounted, sealed and printed. And in more recent years, really because of the popularity of cork, one in the wine industry and a few other industries, it hasn't been as easy to produce. The only other element that not everybody is aware of, but it's a renewable resource. Cork, it comes from a cork tree, which I think it's every 4 or 7 years the tree is ready to then be harvested again. And so they peel the tree and then they leave it to replenish, and it grows back again in not too many years down the road. So that's also a really nice fact that not only people realize that.
Interesting. So let's briefly talk about what are the other things you manufacture other than backgammon boards.
Several classics, checkers, dominoes, cribbage. And in the last 10 years, we have started to manufacture mahjong sets again. And I'm really, really, really happy we started making boards again, mahjong sets again. It's a wonderful community, also a very heavily growing community. And we've really been thankful to produce some beautiful boards and have been well received by the mahjong folks. So it's been very nice.
Yeah, they're great boards. The crystalloid boards, at least the backgammon boards. I haven't seen the mahjong because I'm not familiar with those other ones, but I know those are high quality as well. I watch a lot of backgammon on YouTube, and recently I was watching the tournament in Jamaica, which was sponsored by Crystalloid, and I saw the beautiful board there that was customized.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for noticing it. We were really excited. Jeb reached out. We had a couple conversations, and it was our pleasure to sponsor and to make that custom board for the live stream. That's a felt board, and it's really.
Is it?
Yeah, it's felt. Yeah, so we are now into the felt game, and that's probably one of the first 25 that we've done. We've teased it a few times. But we have to be really smart about how we roll out a new product. So
right,
and people have been calling for felt from us for a long time, and so we did our homework, and we found the right supplier, the right felt supplier, and we did a lot of R&D. So one prototype after another, we did well over a year's worth of testing. And we feel really good about that set that we shipped to Jamaica. And that was sort of I'd say its international debut for felt crystalloid board.
That's interesting. I don't know if maybe they mentioned it in the stream. I know Larry Schiller and Phil Simborg were doing it. I didn't watch everything from beginning to end, so they may have mentioned that, but I didn't know that. So that's interesting. What made you decide to go into felt? People were asking about it.
Yeah, we had to answer the call. the many tournament players, want to play on felt. Excuse me. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, I think felt is interesting. Most of the boards that I've seen are on felt. There's also all sorts of different types. Like I've seen the merino wool that's very high quality. I'm sure there's a different manufacturing process that you have to go through with felt versus cork. Tell us about that, please.
Well, the manufacturing process is something I have outsourced that of it. We didn't bring in the machinery and the equipment and the fabrics, and we're doing it in-house. Now, I don't necessarily want to do that.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and there's I've found a wonderful group that's what they do. They're very good at it, and so I'd like to build that relationship. We've got enough work to do.
Yeah, that's good. So I know you can customize the boards. I see the custom board behind you, but you can customize the felt as well.
Yeah. So we knew once it really doesn't. A big part of what we do now is customization. So I knew, even though we were introducing, we have a line of 3 new colorways that'll be on our website in a few weeks.
Okay.
But everybody wants custom. So we have absolutely developed, that system for customizing the felt boards also. They'll just take a little bit longer. Right. But the fit and finish of those sets is really, really beautiful.
That's great. So speaking of customization, I know you have that custom board behind you. That's a little special. Can you tell us about that one, please?
Yeah, that's a stock board. It's one of our signature series. That's called our Ocean State. So you can see that there's little sailboats. It's a really nicely designed set. And so Rhode Island is the Ocean State. There's a lot of sailing going on here, and it was a little nod to our hometown. And it's a great seller. It's nice for we sell it to a lot of people who have a summer camp, or maybe have visited someone that treated them pretty well, and so then they're gifting this for them to their camp or their place on Nantucket or the Vineyard or Montauk. So it's a nice set. It's a good feel good set. It looks good open and left out. So yeah, we love the colors. Very good, vibrant colors.
Yeah. So that's a stock one. And in terms of the customization, what are the various aspects of the board that can be customized for the viewers?
Yeah, so we make everything at Chrysolite, and we cast our own checkers. So we have a casting department, we have the cutting department, the wet tubbing, the polishing, wood shop, case department, printing, fit and finish, and so because we do all of those things there, and the boards get built along the way, we can customize just about any element of the board. Most common are the playing fields. You can choose your own point colors, your point styles. If you want to add a logo or some initials, that's a great place to do it. Some people like a nice classic visual, so they'll customize the bumpers, underneath the bumpers. The leather cups is a really nice, the chestnut brown leather cup with a nice engraving of a name or an initial or a logo is really, really sharp. We can customize the checkers, which in some instances it's nice. In some instances it becomes a little too busy if every checker is, has something custom about it. And then the exterior of the case we can customize too, and that's it's a really nice finish to have a family crest or a last name, some initials. It's a nice piece.
Yeah, that's really nice. I think that's a really nice touch to a board when you can customize all the different features, and you have that whole factory where you can do that. My friend Candace Maron came there and visited and toured it, so she told me a lot about that. How was that tour? I think she had a lot of fun.
She sure did. Yeah, she's the best. She came in, big smile and just the pure joy and excitement, and Yeah, she was great, and so we're glad to have her on the Crystalloid team. That's for sure.
Yeah, she loves all the colors, and I know that the cubes can be customized too. There are a lot of beautiful cubes, right?
Yeah, I left that out. Yeah, so the doubling cubes, we have a stock doubler that goes with most of the sets, and then from there we can customize. There are some larger 2-inch cubes that people have come to really enjoy getting customized. The oversized cube has a good hand feel to it, and they do look beautiful when they're done.
Yeah, she said the factory is really big. How large is the factory itself, actually?
Current footprint where we operate is 18,000 feet.
Wow.
The building is 46,000 feet, and back in the 70s, Crystalloid occupied every square inch, and it was
Wow.
Yeah, back then we were making 2 million dice every 2 weeks would go out the door.
Wow.
Parker Brothers, Mattel, Hasbro. It was a big operation. It sure was.
Now, the dice, you make them in-house, but these dice are not the precision dice that are usually used, right?
Well, we no longer make dice. So when I purchased Crystalloid in 2008, we were still operating as a volume wholesale manufacturing company. We had hundreds of retail partners all over the country and some internationally. But that model was not working for us. And so throughout after I purchased, didn't happen overnight, but I made a major change to Crystalloid in that we had to change our business model from volume wholesale and go direct to consumer. We needed to realize that additional margin in order to not only survive, but to thrive in a way that needed to happen in order to improve our product line, employ good craftsmen, and we were able to pull that off. It was not easy. It was not an easy time. I promise you that. But we've come out, and I'm very proud of the finished work and the team that we have in place now. It's all about the team. I promise you that. It's a good group of people, everybody working together, and really also proud to see how nice of a finished product.
Yeah. How many employees do you have in the company now?
14.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a good number. So in terms of the dice, you just outsource them, but when you buy a board, it comes with dice, right?
Yeah, we outsource. I mean,
Right.
There was a time where everybody wanted Crystalloid dice, but throughout the late 70s and the 80s, they just wanted nice dice, and plenty of nice dice were coming in from overseas. So it just was a business decision to make that happen. And so we just buy them now.
Very good. I wanted to also display the website to showcase some of the products, because this is really beautiful. There's a lot of great stuff here. So are you able to see the website now on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll let you guide us through it. So let me know where you want to go, and then we can kind of go through all the different features.
Well, sure. Just, I guess if you just scroll down a little bit, we can go from left to right under the products section.
Okay. So there are all these products here. I'll go slowly. I'll put it here. So we have attaché backgammon, custom backgammon, signature backgammon, tabletop backgammon, and travel backgammon.
Sure. Really, we could go through all of them, but I don't think that's necessary per se. But if you click on signature backgammon,
back. Okay.
These are this is a very popular segment of our boards. They're just a little more design oriented, a little more thoughtful, a little more color, not necessarily just like our classic series, which is brown and white versus.
Right.
The Legacy series are the top 3 there that you see here. You get a little play on maybe beer brewing. So you got your Legacy Barley, you got your Legacy Hops, and you have your Legacy Midnight. And so all 3 of those come with our grooved checkers.
Oh, they're the groove checkers. Okay, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
that's one item that is sort of separates this set from another set.
Let's see if I can find one. Is there a close up of the checkers?
Yeah, it'll probably be
Yeah.
somewhere here.
Okay, so this. Oh, so these are grooved, like
Yeah.
a finger dish style.
Yes.
And the exterior is really beautiful. I noticed like the classic ones have the circles at the tip, and I recognize that. That's like a Chris Lloyd.
Yeah, we tried to pay homage to some of the history. We've seen some with the inline point, the circle. There's just that little point circle at the top, which it's a nice touch. It feels it just brings a little element to it.
And this looks like a custom cube. Let me see if there's a close up. Yeah, this is a custom cube, isn't it?
Well, that cube comes with every set.
I see.
Now, at one point, yes, that was custom, but now we make them with our logo on the 64 side on every set that comes out.
I see. Really nice. And then this was the one that you were talking about.
Yep, that's the one
Ocean State.
On the background, our Ocean State. Yep. That series does not have groove checkers, but it price reflects that also.
These are the flat checkers. What I like about this is there's a compartment for the cups here, so that fits nicely. If you see other manufacturers, they don't necessarily have that. So when you're carrying it, the dice cups are kind of like rolling around.
Yeah.
So I really like that. And then it has the clasps on either side. And the thing that I noticed is like on the bar, you can hardly see the hinges.
Yeah, hinges, historically we used to cover the middle bar with a flap. And again, listening to the customer, it just, one, it wasn't necessary, and two, it was a little encumbering. Sometimes the checker wouldn't stay on that flap, so we just got rid of it. That is an area that we've tried multiple different ways to hinge the set, and we haven't changed it yet because this is just the best way.
Yeah, and you can't even see it. And this one's a beautiful, like a camouflage one.
Yeah, it's our multicam. That's popular, very popular. Most multicam is a very popular brand in the camo world. They're a great company, and they got a very large contract. Believe it or not, that is a very smart camo design, and it was approved by the armed forces.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the price point is very competitive for these products. Look at those beautiful swirl checkers. I really like that.
Yeah.
So with these, the standard ones are like 1 3/4 inch size checkers. Is that right?
So our sizing for the tournament size these are tournament attaché sets. So the indicator is the tournament, that indicates 1 3/4 inch diameter checker.
I see. And then it looks like here you can fit maybe 11 checkers across.
You can, absolutely. Yep. They're all designed to do 11 across.
Okay, so that's actually nice because some people prefer the shorter boards that they can reach across a little bit better.
Yeah.
Oh, this kind of goes through it by itself. So that's nice, and it's got the nice sturdy handle there.
Yeah.
Beautiful exterior.
Much of our hardware, so again, we made a lot of changes. It's not always easy to keep up with new photography and new changes. So some of these images are a bit dated. We are in the process now of doing photography. So on our more premium boards, we have new handle, new hardware, really, again, just updated stuff, and feels very nice. Yeah. Right.
One of the things I noticed is you can put like a custom imprint on the bumper, the side, the edges here.
Yeah, that's correct. That I was mentioning on the bumpers before. We've had some people customize every single bumper, phrasing all the way around.
Wow.
Yeah, some fun stuff.
Interesting. Okay, so let me get out of this one. Okay, so that was this one. So let's go back What was the next one you would like to look at?
Well, the travel sets is a nice section.
Okay, so how big are these travel set ones?
Well, you're testing me here. I couldn't tell you the name of the
Oh,
exact
what are the sizes of the checkers, for example?
Yeah, so this particular one is a newest set this year, and this is our magnetic travel set. If you're watching and you don't want it magnetic, yes, we could do it non-magnetic.
Yeah.
But that's a 1.25-inch checker.
Okay.
And so again, doing a lot of R&D before we went ahead and introduced this, we found a nice balance from, it's not a heavily magnetized checker to board. There's really you don't notice the drag when you're moving the checkers around. But if the board gets bumped or you want to move it, it holds plenty well. So thinking boat or plane or train, and so it's a great finish and a nice feel to this this set. We have cold roll steel underneath the cork.
Oh.
And every one of our checkers is drilled, and magnets are, we do that in our shop, drilled and the magnet placed and glued, and it's a little tedious, but it makes for a very nice finish set.
Does that make things a little heavier?
It sure does. Not so heavy where you're like, I don't want to put that in my my bag, or
reasonable.
But from those two, between the magnet and the steel, now it's a thin roll of steel. So but yes, it's. I think each one of those is 5 pounds.
Okay, that's not too bad. I also noticed the checker racks are 1 row of 15, which is unique. Most of the crystalloids are 3 rows of 5.
Yeah, that's correct. And this is the only one we have. And the reason we did it here, we have leather fold-up cups that would come with this. So you can just lay flat in the middle. And then it also kept that board just a little smaller. If it needed to be bigger, or the checkers to fit the other way, it was going to go a little bit bigger, a little bit wider. And so it's nice and clean. Love this board.
Yeah, good. Okay, so let's see. So these were the travel ones. Okay, so let's look at. Let's go back. There are some other ones. The tabletop is just like a non-foldable one, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
So you just leave it.
Yeah, this has been a staple crystalloid for a long time. And I will say it's due for a little bit of an update, but it's very popular. It's very functional. People buy them. They love to leave them out.
All right, welcome back. We are set for the next match on the stream. This is a doubles match between my good friend Hans Ghaffari, who's a local player, and Dirk Schiemann, super grandmaster from Germany. They're playing the red checkers at the top. Gigi Goyette, another local player, lovely lady, and one of the nicest people I've met playing backgammon. She's just friendly, always smiling, always watching. And her partner is Oliver Squire, top grandmaster from the UK. However, he is not here, so they're going to start without him because it's about 30 minutes past the start time. The other option was to wait and give him 5 minutes and then be assessed the penalty point. So she's playing by herself. She's rolling with the dice cups. 2-1. So this is a 7-point match. It's 3 minutes per point for 21 minutes and a 15-second delay, so they can speak with each other. 5-3, Hans makes his 3-point. And that is cocked. The dice must land flat. They are playing dice on checker is valid. Dice on checker is valid. So 6-1. Now she can make her 5 point. Very good. 5-2. Yeah, I personally prefer playing with the baffle box. It's much faster, and time is money. Yeah, thank you, Amy. So this is a Pro-Am event. So there's the Pro and the Amateur. So we're trying to mix it up, get some of that in. And I'm trying to feature some women as well. Obviously, there are not as many women that are playing as men, but we're trying to feature them as much as possible. Thank you for joining us, Amy and Bob Orion. Now double 4 for Gigi. Okay, so looks like she'll make the 9 point there. And then I think you've got to go 24-16. Yeah, so there. I think, I don't know, maybe that's right. Double 2. She gets punished.
Hi.
Hello, how are you, Vera?
I'm okay.
Good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, so Dirk is looking at, redistributing the builder from the 8 to the 6 point. All right. So, who do you think is going to win this match? Put it in the chat. Red for Hans and Dirk, blue for Gigi and Goyette. Who's going to win, red or blue? Tell me what you think. We want to have an interactive chat. Now it's 6-2 for Hans and Dirk. He told me in German it's pronounced Dirk, but we say Dirk. So we'll call him by the way it sounds in German, Dirk. So there's the 6, and then what do you do with the 2? See, you can't move either of the back checkers. So they're looking at actually slotting. This is the nice thing about playing doubles with the top player. If Oliver doesn't get there, the money's on Hans and Dirk. I can't blame you. 4-1. The 1 is forced.
I'm watching the match here in that room.
And the 4. What are you going to do? 4. I think you don't like it, but I think you're going to have to split here. Yeah, just like that. Double 2, okay. So now you can point on head on the 2 point, or you can hit shift somehow. You can come down. You can pick and pass. This is a tough choice. Doubles are difficult. So they're looking at shifting, well, not shifting, but making the 2 point on head. Today's video on my channel was Marty Storr versus Mike Senkowitz, 2 legends of the game. If you guys haven't checked out my channel, you can check that out too. Lots of backgammon content. I have over 500 videos. Amy's on Team Gigi. Very good. Oh, it looks like Oliver has arrived now. Okay, so he's sitting there. So I'm glad. I'm glad to see that. He just sat down. Gigi had just gotten a new beautiful Zaza Sachi board. We couldn't use it on the stream, but it would be too technically difficult to change the board and the whole setup as well as the visibility on the stream. The colors are very dark and non-contrasting. So he does make the 2 point on head. Now Gigi's looking for a 5 or a 2. This is why I like a baffle box. You don't have to worry about this kind of stuff. 5-2. Okay, 5-2 is going to hit. Hans picks it up. What a gentleman. I know people that get mad when you do that kind of stuff. Wow. 1, hit, and shift. Yeah, 2, 8 to 7, and 6 to 5 twice. or you hit loose. So that's 2 of them. And I think I do that. Yep, exactly. 2 on the bar is better by far. Now only double 6 hits. And you have a 4-point board. It's still a 4-point board. Doubles gives them 4 chances to make a mistake. GLH64. Is that GL Harvey? I think so. He's saying hello to Ian. All right. 3-2 dance. Okay, so now you're going to think about the cube. Yeah. So what's going to happen in the next 2 roll sequence? Okay, so red has 3 checkers back. He'll likely come out with 1 or maybe bring something down. And then blue will likely bring in 1 checker perhaps or dance completely. So if you have 1 more checker in the zone and still 2 on the bar, have you lost your market? Welcome to GL Harvey. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoy this one. This is an outstanding match, and we have the commentary by me as well as the live chat. I really enjoy the live chats. It's like it makes a big difference. So they do decide to double. All right. So now Oliver and Gigi have the decision to make. No, because this is fine.
Oh, okay.
But you want to say?
Found both.
Oh, okay. I know. Do you want to say hello, Candace? You're right there, Candace Mayron, my good friend. Thank you for running an outstanding tournament. How are you?
I'm wonderful, thank you. I'm a little frazzled right now, but it's going really well, and we've got so many fabulous people here playing.
We do. It's amazing. Here we have Dirk and Oliver from Europe playing doubles with Gigi and Hans, 2 local players. Aren't they wonderful people, Hans and Gigi?
Yeah, very much so. I'm just so happy. Look, we've got Oliver Squire and Dirk Schiemann. It's great. And I'm so appreciative of the streaming that you're doing, Alex.
It's a pleasure. Everyone's saying hi. So, GL Harvey says hello.
Hey, stud man. How are you?
Amy is on the chat. Bob Orion, Ian Terry, I believe.
Amy Trudeau. I love her.
I don't know if it's Amy Trudeau. Is that her, Amy Trudeau? I don't know. I can't tell. It just says Amy.
Yes, this tournament is legal rules.
Legal rules. Yes. Legal moves, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, legal moves.
Legal
Thank
moves,
you.
Yeah. 5-3. Okay, so.
You need 2 microphones.
We need 2 microphones. Well, when I'm one person, I'm right here. It's okay.
Okay. It's up to you.
All right. Well, thank you for everything, Candace.
Oh, thank you for what you're doing. We'll see everybody. Oh, golly, tomorrow morning is the big Dirk Schiemann lecture.
Yes, we're looking forward to that.
9 o'clock in the morning, Pacific Standard Time, which is UTE -8. How about that, huh?
Is that the same as GMT?
Yep,
Oh,
-8. Mm-hmm.
What does UTE stand for?
I don't know, but
Oh,
I think it's for Eastern Europe
Oh,
or something.
GMT is Greenwich Mean Time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're both -8.
Okay. Very good. So that's a 4-1 to play.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, bye-bye, Candace. Thank you for stopping by. Four and 1. Make the bar point and the 18 point. So you'll need a 3, 4, 5 next. But there are some that don't work, like 3, 2. All right. So now full prime. Double 2 cannot come in. All right. So now they're going for the double gammon. Double 1. So they'll surely shift, play 7 to 6, and probably step up. Although I'm not sure of the last one. Now you're in blitz mode. You're going to shift, and you're going to create a builder with 7 to 6. And then it's just a matter of looking for the final one. So they're trying to diversify their next numbers. This type of consulting doubles, the Pro-Am, is just an outstanding lesson for novice or intermediate level players. Oh, wow. I don't know about this one. I wouldn't make this play because you're not spreading out your checkers. You're in blitz mode. You want to just make the next point. Okay. I don't know about that one. Double 6. Wasted her double 6. At least it was a double. 4-1. Okay. No, I think I come out, yeah, 18 to 14 and then 6 to 5. So now they're looking at 4s and 3s, which would make the 2 point. Double 4 does it too. You see that? You need to look at those doubles that work well. 4-3 right there. Okay, so now they just need to tiptoe home. Be careful not to roll things bad. 3-2. So I think you go to the 13 point. Then the only cracking number is a double 1. 6-5. So the 5 will come out and the 6 will come down. Now double 2's a little awkward. What is that, a 6-1? There you go. Spread out your checkers. 6-1 again. Barely playable. You're just thinking about double 2's, double 3's, double 1's, okay. 4-3. Okay, bring it around. That's safe. So now they're in a really good position to win a gammon and possibly some backgammons, which are very valuable at the score because a doubled backgammon gets you 6 points of the Crawford game. So for the novice viewers that are watching, the Crawford rules is named after John Crawford, who wrote the Backgammon book with Oswald Jacoby. And the Crawford rule is used in matches, and it states that when one player, or one team in this case, is within 1 point of winning the match, the doubling cube may not be used for one game. That's called the Crawford game. So this is a 7-point match. If one team gets to 6, that's the Crawford game. Should the trailer win the Crawford game, they may double at their first opportunity in the post-Crawford. So now they're giving up some backgammon chances, but this will win more games and more gammons. 3-2 cannot come in. Double 1. Okay, so here what I would do is bear off 1 from the 2 point and then think. You don't want to bear off 2 from the ace point. If you keep 4 checkers on the 5 point, you'll keep your 5 point board for longer. So that's why I kind of like that 4 off. And it's still what Michi calls a 0 position. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's even. But then what's going to happen is next you're going to break your 5 point board. Okay, letting them come in. They do have 3 on the bar. Okay. Jeezy's looking for 6s. 5-1. Wrong 6. At least it was a 6. Double 4. Okay, so take 2 off and then look for the other 2. Just clearing. Okay, playing safe. 4-2 cannot come in. Double 6. Great roll for Hans. Now he's got some good backgammon chances. Gigi really needs to get in. Straightening out the checkers. 4-2 comes in with 1, looking for the BG. Oh, do you take turns with your partner? Usually one player makes all the moves. You may change that between games in doubles. Looking for a double. 3-1. Okay, so now he's off in a maximum of 3 rolls with 6 checkers. Gigi's going to want to come in. No, that's cocked. Again, that's why I like baffle boxes. That looks like a double 2. Oh, that's a 3-2. Okay, so it's still possible for Hans. 6-1. So now a 5 and a 3 are needed for the crossover. If not, Hans will have a chance. 5-2. So now there are 6 numbers. He has a 1 out of 6 chance of winning the backgammon. Any double? No. 4-3. Okay, so no backgammon. The gammon is gin. So that's still 4 points. 4-0 for Hans and Dirk. Hello. Did you just put a picture on Facebook?
Did I just put a picture on?
Oh, maybe an hour ago.
Of the library?
Is that where you were?
That was the library. I saw it.
Which library?
The Los Angeles Public Library.
Really? I didn't know they have a public library.
Alex, you live here, right?
We don't use libraries in Los Angeles.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's an architectural piece of art.
It's beautiful, and you should go there.
Okay. We'll look it up. All right, so now Oliver is doing the rolling. This will likely be the last match on the stream tonight. We'll be back for Dirk's seminar in the morning. (3-2) major split. Now 5-2. Correct place to come down 13-8 and hit loose on the 4 points. I don't know what they're doing. They're talking to someone on the side. (3-1). Good roll. So the things that I've been doing to select the matches for the stream are selecting top players that people want to watch, selecting players that have come a long distance, such as Dirk and Oliver, who've come from Europe, and they both are also 2 of the top players. We're also trying to feature some ladies because we're trying to get more women to play backgammon. That's why we have Gigi. And the doubles is really nice because you can see the 2 players interacting and talking to each other. We appreciate your viewership. Thank you for watching. Please smash the like button. So now it looks like Oliver is using the baffle box, which is fine. I think the rule is you may use one or the other, but you may not use both in the same game. Between games, you may change from a baffle box to a cup. But if you start a game with the cup, you must continue for the remainder of that game with the cup. So looking to run, that duplicates the 3s that hit and cover. Yeah, the 3 that hits would strip the midpoint and fail to unstack. So now 6-2. I think he's got to do that. 6-2 for Hans and Dirk. So looks like they're going to make the 9 point. Hello, April Messick. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. April from Minnesota. Missed you at this tournament. Hope to see you soon. Boxes lack elegance. April, it's warmer in Los Angeles right now than Minnesota. I can almost assure you of that. Yeah, I like this play. You're behind in the race. You want to keep that goalkeeper. Ian Terry's back. Hello to Ian. So that is a 4-3. Yeah, 13-9 and 11-8. Very good. That's called a robust position, old school. Yeah, I can understand that, GL. For me, I prefer the baffle box because I work with my hands all day, and when I shake the dice so much, it just puts pain on my forearm, so it's hard for me to use it. Also, baffle boxes are a lot faster, so when we play in our local tournaments, you actually have a major advantage because we have certain time limits for buybacks. So you play your match faster, and you're able to buy back. You have more chances. That's part of the reason why this was the second year in a row where I won Player of the Year, and I think that that's certainly part of it. Playing with a baffle box moves things along, and you get more opportunities for rebuys, and then you can rebuy and win the tournament. So 6-5, they ran. Okay, so now they're looking at things. 43, 82, 92, 102, 112, 110, 116, looks like. 30, 65, 68, 108, 110, 136. So 20 pips. Does that look right? You get 20 pips?
You were counting it while I was not counting. 18, 28, 34, 68, 77, and 39 is 116, right?
Yeah.
For red.
Right.
And
68, 101, 10, 136, yeah.
45, 56, and 39 is 95, and 42.
Oh yeah, April is saying what
47, yeah.
April, what is the temperature in Minnesota at the moment? Approximately.
April, we wore jackets today here.
You wore a jacket?
It was 58 or something.
No, that's just because of the air conditioning inside here.
We were outside. We were outside.
All right, so 3 away, 7 away is a very interesting score because winning with buybacks lacks that elegance. You
It's true.
so now recubes are really powerful because if blue were to turn it around and redouble, the cube will be dead. And red winning 4 points when you only need 3 is an extra point. That's overage. That's wasteful. So now double 3, he's thinking about breaking the contact, bringing 3 down. You don't necessarily want to make the point 6 away from the anchor, but
Play 13 to 7 on 2, leaving the one shot.
I don't think you want to do that.
I don't think so.
Yeah. And then, yeah, 9 to 6.
Because you're home free after you do that.
Oh, she's in Massachusetts right now, but it's about 7 degrees. You went the wrong way. Los Angeles is west. Oh, who's with me? Who's with me?
Oh, I'm Richard Stewart.
Richard Stubbe is here. Where do you live, Richard?
I live in Houston.
In Houston, that's right. So you play. So you know Ian Terry
I do know Ian Terry.
and
Played Ian Terry in a match just last week.
my good friend Bill Riles.
Played him in a match just last week, too.
Yeah. I tell people Bill and Tara are the king and queen of streaming. It's like nobody beats their streaming. If I'm not where does GL Harvey live? In Florida?
I thought he lived somewhere up near New York.
Oh, New York? I don't know. Where do you live, GL? Double 4, great roll. Clear the 10 point. Get out of dodge. That's the hardest point to clear. Yeah, 3 there and 1 down. Okay. So now, hello, Chris Vinbos. How does this work? Do they take in turn? Okay, so asking about double. So there are 2 players on each side. One person actually rolls and moves the checkers, but they can discuss the plays amongst themselves. Another double 4. So this is going to be 2 there and 1 and 1, right? Or making like that. That's fine. Leaves an even number. Does that make sense, Chris? Vinboss, I believe. Where are you joining us from, Chris? We're happy to see you. 4-1 makes the ace point. I don't think you want to play 6-1. That'll leave you an awkward double 6. 6-2 has got to play there. Now he's going to crack, so he's looking to avoid a 4, like a 6-4, 5-4, even a 6-1. 3-1's okay. Now you play 6-2. Yeah, you need to keep those spares diversified. 4-2, can't move from the back, must crack the board. So now they lack containment value, should they even hit a checker. 6-3 is a great roll, cleans that up, clears the 8 point. 5-1, so now must go. Okay, looking for a 2-1 or double 1. 2-1, great roll. Oh, Cape Town, South Africa. Thank you very much for joining us. It must be, what time is it? Maybe in the morning. And it's summertime there.
It's got to be about 7, 8 in the morning.
What's the weather in Cape Town? I bet it's warmer than Minnesota. Oh, when they discuss, yeah. Does it give away the strategy to the opponents? Yeah, but these are very strong opponents. They know what's going on anyway. Or you can fake them out. 6-3 will 2 off there. Now double 3s are higher. 6 a.m. and hot. Wow, 6:30. Okay, so they're 10 hours ahead. So you must be GMT +2. Okay, so they come in with the 5-1. There's the 5 and then the 1 there. Doesn't really matter. 4-1. So now you can bear off aggressively. Look at that. Hans is such a gentleman. He bears them off perfectly into the tray. Nicely. The opposite of my children. They just make a mess everywhere. 6-3 will bring in 1 all the way. Now 2 doubles will do it. That's not one of them. So they're going to save the gammon. It's going to go to Crawford. 1 away, 7 away, Crawford. That is gin. Okay. Very good. It's such a pleasure to have so many people from all over the world watching. We had, of course, people from the United States, but we had people from Africa, from Europe. I'm sure we've had people from Asia as well. Charlotte. Oh, okay. So GL lives in Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay. Places in Lauderdale and Vermont. You know, I've been to Vermont. It's beautiful. The Green Mountain State. I was in Burlington for Switzerland. Welcome. Flying Belly. Must be late in the morning. Switzerland, I think that's Central European time, CET. So that must be 9 hours ahead, which is 5:30 in the morning. Wow. Big old pan of biscuits. All right, cooked up with some gravy. Do you live in Europe too, Catastrophic? Oh, you're in Boston for business. Okay. Very good. So that looks like a 3-1 from the bar, is it? Unless that was what Oliver rolled. And you're going to hit loose, yep. That's a thematic play. Put him on the bar. Has awkward 6s from the bar. Like, look at how 6-2 plays. 2-1. Just like that. And Nikki Lee Jolander. Hello from Montreal, Canada. Okay. I don't know if you saw Ryan Rebelo, who's from the Montreal area. Oh, Logan County, Arkansas. Oh, you're in Montreal tomorrow night. So Ryan Rebelo is from the Montreal area. Double 4, that's a good roll. You'll make the 5 point first. First make the 5 point. Quickly. Rapido. Very good. Now you make the 9 point. Let's go. Double 4. Okay, so, well, you can move the forward back checker 1 all the way to the 10 point, but then it's awkward. So maybe you do that. Maybe you make the point on head for a 10 point. That's not where it was. That's where it was. Yeah, if you're going to do that, make the 2 pure points like that. It does leave that awkward stack on the 6 point. So you start with 5 checkers on the 6 point, and you really want to use them to make the 5, 4, 3 points. But now that you already own the 4 or the 3 points, there are fewer productive places to put those checkers, which is why it makes that stack even more awkward. So there's the 2 and the 3. So you can hit, or you can step up, or you can play to 5. Yeah, so stepping up is not necessarily as dangerous as it looks. I mean, there's 5-1, double 1, and double 4 that point on head. There are also the loose hits. But you have a really nice robust position with a broken 4 prime from the 9 to 5, the Dolly Parton broken 4 prime. Do you know that song, Richard?
I do know that.
Yeah. Oh,
Never heard it.
now she's using the baffle box.
Never heard it used in that context.
Yeah. Or if you play a checker with like a 4 from the 9 to the 5, I call it the Dolly Parton. So,
I like the hit, though, because even though your board is 2 against 3, you've got the 8 and 9 points out there.
right. So 1, 2, 3, and split. Now you're putting pressure on that blot on red's 3 point. Oh, I saw Maze Petrosian is watching. Hello, Maze. So that's 1. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I like that play. I think I make the 5 point.
That 6, 5, 4, 3 looks awfully strong.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's going to be more contact in this game.
Yeah.
That huge.
Yeah, so I tell people the 5 point is really important early in the game, and especially when you have the 4 and the 3 already made, it becomes increasingly important. I wonder, April, have you played doubles before with like one of these top players? It's really a great lesson. I just realized that the last letter of Dirk Schiemann's name is cut off slightly on the stream. And I'm kind of OCD about these things. Although I see it okay on there. Maybe it's...
The top section that says it's a Masters Jackpot first round when it's the doubles.
Oh, yeah. This is doubles. I should have fixed that.
I don't know if you got the power to fix that right there or not.
Yeah, if you want to. April, so why don't you come sit up here and I'll go change that.
Okay.
I'm going to fill in for Alex for about 3 seconds while he goes and fixes the graphic. So Gigi and Oliver clearly in need of a huge comeback here. I like the 2. You got 2 choices for the 6, and that seems like the obvious one, 10 to 4. And that seems like a beautiful roll to set up a 5-point prime. You are not chopped liver, April. You are absolutely not. Yeah, I don't know with this 3-1. I guess you have to play aggressively, and you're not that worried about having more checkers back. So there's an ace, and the 6 is, yeah, you have only one choice here. If you're, I guess those checkers are gray. If you're gray, you kind of want to hit, but oh dear, this is not good at all. It's 1, 2, 3 down, and then a 4th, and you back?
Yeah. Why don't you
Look at this.
switch over there? That way I can man the computer.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Ian Terry is
just-
saying hello. Is that Richard Stubbe?
That
Yes,
is
it
me.
is.
Yes, it is.
Hello, Ian.
Yeah, that 5-5. I don't know if you saw it. It was terrible.
Didn't see it. Just came
And
by red or blue?
is that blue? I can tell what color.
Turquoise, blue.
Turquoise, blue, gray.
3-1. Okay, so there's the 1. I think I played to 5.
Sure. I mean, you're just in desperate need of 2s and 6s.
Stream a Chouette match or money games. Oh, April Messick says hello to Richard.
Hello, April.
Hello, Ian. This is one of my favorite things about these live streams is you get to kind of have the interactive chat with not only the commentators but also your other friends in the chat. And it's amazing like how many friends I've made.
Oh yeah, it's a really fun.
I guess you can call them friends, right?
I mean,
Friends, like on Facebook you have friends.
I mean, I think if you've never met the person in person, that it's harder to call them friend, but not impossible. So
Right,
I've met
right.
April in person. I obviously Ian and I live in the same town.
Right. So GL is asking, explain the value of shaking the dice before putting the dice in the baffle box. So I agree. I don't do that. I just drop them in there. But some people like to shake their dice. It's a good way to waste time. What is a Chouette match? I don't think it's a Chouette match. It's a Chouette. A Chouette is a money game. Yes, please click the like button. Thank you, Bob Urian. Bob, did you say you're going to be coming this weekend to play in something? We've got 70 likes so far. Let's see if we can get it to 100. So blue is in a rather awkward position.
The double 5s earlier were just the worst possible thing.
They were the worst roll?
Just, I think, yeah, because they had 3 checkers out on the 13, and then they, with the 4 5s,
Oh,
they
so
had
they're
moved 3
looking.
of them down, and all of a sudden they're
To see where it
separated,
was. Okay, they're trying to see where it was.
Oh, have they lost track of the
Okay.
checkers?
Okay. That's the original position. I'll go tell them.
Okay. There's not much point in.
That's the original position. It is? Spare on the 5, 4, and 3.
It's just another thing to think about when you're, until we ban shuffling checkers, to be very, very careful about when you move a checker and you think you might move it back, to kind of keep it out away from your the rest of the checkers, so it doesn't, it doesn't get lost. You've moved to 4 or you've moved to 3, and that it's a tentative move, and instead of slotting it in on top. Dirk has a new book out. I have started to read it. Anyone else? Yes, April, I have also started to read it. It's too hard for me, but it's...
Hello, Leslie L. from Chicago. So I had the privilege of proofreading Dirk's book, To Hit or Not to Hit, and it's outstanding. It's not as technical as the theory of backgammon, which is highly technical. I actually enjoy it, but for a lot of people, it's difficult to read. But this one's a really good book. My good friend Chris Bray said it's like the top of his list. Oh, they keep doing it.
That's the
They
original
haven't learned
position.
their lesson. She's going to come back again. What is it with these people?
You could do that, sure. I always wonder about a situation like this where, Oliver's obviously and Dirk are tremendously, maybe top 10 in the world good players. And to be their doubles partner, it's just like, what are you going to tell them? What are you going to?
It's a lesson.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like, let's consider this a.
So now double fours, fives, sixes. Sixes is not too bad. Double threes is bad. Bob is going to New York. 2-1. That's a
deuce and an
great
ace.
roll.
That is,
Cover
that is
and split.
sensational stuff.
Now just try to avoid double fours. Backgammon Odyssey. Is that Hossein? Five two is awkward. Okay, so now they need a 6. Otherwise, they crack. Double 4 is the worst. Double 6. That's the best.
Oh my goodness! I'm not there. Not there. You got
There you go. Okay. They are playing legal moves. So what is a chouette? How many people on the chat have played a chouette? Some people actually like the chouette live streams that I do. We do a lot with at Hans's. 3-2. No, no, no. You don't need a gammon here.
So you're playing to the 4-point with both checkers?
Yeah, why do you... It doesn't matter if you win a
gammon anyway.
Yeah, you might get a gammon anyway, but the gammon is not very valuable. You'll gain about 1 to 1.2% match winning chances. Something like that. 5-2 can knock him in. 5-4 clears the 5-point.
This is about as clean a bear off as I can remember.
Very good. 6-5 comes in. Comes in right away. Look at that.
So 10 crossovers? 10 crossovers for red plus
4-2.
to get one off.
Bear off 2 checkers. She's. Why is she
Why
doing
are we
that?
doing
Why
that?
would she do that? Come on, come on. No more contact. All right, there you go.
6 rolls to get off, Gigi.
6-2. 6-2 comes in perfectly. 2-1. Bears off 2 checkers. Very nice. I like it when they're so nice as to bear off all the checkers nicely into that checker tray.
Oh, yeah.
It's as if it was designed for the checkers.
You must have watched some of the Mochi and ZZ.
Yeah, I watched all of it.
And they weren't putting it was like trays weren't.
So with that one's a little different because that one was I think it's a Backgammon Galaxy board, and instead of 1 row of 15, it was 3 rows of 5.
Yep.
So after you bear off 4, it's an odd checker, so you have to put it on 1 and then put it in the second rack. But this all fit in the same rack, so it's easier in that sense.
Well, it's much easier for the viewer.
Yeah, that's what I tell the players that are playing. Please bear off into the rack.
And the other thing, I mean,
Amy's never seen a chouette, so if you go to my channel, I have some live streams of chouettes you can watch. Go ahead.
I completely lost my train.
That's okay. So they're going to switch chairs. Some of them are double chairs. So one of the things that we're trying to do is get more women to play backgammon. I want to ask the people in the chat, what are the suggestions that you have to try to get more women to play backgammon? I don't know if you have any suggestions, Richard.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that because I actually do.
Oh, yes.
One of the things, I also play some poker. I play both of these games about equally badly. So, and I learned recently about a tournament somewhere in Europe where they had, it was all women. I'm sorry, they invited women, and the women were allowed to invite one male to also play in the tournament. So if you were a guy like you or me, you needed to get an invitation from a woman who was in the tournament, and that made the tournament itself a 50-50 tournament.
I see.
The same number of men as women, and I thought that was a really, interesting idea. And poker has the same issue that backgammon does with the number of women players. That the number of male poker players is something like 97%, and backgammon is I think over 90. So I don't know. It just seemed like a very interesting idea to have, sort of like this what's going on here with the pro-am, where it's like you get an amateur and invites a pro to play, or the other way around, and gets two people together who wouldn't necessarily get together. So.
And what if you identify as a woman?
That's hard stuff to get into.
Some of these things nowadays, I'm a little too old school. I don't understand all of these things. So now they're thinking about whether they have the free drop. So the trailer is an even away score. They can drop if they're any sort of an underdog, which they are here with blue owning the 18 point.
So we ought to see the doubling cube flying here, though. Well, every roll.
So now there's the post Crawford auto weight trick where you can wait and induce the opponent into making a big error. So here, it's not a pass. I mean, it's a take anyway, but even at an even away score, post Crawford, this would be a big take.
Yeah,
you have to. Gammon losses don't matter. She should have doubled, or I guess maybe they're waiting. But now red has such a powerful position. He's going to play 13 to 7. So I want to hear what you guys think in the chat. How can we get more women to play backgammon? One of the things we're trying to do at the USBGF. N5. Okay, very good. 4-1. Okay, so now it's awkward. Maybe you just hit him off the ace point here.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. You don't like it, but you don't have anything.
Yeah, like this. Sometimes backgammon is like dating. You don't have to like it. You just have to make your best move and hope to get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you get screwed. So Dirk's going to give a seminar tomorrow about ugly plays, when to make them.
That's one of them. Okay.
6-1. Okay, so comes in with the ace and then play out.
Only 1-6. I mean,
Yep.
A played 2, but no.
Double 4. You can hit, but do you want to? You can play it to 4 3 times. You can play 2 off the 18 and then hit, duplicating the 2s. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Yeah, 18, 10, 18, 14. Did you put that into XG, Bob?
You're very happy.
Let's see what we have. So in terms of the schedule for tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time will be Dirk Schieman's seminar. So that's going to be live streamed on my channel. Okay, so there's a link in the description to my channel. So go on there. And then it looks like the open first round will be at 12 noon. High noon. Re-entries till 4 o'clock. And the dinner break is from 5 to 7:15. So what we'll do tomorrow is probably start a live stream from 12 to about 5 and then do a second live stream after that.
I hate this play.
8 to 4 3 times?
They may be right, but you have only 1-6. All your you're only 6 now, 7-1. You're kind of stripped in the back. It's just, it just looks sort of ugly.
It does look ugly. It doesn't give up anything. It doesn't take a tempo. It doesn't put a checker on the bar.
I would love to know what Dirk is saying here.
So I think on the when they're watching it, you could hear it. So like, let me see if I can.
Oh, okay. Everybody can hear it except for us. Is that what's going on?
Because I have that muted. I don't know.
See Dirk talks with his hands, and it's kind of great to watch.
So far. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I don't want to play it right now because you want. So, I also want to mention the upcoming ABT calendar. This is the final ABT tournament of the year. Next year kicks off with the New York Metro Open January 8th through 12th at the Hyatt Regency on the Hudson in New Jersey. And then 23rd through the 26th of January, the Charlotte Backgammon Invitational with Jeb Horton and his family. And the famous Texas Backgammon Championships Super Bowl weekend, the 5th through the 9th. The Atlantic Classic will be the end of February from the 27th through March 2nd. Ohio State Championship will be March 20th through the 23rd. Wisconsin, August 6th through 10th. So we don't know about the June tournament, the LA Open. So that's going to be, we haven't determined the dates. And the Wild West Shootout in Denver will be in October.
So I didn't hear Michigan on that list yet.
Michigan is not on here yet, but it's usually the 4th of July. And this year, Ben Friesen is going to run it. You can't hear what they're saying? Let me see if I can adjust their microphones to make it a little louder.
You can talk.
Oh, it is muted?
No, it's not muted. People can hear you, but you can talk. They can't hear you. I'm not sure what Alex went to check on this time, so. Oh, I think we missed the throwing of the cube here. I don't think we talked about that. And this might be one of those times where you want to give up the 6 point and if you're blue here and put red on the bar. You can't move your back out. I think this is a good idea. Do this, Gigi. This is a good play. I mean, even if you don't get the bounce, you might get something like a 2-6. That might be helpful. Okay, 1-3.
Okay, so I turned up the microphone at the board. So let me know in the chat if you can hear them now. Thank you for your feedback, Chris. Now the mic is too strong? Okay, let me go adjust it. You still can't hear what they're saying?
This is the play to win. Look at this.
Okay, let me go fix it.
All right. Okay, I want Hans and Dirk to hit here because I just thinks it makes for a more interesting game and think that
way over there, and that
part of the job here is to entertain.
Lots of
There's also the thing that might be correct.
You should play for
Yeah.
a win.
All right, now we're playing
Let's
some
be
backgammon.
like Alex and put 4 men in their home board.
Well, Backgammon Odyssey, you just sent Alex to go try to fix the microphone again. So if you do it 2 or 3 more times, he'll probably get his steps in for the day. Here's an ace, and now, talk about your awkward sixes. And I have read enough of Dirk's book to know that forcing awkward sixes is one of the early themes in it, and this is absolutely an awkward six.
So happy that LeBlanc. Oh, I remembered our home.
Yeah, that must be right.
Now, I guess you could make the 1 point, put blue on the bar. They said they were kidding. They're just sending you on little goose chases, Alex. So.
Oh, are you serious? I turned it down. They want me.
Now tell him it's too high, and then tell him it's too low.
Well, tell me how it is now. I want you to be able to hear it. So, this one's a little challenging. I appreciate the jokes, but here we only have one person. I'm doing both the stream and the commentary, so I kind of have to go back and forth. You've got to give me your feedback. Red tea. Are they playing for money? So there's an entry fee. Here, let's see.
I think it was 300.
What is the
200, 100 probably.
doubles?
Oh, he's got it.
50. Oh, doubles is 200.
Shall win?
Yeah, we won. Good job.
80% return. It's better now. Thank you. Thank you. Backgammon Odyssey. Is that Hussein?
Cheap wine in the bag.
I don't know who Backgammon Odyssey is.
The guy had tequila. Spending a lot of time on it.
Okay.
There's a mildly scary package liquor store a couple of blocks over, and I stopped in and
There you go.
picked up a few things. So. And my girlfriend
Double
did.
two from the
She's
bar.
just, absolutely fallen asleep in the room.
Where's your girlfriend at here?
Yeah, she came with me. We went downtown today, and we got back to the room about 6:30 or something, and we decided.
Oh, Hussein, how are you?
She did take
Howard
a
Cosell.
I mean, we don't need to win the gammon, but here,
How we doing here? How we doing here?
something like this,
Do you guys know Hussein from Backgammon Galaxy?
some shots.
I think I've seen him on.
Paknahar, I believe, or Paknahar, something like that.
No, not. Maybe seen him, but I don't know.
2, 5, 6, 1, 6.
Or she may have awakened. Let me do what I want.
With these 2 points open,
I don't know what he's thinking about here.
It's a 5-3, so he's looking at possibly making the 3-point or making the ace point, putting a second checker on the bar.
Yeah. I think that's the play.
Oh, Chris says there are a lot of women in poker. We were talking about how we can get more women to play backgammon. Do you have any ideas? No. Okay, thank you.
Better looking guys.
Get better looking guys. Huh?
There are some tremendously good female poker players.
There are.
Backgammon, he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about both, but I think like they have these groups that have the social backgammon, like my good friend Remy Davenport in New York, and it's like they get 200 players and about 60% of them are female. But that's more of like a social thing. It's almost like a dating
It is a
thing. Yeah. So it's funny because I watch their Instagram and they do videos and they ask, why should somebody date this person standing next to
They
them?
do a speed dating game. I mean,
Do they? It's funny, but I mean that's a great way. I mean, I feel like women prefer the social aspect of it, which is fine.
Yeah, women are far more advanced.
yeah, on the other hand, there are fewer shots and
Yeah.
they would have to give up.
You have to say that. That's like what I say with my wife. I just say yes, yes, yes. I read Michi's book. Have you guys ever read Michi's books?
I have read Back Checker Strategy.
Oh, Thomas Rebelo, father of Ryan Rebelo. Welcome. Thank you for watching. Yeah, so you
Hey,
read
Tommy,
back.
what's going on, Tommy?
Scotty
Yeah,
Kellen says hello. So back checker strategy. So are you guys familiar with the cartoon character No?
Yes.
That he has? It's fantastic. He has this cartoon character, and I told him when I first read it, I was very familiar with the character No. He said, why is that? I said, because that's my wife's favorite word, No.
Is that for your kids, Alex, or is that for you?
She says it to both of us. She says it to everyone.
All right.
It's just her
I think-
favorite word in general.
I think the path of wisdom is to acknowledge that is.
Yeah, same with the other.
Why are they not stepping up at the score? Behind 62.
And
Where's the ace? That's the problem.
Yeah.
How are you going to play the ace if you come in with a 5?
Well, you could play it 3-2.
Yeah, but then it's just like an invitation to be attacked
Yeah.
with that board.
You can play it 5 to 4.
Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah, you got good ideas.
Y'all never like my ideas.
So my wife doesn't like my jokes. I don't know why. I tell her my friends like my jokes.
You know that?
So the people,
Are you sure?
or
of
the
that?
people that say they like. May says that's Candace's favorite word too.
Just miss it fast, G. Just go one
She,
miss it.
no. Well, I tell you know, for some reason, my wife doesn't like it when I introduce her to my friends as my first wife, even though she is. She wants me to lie. You know, my wife didn't marry me for my humor. She married me for my money. 3-2.
Really?
It's getting worse and worse. I mean, you can
Good play, though.
consider making the ace point, but that's ugly
I
too.
think that's the best play.
This is
But
fine.
Now you're just stripped everywhere, and you've got all these.
Yeah.
all
Double
the-
3. That's a great roll.
And
Blocks from the
that-
18.
That kind of all
Double
goes.
fours, G.
That kind of all goes back to the choice with the ace.
Is that double
To
fours?
not- That's what it looks like a 4-3, but I can't tell for sure.
Why do we have
Yeah.
so much glare here?
It's probably the lighting. I actually put some anti-glare spray on the dice.
Anti-glare spray.
It's Matt's dulling spray.
What does it do? How does that work? What's it called?
It's Krylon. It's an aliphathic hydrocarbon which reduces the glare.
Ah.
If you want to know the science about it.
It's an aliphathic. It's an aliphathic.
Yeah, they show up
hydrocarbon.
better on. They show
Yeah.
up better on the stream.
I do
Usually,
remember that. I
usually,
always
usually
thought it
we
was
do
a
that.
different color.
No, I know we're used to it. We're used to it, but for the streaming, it turns out better.
I almost think I just want to just go with straight black dice with white pips and just that's what I'm going to play with.
So I move my dice and transcribing because you don't know where the light is. You're seeing it, and because all my matches are recorded.
So where do you move them to the center?
Before I hit, I just shift them. They roll there and around, and I slide them back to the baffle box. Boom.
And me in Denver or at that.
Oh.
I
sent you the match.
Yeah. You mentioned the
3-1.
transcription.
Okay, make the 2 point. There you go.
Okay.
Don't hesitate.
6 gotta go. There you go.
6-2. Forced.
17
All right. 5-4 works as well.
All right.
19 numbers.
Opportunity knocking, Gigi. Give him a whack.
4-1.
Gotta come out. Gotta come out. Or you can make the ace.
Make the ace.
Just make the ace point.
Ah.
All right, there's some numbers that don't pass.
9
Like
numbers don't
3-2. There you go.
Is it
pass.
only
One shot.
Is it only 9 that don't pass?
Yeah, only 9 numbers.
All right.
Yeah, so this leaves only 4s, 3-1, double 2, and double 1. So that's 15 numbers.
Also, the 4s duplicate, which
It's duplicated.
needs 4s.
So that's part. Keep the spares spread out on the 6 and 7.
HT squared.
Looking for 5s. 1 and a 6. Easy to play.
Plays itself.
Yeah, but unpleasant to play.
4-3. Okay. He's got to play the 3 there and the 4, 6-2, I believe.
7 to 4 and 6 to 2.
Okay, shake your 4, Gigi, man.
Yeah.
Shake a 4-3.
Shaking it.
4-3 double 4s.
6-2. No 6. That's actually not a bad roll. Double 2.
That's what you wanted to see.
Doesn't get out.
Is there a
Oh,
6?
which match are we showing next? This will probably be the final match of tonight. They'll probably go for another couple of hours.
Hit it.
6-1
Hit it.
comes out.
It's
Yeah, you got to hit
no
because
cover.
especially
hit this
2-4,
score.
2-4 and 2-3.
And
are
I have to
terrible
be
numbers.
back in about
Yeah.
10 hours. Go home, sleep to prepare for Dirk Schieman's seminar. So we'll have more open. And the other thing is these are all side events today, so that's nice. I appreciate you watching. Tomorrow's seminar by Dirk will be on my YouTube channel, so be sure to click on the link. It's in the description.
I don't think it can be right.
Yeah. Double 3. What an
Let's
anti-joker.
start now, though.
That's completely forced. Easy to play.
5 to 1, Gigi.
But you still got to contain that checker. That is not
Right,
easy.
I don't understand. Can't get shot twice for
Oh, no. They spilled some water on the board. Okay.
Uh-oh, disaster. Come out with the 6.
Let me go have a little talk with them.
This is why we keep our drinks far away from the board. Check the internet, please. Okay, I don't know that we have the power to check the internet, please. The internet is much too large for what we can do here.
Alex, you knew you were going to come out. It's water.
We can see the water from the camera.
Yeah, Bob, your comment on the time is actually, yeah, 3:17 is not that much. Gigi and Oliver are hugely efficient by comparison. Gotta come out with a 6.
Thank you. This way. Outfield coverage.
All right.
you
He
don't-
apologized.
Yeah, you
What
don't
did he
want-
put? She put her name there for what?
I hate to leave the checker back because, 1-1, 2-1, 3-1,
Well, he's not going to stay
3-2
loose.
are always.
Yeah. He's not going to hit loose. That's
I
good
think
play
that's
for
good play.
coverage. Now that she cracked.
6-3 is somewhat. Well, it's not. I think that's got to be correct.
Go back and fish.
Stay back. Okay.
9s, 10s, and double 6.
5-4 hits 9. Nope.
Wait, that's
wrong one.
there
Looks like she played the 4 first, and then
There's G's.
the Ray Fogelin 4-2. Not bad.
Any 6 or 1. You go
Not
fishing.
bad.
Go fishing.
4-3.
Not a 6 or a 1.
Wrong 6.
I think we're playing-
Maybe leave it there.
Could be. The score.
I mean, yeah, I think you might just
Come
play
up
out.
to the mid.
Oh, looking at hitting. They're thinking about hitting, but I don't think it's.
I think 20 to 13's got to be right.
I can't.
Well, if you move the 20, that makes double 6s no longer work. You want to keep your eye out for those kinds of things.
Double 6s.
See, if you stay on the 20, double 6s next closes the board. Now it no longer does.
Right now, double 6s still leaves the shot on the ace. I mean, you don't want to see them, but you'd like to have a shot of.
Yeah, you still need outfield control. That's only a single number. You want all the other numbers.
6-5 is. I mean, it would get you hit on the 20. I'm sorry, it would get you hit on the
Is
midpoint.
this the
or
original
whatever.
position?
This is the original position, yes.
The other thing is you can leave that there, so in case they roll a double 6, you'll get a shot back. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I like
right?
that play. Yeah, that's better.
Here you get a shot back on double 6. All right. We're approaching the end of the stream. Trying to see how many likes we get. Everyone smash that like button.
These guys are. David's still playing. I got it in a doubles match.
Here you get a shot back on double 6. Okay, that was.
All the way? All the way?
Oh, stream is unstable for you, Hossein? We seem to see it fine. We have a
Usually you leave it there. Let get hit.
hardwired connection.
Because the 6.
I'm playing 20.
1, 6, 2. I leave it there.
I'm playing 20 to 13 here.
Yeah.
But then my second
Yeah.
play is this, and then out to the, what's that, the 16?
Okay.
Oh, no, that's the better play, to the 14. And sure
6,
enough,
6. You.
1, 2, 3, and leaves a shot.
3.
Now an ace shot.
And if they miss, the not guaranteed cover.
Oh, is that a microphone?
There's
1,
an ace.
2. All right, let's see if they can roll a 3-2. Look at how that plays.
No, you don't
No, you have 2 on the.
2 on the bar, G.
What if he rolls a 3-2?
How about a 3-6?
Okay.
You guys are seeing glitches? Well, I'll go check it. We're going to be ending the stream shortly.
6.
Keep it going.
Keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. No. He grabs her by the arm.
Who grabbed her? Oliver?
Oliver's like, yeah, wait a
2-1.
minute.
Okay, so there's the 2.
And the ace.
And,
We hit.
yeah, that produces 9 dancing numbers.
They don't
Which,
need G's. So why they? Does that win the most?
yeah, those 9 dancing numbers are really good. Especially the 3s are big
They do have
swings.
the checker off, so they don't have.
Is that a double one? Oh, it's a 2-1.
Ace 2. Okay.
There's the 1.
Well, they've got to check her off. That's why I didn't see that.
Yeah,
They
let's
do,
go
they
on.
do. 3-2, look at that. Comes in just like that.
And leaves a
And
double
he
shot.
plays it quickly. That's a sign of a gentleman. When you play the forced moves quickly. 5-2, miss. See?
Still blues you.
Now they need another double 6. 4-3, forced.
Some movement zone there, get a 6. There it is, bring it right to
4-2, so come in.
Sure.
'Cause
Now 5s and 6s are forced off. Double 3 doesn't move. Okay. Double 6.
that leaves a shot.
1,
I'm
2.
3, 4.
Very good.
Nicely done.
Like a lady, she puts it in the rack. Very good. 5-1.
Well, it's looking like 6-4 now.
Yeah. I thought they were up.
Speaking of 6-4.
What did you say?
I said 6-4.
6-4. So 6-4.
And she threw 6-4.
So I'm hoping they finish this match
Still a
soon.
Are you running out of time on your...
It's approaching my bedtime.
Well, we got people here.
I have to. Well, no, I have to take the equipment home. And it's like my kids wake me up at 4. 3-1 dances.
Oh,
All right, so now back in it. 5-1. So I'll leave only double 6 and double 4, and then 1 makes double 4 even a bigger joker.
Good luck, Scott.
Good luck. Now double 4 plays well.
Oh yeah, double 4 would be.
Oh,
No,
5-4,
that
very
close.
close.
5 and 4. I think you go ahead and move out to the.
Well, you get some more shots this way by staying back. You'd leave some hitting and cover. So now 6-1's gonna hit. 5s and 4-1. Double 4 also hits. Notice that. Double 2 does not. All right, looking to bring things around. 6-2 will come down and safety the blot. So now only 6-3 or 5-4 will hit. 6-1. So there's the 6.
I'm slotting the 2.
And
We're trying to avoid getting hit, or we're trying to.
well, blue does have 3 off, but it's gonna come. They've got to come around. He's looking for 2-1. That's the swing. No, 6-3.
6-3.
All right, red's in good shape.
Are there 5 checkers on the 2? Yeah.
There. So red has 2 off. That's a double 3
Oh,
all
that
the
was-
way.
That was it.
All right, so that made it closer.
That was big.
6-3.
4 checkers off to 3.
Yes, sir. 3-2. So
2
come in
and
with the
then
2 and bear off with the 3, so you leave that 2-point
No, I did
occupied.
that.
Yeah. No, that's not legal.
Yeah. You're on the 7, G.
Yeah, so the 3 would go to the 5 point.
I'm not seeing what the difficulty is here. Okay. Well,
Okay, I don't think I would have
well,
done
we
that.
would've done it.
Leaves a gap.
That's 6 off and 4 off. So Gigi needs doubles.
3-1, bears off 2 checkers. Six, 4, 2 off for red. 6-4, that's a good roll.
Didn't happen.
Good roll. Wasn't a miss. 6-5, 2 off. So 5 versus 7. He's gonna need a double. 6-5.
That close.
Well, now makes double 1 work.
Sure.
5-1, 2 off. Okay.
So red's off a 2 for sure. Oh, she keeps
6-5.
saying
Okay, so now any double, assuming they don't roll a double 2 or higher.
6 out of. Okay.
All right, so now any double, or else the
17%
match is
chance.
over and the stream is over.
All right, Gigi, get him.
Double 3! Got it!
All right.
Yes, yes.
Hi, Carol. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. Richard, hi there.
Double on the last row.
I saw you went to the Grand Canyon, was it?
That's right.
Yes?
Oh,
I had to close my eyes.
Yes, he certainly did.
Layers at the bottom.
I closed my eyes.
2 billion years old or something.
Martin and I did that very same thing in October, and it was the first time I had been to Grand
Pass your
Canyon.
bedtime.
It was my second time. It's only the first. I went 25 years ago back when it got to.
Did it look about the same? The canyon?
Geological
25
time,
years back?
25 years was really significant geological time.
Across the millions, that extra 25 makes a huge difference? Is that what you're
Been
saying?
really significant 25 years.
Okay, yeah, there's backgammon match.
All right, so we're back. We have some distinguished guests. Carol Joy Cole. Would you care to sit here with me?
Yeah, Carol, you want my
She's
spot?
eating.
All right.
So, for those who don't know, Carol Joy Cole is the queen of back. Didn't they give you like a crown or something? Didn't they give you a crown at one of the tournaments?
Rory gave her a
Royalty
crown
of
and
backgammon.
and a special chair and the whole bit. I was there for that.
So Oliver just wanted to restrain Gigi from.
We can't hear you from there, but you're welcome to come up here.
Okay.
Yeah, pull up a chair.
Yeah, Marty,
We have Marty's store.
Here, Marty, you're smarter than I am, so you get up here.
You want to sit here?
Hello.
All right, here we've got Marty's store.
Folks
Thank
in
you.
YouTube land. I am, my team, Carol Joy Cole and me are partners in the doubles, and we play the winner of this match.
Sometimes I say we play the loser that wins the match.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, now, okay, so that's an illegal setup. There we go. That's the original position. She's got a nice double six to play. I think she might as well point on the 2 point. Oh, she could make, I'm sorry, she could make the bar point. Oh, that looks very attractive. I think making the bar point might lead to efficient doubles more often. This was a bad reply, but I believe they can take a cube immediately and they can so who's manipulating those checkers? Oh, and a nice 5 away to 3 away double. It's an easy take. Question for me is it a double? But now I guess they're going to hit on the 16 point. Otherwise, I'd have to make a conservative play. And okay, a 3 point board, they can stay on the bar. They didn't. They hit back with a 1-6. And Gigi and Oliver are hoping for a nice, juicy something in a 1, but they say, all right, shall we safety the blot there? I guess there's not much choice. Leaving one blot exposed in Hans and Dirk's inner board, and only indirect shots otherwise. So now Hans and Dirk are now thinking: do we switch points 5 to 4, or do we hit loose from the 6 point, preserving a strong board, or they could make the bar and the 4, and leave only a few indirect shots. Looks like 5. And have lots of builders and lots of chances to improve their forward position if they get missed. They do get missed, but now they're hoping for a hit. A 2, a 4, 3, a 6, 1, a 6, 4. 6, 5.
None of those, Marty.
Yeah, I guess they should stay on the 18 point and make their 8 point, just for the contact possibilities. If they run, then they basically give Gigi and Oliver a free chance to move in their outfields. This way, they're much more likely to get direct shots now. And the 8 point is threatening. Should they actually hit next turn? Should Oliver or Hans and Dirk hit next turn? So 6-1 is a nice roll. They can just make the bar point on head. It's much better than a more. Oh, this is not so good because this is more return shots.
Yeah, that's the only reasonable play, right?
Yeah, there's only 8 return shots from here versus way more any other way, and that's one of them. In and hit. So they achieved their objective, which was to make movement in the outfield more difficult, but now they get hit right back with a 3-1. In at the edge, one edge of the prime, and then hit, hoping they stay on the bar, which they do not do. and they were going to hit with a 3 and make their 5 point. Hoping like heck that Gigi and Oliver stay on the bar. And Gigi picks up the dice and she gives a rub for good luck, and a 2-4 ugly muggly wuggly woo. And 11-7 is the safest play, the only play. And it's very much a contest, you know. It's not, nothing's a foregone conclusion. It looks, you know, red, Hans and Dirk have the initiative, but 6-4, okay, that hits outside, so bango, 22-12. Gigi and Oliver badly want to hit that return shot. Oops, 5-1 is bad, but now they are unhappy that their opponents own the cube, and their opponents wish to make the 3-point urgently, which they do. And a hitting number or a double 1 or a 2-1 would be nice, or even a 4-3. 6-4 is a hitting number. It's never easy to win a backgammon game. There's a 6-5, I guess hop away. And it would be nice to roll double 1s. Icky poo, a 6-5, 13-2 is forced. Hans and Dirk are not going to double anytime soon, because if they win 2, that would be nice. They get to 8-4 in the Crawford game. But if they double and Gigi and Oliver accept the double, they can return the redoubled cube to 8 and play for the match on this game, which maybe they don't want to do. Maybe they'll want to just hope for. They'll be satisfied with a 2-point win, and that would get them to Crawford with 5-way. No, they can't double. Why would they double? I mean, but it's just, you have to talk about it, because not everyone knows they won't double or shouldn't double. So is that 5-5? No, they had a 6. Didn't they have a 6-5?
It's double 5s.
I see double 5s there now, but I thought they had 6-5 earlier.
They stopped the clock, and now they're arguing over, or they're trying to figure out what the position was again.
Well, this was the position, I think.
That's where
But I thought they had a 6-5 rather than 5-5, but I don't think they are. I think there's no dispute, I guess, about what the roll was. So yeah, I guess you play 9-4, which gives no, that's not 9-4. That's 10-4. That's illegal. 10-5 though duplicates a 4 to hit and to come up. So that's and the 10-point checkers gives coverage of a 6-1, 6-2. They got a direct shot. Well, for me, the question is what was the roll. Okay. Now that's not a bad non-6 as to. All right, there we go. Now there's a hit, and
where's the 3?
That was the 3, 4-1.
Okay, all right.
Urgently hoping for an ace, and there it is. The bad news is a 5. It's safe, but it strips the 7-point. 4-3 stays on the bar, hoping urgently for a 6, followed by a lucky backgammon.
I think we need to talk about this technique Gigi has of kind of.
Yeah, she
rubbing the dice on the board there to
superstition.
Get her to do what she wants.
And there we go, a 1-3. At least they're in, urgently wanting the 6. But 5s are killed, so they're going to go. I think they're going to just go. I don't know about that. I don't know. It's like it preserves more. Strictly speaking, more playability, but doesn't matter. I don't know. I guess maybe 4-2 is a little more prudent. But this is sort of the long-term play, and this is the play to maximize the next roll. It would allow double 1s to go 5-4. Well, the double 1s would break even, I guess, somewhat. I don't mind this too much. There's a beautiful 4-5. Oh, they run out quickly. No, now they're looking at the 5 to hit. I would hit. I'll give them a 1 followed by a 6 rather than a 6 right now. It's not that you have any direct covers or anything, but they might stay out. They might come in and be unable to escape. Whereas if they don't hit, they could get out with any 6. Now they need a 1 and then a 6, whether it's 1-6 now, which would be their favorite number. 5-4. And 4, that's a nice one. It's 4 what?
Double 4.
It's not 1, double 4. Now they're saying we're going to solve the problem of our far back checkers once and for
So
all.
that makes double 5.
Double 5s covers, yep.
Yeah,
Double 6s just not do anything. Double 5s! Okay. So probably they should go to the...
Not to the 8 point to give you 6 covers?
I don't know. If you go to the... Well, I would go to the midpoint to give yourself 3 covers.
They get there, we had 6s.
And to get more outfield coverage for later. 2-5. Now double 4, double 6, double 3. 6-1. Now you might make a direct cover, yeah. Because you still have some outfield control going, and you definitely want to make that 1 point. And there's a bad 5-4, and there's a nice 5-1.
All
Okay.
right.
And now.
So that should be it.
They can play for gammon.
Well, it's
for a while.
post Crawford.
Oh, it's post Crawford. Well, they have. Okay, so they have. Oh, it's a 7-point match.
Yeah, these are 7.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it easy.
So the cube is dead. We've had some people ask me. They want to see the video of Candace crashing her scooter into the wall. So they'll have to go to my YouTube. I did a live stream where she was rolling around on her scooter. She crashed into the wall, and we caught it on live stream, so people enjoyed that.
I saw on Facebook she was just driving around, but she didn't crash into anything.
You've got to watch the YouTube live. I showed it to my son.
All right.
He couldn't fall asleep after watching that.
You scared him.
Mildly
you know?
terrifying. No, he was.
He doesn't
laughing.
unconditionally trust in the good sense of adults anymore.
He was laughing so hard. He said, "I want to watch it again."
No, that's enough entertainment, kid. Oh yeah, just play safe. There we go. Safe with double 3s. Even double 6s is not. It's not so great. Okay, what they want is a nice 5-1 followed by a fan. There we go. I called it. Followed by a fan, followed by 6 blot numbers, followed by hit, followed by winning, followed by winning the match.
Quite the parlay.
It's a
6-3
parlay.
comes
6-3 is not a good parlay.
All right, looks like it's it. GL Harvey is going to bed. So am I.
Where's GL Harvey?
He's on the chat.
Oh, hi, GL Harvey on the chat.
Looking around.
Where? I thought I didn't see him around here.
He's in the live chat.
He's kind of hard to miss.
True.
I better not be rude to him, even from a distance. Okay, in with the 5, off with the 6, preserving a very slim hope, knocking the baffle box all about, as if she were Carol on the scooter, or in Canvas on a scooter. Carol doesn't use scooters. But Antoinette Williams uses a scooter.
Oh, she has a Ferrari.
Yeah. You know, I got a Ferrari. I've known Antoinette for about 45 years.
40 years.
No, 45. No, about 45, yeah. 79.
All right, we'll go ahead and end the stream. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
That was fun.
We'll see you
Congratulations. Now we got to go play Hans and Dirk now.
Okay.
Carol and I.
So we'll see you tomorrow live stream on my YouTube channel at 9 a.m. and then matches will start later. Have a good night.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Off we go.
Yep. Not gonna make it for my friend's bakery. Just coffee. Yep.
Sausage salmonella. Now there's some
At the present time.
Pizza's good forever.
Everything around me is on fire.
You turn on the live stream.
So you're in Mount.
It's like the blooper, the guy on the radio long ago
Well, you know,
doing a kids show.
I know
He
you were
says,
concerned about
you know,
stacking.